Well, good morning. We're back again. This is the Alabama Weather Network, and
Hey, here we are. We're we are on the Alabama Weather Network here. We'll get James, Mike figured out there, but we are starting off this morning with a weather update for basically we've still got multiple things going on here. We've still got the freezing rain situation happening in the northwestern part of the state, at least that far northwestern corner, and so we're going to be talking about that this morning, and then we give you kind of the latest update on what's happening with that. And then we have severe weather that we'll be watching in the southern part of the state. Some strong storms already starting to move into parts of Jefferson County and Bibb counties, but we ready to go, James?
We're ready. Right. We were ready to go.
All right, we'll let James finish it.
So let's first off describe the overview of the point of this. We have 3 different issues. We're going to try and answer all your questions. We have 1.2 million questions, and we have 1.2 million answers. But thank you for taking the time to watch. Understand, in a complex situation like this, watching a 30-second TikTok video is not going to work. It's going to take a while to explain everything that's happening. We're going to talk about the colder air rushing in to northwest Alabama behind a cold front. Temperatures are falling again. We got some spots up here below freezing, which means, now overnight it was just a cold soaking rain with temperatures above freezing. That's helped to ease the ice situation, but temperatures are falling again. The other issue, it's heavy rain. The third issue, it's the chance of severe storms in South Alabama. The fourth issue, it's strong gradient winds across the state. And the other issue, it's the chance of black ice tomorrow morning. Who has the chance of having dangerous travel tomorrow morning? Because tomorrow, it's Monday. People go to work, people go to school, and that obviously is a high impact question here. So we're going to go through all of this, but it's going to take a little time to explain because this is a complex pattern. The one thing we've learned, for some reason, people I don't think heard our messaging over the past 5 days that well. And again, if you just take a little time and watch what's going on here, I think we can answer your questions. So the initial concern for the northwest part of the state, we're seeing temperatures getting close to freezing or below freezing. So Drew, if we can, let's pull up the Florence Skycam, the one at UNA. And what we're going to do here is just go through some of our region's Skycam views, and we'll address the icing first, then we'll talk about the severe weather threat later. So this is the Skycam at the University of North Alabama. Roads are just wet. Again, it's been a soaking rain overnight with temperatures in the 35 to 40 degree range. That really took away a lot of the ice from yesterday. But notice the temperatures come down to 33 with a west-northwest wind at 12 gusting to 22, which means the front has come on by. So while temperatures were rising overnight in Florence, now they'll be falling through the day, and most likely Florence should be in the 20s by afternoon, which means even after the rain ends, we have potential for a flash freeze down here with all of that water turning to ice on bridges and many road surfaces. So again, driving will likely become quite challenging for North Alabama, especially this northwestern part of the state later today. Let's look at the Renaissance Shoals camera if we can, Drew. We're going to kind of check the real-time observations here on the network. This is another one of our sky cams at Florence, and it's up on top of the 360 grill. And they're at 36 degrees, which is good. Again, they're above freezing, but they will be coming down. Again, we're kind of looking down at the roads down here, which is kind of giving us an idea of what conditions are like, and roads are simply wet now in the shoals. So let's go to the Cherokee camera. This is a camera that is in Colbert County, a little to the southwest of the shoals. And this thing's still pretty much socked in with low clouds and rain, and they're down to 31. So they're now below freezing at Cherokee. Let's go to Russellville, which is just down the line in Franklin County. And understand we still, even though it's been raining all night with temperatures above freezing, we still have that ice storm warning for the northwestern corner of the state, because with the cold air coming in, there will be a period where the cold rain changes to freezing rain again before ending. Russellville now at 33, and again, it's been just a soaking rain up in here through the night, helping to alleviate the icing conditions, which is a good thing. I want to look at, let's go down to Tuscaloosa, if we can do that. We have a camera in the north end zone at Bryant-Denny Stadium on the campus of the University of Alabama. And earlier this morning, Tuscaloosa was almost at 60. They've come down to 41 as the cold front has passed through. So again, as the cold front passes through north and west Alabama, temperatures will drop very quickly. Let's check Birmingham. Let's just go to the region's camera that's on top of the region center in downtown Birmingham. And the front has not quite, it could be passing through Birmingham about right now. The temperature is sitting at 55 degrees. And again, numbers will come down. And again, we are concerned about the possibility of icing tomorrow morning for the northern half of the state. Now, Drew, let's go in the other directions. Let's go to Gulf Shores. And just want to show you the radical difference in weather across the state this morning. We've got multiple cameras on the Gulf Coast. This is one of them. And look at that. 66 degrees with a dew point of 66. You talk about a radical air mass change. And South Alabama is in this air. So while we will be having icing issues for North Alabama in coming hours, we have the chance of severe storms for the southern part of the state. So let's look at the day one convective outlook. This is the severe weather outlook from NOAA's SPC, the Storm Prediction Center. And we have a level 2 out of 5 risk in the areas in yellow here, south of a line from near Millry to about Fort Deposit, to near Tuskegee and Phoenix City. We have a level 1 out of 5 risk. That's the green on the map as far north as Thomasville, Selma, around Dadeville and Lafayette. So we might see some strong storms as far north as Montgomery, but the better chance of storms that could produce a couple of isolated tornadoes will be in the yellow zone down here. So let's pop the radar back on here, and we have no warnings in effect at this point for Mississippi or Alabama, but we'll be watching the area down here. This is where the air is relatively unstable. And again, as the front moves in, that surface front, and good dynamic support, it's very windy. We have gradient winds that are quite strong. There could be a few severe storms down in through here. And I don't know, Drew, I'm asking Drew to do a lot. I'm his worst nemesis. If we can maybe get a wind, maybe a wind gust graphic, for Alabama. Just wanted to talk about the gradient winds. A lot of people are asking about why it's so windy. It's a difference in pressure over a small area, pressure gradient. Perfect. This guy's good. So you can see the winds are gusting to 36 in Birmingham. The winds are gusting to 30 in Huntsville. This is not related to thunderstorms. This is gradient wind, although there's some thunder. In fact, we've had some reports of thunder in the shoals with temperatures in the 30s. We've got winds gusting to 37 at Mobile. Winds gusting to 35 at Monroeville, about the same for Atmore and Chatham. So it's very windy in advance of that surface front. And again, this is gradient winds, and again, not related to storms. Just wanted to point that out. The winds had calmed down a bit back in the shoals back in here. And let's look at current temperatures statewide. Again, just to show the contrast across the state. So there's your front right there. There's the surface front basically coming through Birmingham. Huntsville was 10 degrees warmer about 2 hours ago. They were at 48. Now they're down to 37 now that the front has come on through. Coleman is down to 37. Birmingham is 55 and falling here. Actually, that's a future. Let's pop the currents back on here. That's okay. We'll pop the currents back on here real quick. Again, that's modeling. Again, the front is right in through here, so Birmingham 55, and it will be dropping. But look to the south. You got 72 in Mobile, 70 at Gulf Shores and Atmore. The 70 at Gulf Shores, that's coming from the Jack Edwards Airport across the Intracoastal Waterway. Dothan's going to be climbing. Dothan could see 70 later this morning, and that's that warm sector, that warm nose that's been moving north. And again, as the cold front slices in here and we have that warm, unstable air, that's the chance of severe weather. But concerning tomorrow morning, temperatures will drop. And now let's pop on the modeling. Let's talk about the temperature fall, because that's one of the big questions about people that need to get to work. Some people are in healthcare. Some people have to be at work tomorrow morning. So this is where we are. So let's run the modeling. Run it up to about 3 o'clock this afternoon, Drew. So 3 o'clock. Look at that. The storm's already pushing out of the southeast corner of the state. So the severe weather threat for South Alabama really between now and about 3 o'clock. And initially in southwest Alabama, then wrapping up in southeast Alabama down here, again, about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll have about 5 hours with a severe weather threat. But check the numbers. Florence, 23. I mean, understand Florence right now, they're right at freezing. They'll be at 23 at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Hamilton, 26, and all that standing water. Keep in mind, they were soaked overnight last night. We'll have a flash freeze with numbers like that. Roads become icy, bridges become icy. It will be a travel mess up here. And again, this is 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, Birmingham still above. If you need to travel, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, maybe Huntsville, Cullman, at 3 o'clock, you're okay. The rain is ending, but temperatures drop. Let's go to 6 o'clock this evening. All right, 6 p.m. And 21 for Florence, 22 in Hamilton, Huntsville, 25, Cullman, 26. This is when roads get really icy because of the standing water. The rain is long gone. It's over here in Georgia. But after 2 inches of rain, it just doesn't go away in a few minutes. It's going to stand there. And even though it's going to be pretty windy, some of that obviously will evaporate, but not all of it. So again, by 6 o'clock, Tuscaloosa and Birmingham down to freezing. And this is when there could be some bridge icing beginning in these cities. Of course, South Alabama is still above freezing. So let's go to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's just go right to Monday morning at 6 o'clock. This is when many people are rising and shining. And the numbers will look like this. 13 Florence, 16 Hamilton, 18 Huntsville. Birmingham, 23. Anniston, 22. We've got 20s all the way down to Gulf Shores. So understand, we've got the chance of black ice and a flash freeze. And we've been saying the greatest concern is for the northern half of the state because that's where temperatures will drop so quickly. In South Alabama, the roads will have a little longer to dry out with a strong north wind, and the temperature drop is not as extreme. But having said that, there could be some patchy black ice, especially on bridges down here. But remember, they've been at 70. The blacktop road should be fine. On a 70-degree day, it's going to take a long time to get ice on a blacktop road, but the bridges can be much colder quickly. So the concept is this. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, travel will not be good, I think, for the northern half of the state. A lot of black ice, especially on bridges. South Alabama, there could be a little patchy black ice on bridges, but conditions not as severe as the northern half of the state. But the other issue is just going to be really cold next week, and we'll talk about that later. So let's go back to the radar and talk about where we are now. Again, it's 9:13, and if you're joining us, it is a complex weather situation. We have the cold front right here. That's basically a little line of heavier showers along the front coming into places like Marion, Brent, Birmingham, Aniana, back up towards Scottsboro. That's the leading edge of the colder air. Once the front passes, temperatures drop quickly. There is no chance of any severe storms in the central part of the state. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. You missed the action. As expected, the icing has been up here. The severe weather is down here. You've just had wind and rain. And again, temperatures will be going the wrong way today. This is going to be a challenging day. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it works out this way with these dynamic storm systems sometime. For many spots in here, highs were reached about 6 o'clock this morning. And temperatures are falling. They're starting to fall in Birmingham right now. And again, we've got that concern for severe storms over southeast Alabama. So I want to go back and do a couple of Skycam views, Drew. Let's go to Dauphin Island. This is going to be in a zone. We're going to check the Mobile cameras first. And these regions, Skycams are invaluable when it comes to days like this for real-time analysis. So look at that. 68 degrees, dew point 67, a south wind averaging 31, gusting to 34. And this is one of two cameras we have on Dauphin Island. Let's go to Mobile. We got this amazing camera, downtown Mobile, that overlooks the city and the bay. This is, again, these have all come online here in recent days. We're building this network so quickly, it's almost hard to keep up with the new cameras that are online. So this is our Skycam overlooking Mobile Bay, the shipyard down here. And notice 65 degrees with a dew point of 65. The air mass is saturated, dew point is 65. That typically represents very unstable air in January. And a strong southeast wind averaging 23, gusting at times to 40. Again, that's the gradient wind we're talking about. This is not related to storms, but again, we've got an air mass that's ripe for possible severe thunderstorms today. Let's go to Troy. Let's go to Pike County. Again, we'll check some of these South Alabama cameras very quickly. This is one that's on the campus of the University of, on the campus of Troy University, and they will probably rise to near 70 later today. They're currently at 58 degrees, and they've got some rain falling here, but we'll be watching that one very carefully in coming days. And let's go to Montgomery real quick while we're on the Region Skycam network. This will be one of our Montgomery cameras. This is on the tower, the Alabama Public Television Tower, adjacent to Patterson Field, overlooking the state capitol complex, looking back off to the west. They're 57 over 57. We believe the unstable air will not make it as far north as Montgomery. That cold front is getting really close. The winds will shift from the south to the northwest, the west-northwest, and temperatures start to fall here. So we're really not that concerned about Montgomery. So let's go back to the severe weather outlook for today. This is where we're concerned about severe storms, South Alabama, south of Montgomery. The main concern in the counties in yellow here. And again, that level 2 out of 5 risk is defined from near Millry to about Fort Deposit to about Tuskegee and Phoenix City. There could be a strong storm as far north as Camden, Grove Hill, Montgomery, Prattville, Wetumpka, Lake Martin, Lynette, Auburn, Opelika, but it's a low-end chance there. This is where the better instability will be. And based on the projected wind profiles, there could be a couple of isolated tornadoes in here today. So it could be a situation where we're working icing conditions up here and tornado conditions down here. Not the first time this has happened. I've been doing this a long time, but it certainly can do it in the month of January. So again, Drew, a lot of questions. The big questions concern when will it become unsafe to drive? And you talk about Florence, Huntsville, Moulton. People want to know about Northwest Alabama. It's kind of wet in Florence now. What do you think in terms of the travel there today?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we take a look at, actually we can just bring up some road conditions right now and talk about what they're looking like right now. So, and again, this is using computer algorithms to come up with this, so this is not going to be perfect, but it does give you a pretty decent idea of what's happening right now as far as the road conditions are concerned. So you can see you have the pretty easy to understand key here. You got the green there basically showing wet roads. You can see that a good portion of the state is showing just wet roads, of course, because we're well above freezing in parts of South Alabama, Central Alabama, even up into the Tennessee Valley. But as we kind of move in a little bit closer here, kind of just zoom it in over here, you can see that it does show icy conditions still in the areas where we're seeing the ice storm warning. So again, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties, even trying to show a little bit in northern Marion County as well, north of Hamilton. And so again, that matches up pretty well with the areas that have continued to stay at least close to freezing here recently, although they have warmed up a good bit. But this would be the area that we'd be concerned as the cold front is starting to kind of push down towards the southeast, that while there is still precipitation falling, the air starts to get colder again, and you're going to pick back up on some freezing rain accumulation at that point, even though during the warm temperatures that came through overnight, that helped to kind of alleviate things a little bit in some spots. But as you look back towards Huntsville, Athens, Coleman, Hartselle, Gunnersville, places like that, Fort Payne even, since it's down in the valley, you've got just basically green, just meaning wet roads out there. And then as you look up into the northeastern part of the state, you can see some little blotches here of some pink, which indicates that at some of those higher elevations, the roads could be a little bit slicker there. We've been kind of looking at, Bill and I were talking earlier about a Lookout Mountain there, right around Mentone, right there close to the state line, up at that higher elevation. Wouldn't be surprised if the roads are a little bit slicker there, because the temperature has hovered closer to freezing for a lot of the morning, right there at that higher elevation. And we've talked about the cold air damming possibility. And I don't think so far it hadn't really looked like we've gotten a big situation with that yet. It hasn't occurred like it could have occurred, where we got cold enough air making it further enough to the west to really see temperatures plummet and get below freezing along the eastern edge of counties. So thankfully that hasn't really occurred like some of the models were trying to show it would occur so far. But still, at some of those higher elevations on that eastern side, we have gotten cold enough where I think you'd be a little bit slicker there. So of course, any of the ridges and mountains in that area that are at that sort of elevation, you're going to want to take it easy for sure, going up and down now potentially. But yeah, as we get into later on this evening and those temperatures really start to plummet, again, let's just kind of switch back to the radar real quick. We're getting there's a little bit of a break in the rain in some of those areas right now, but there's more rain coming that will kind of soak everything again here soon. And so by the time that cold air, which I mean, when you start to see the pink right there, I mean, that's basically, the front's kind of right through here, and that cold air will be coming in pretty quickly behind it. And so yeah, I do think where these areas that are getting soaking rain right now that have been relatively cold compared to the southern part of the state, they're going to have more issues potentially with the roads, with a flash freeze kind of situation later on tonight. Let's take a look at the current road temperatures. So this is another product that this is using, and this is from my experience with this product. It's been a pretty good product. It's not perfect. Again, none of these future products or projection products that are using computer algorithms, things like that, are going to be perfect. But I think it's a pretty good approximation in a lot of cases of what road temperatures are out there. And so you can see, let's just looking at right now, showing road temperatures there in the upper 30s in the Huntsville area, around 40 degrees at Coleman. So really, if you're looking at this, it's kind of an easy way to kind of see the difference. The blue generally is kind of right around the freezing mark. So you can see freezing road temperatures, according to the projection that we're looking at here, extend up into parts of Lamar and Fayette counties. Also maybe even to Pickens at this point, as well as the front continues to move towards the east, up into northwestern Winston County, Lawrence County, western Limestone counties, and of course Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin for sure. And if I didn't mention Marion, that one as well. And then you can see a little bit below that, back further towards the northwest. 43 in Gadsden, 44 in Anniston. And as you move further to the south, obviously we're not concerned nearly as much as you get further to the south, because even though there'll be plenty of rain down there today in the southern part of the state, and it will get really cold tonight, the temperatures right now, the road temperatures right now are in the 50s and 60s. So just inevitably, it's going to take a little bit longer for the road temperatures to cool down and get really cold after the cold air arrives. You're going to have more time down here, maybe to get a little bit of drying before the cold air arrives. And so, that's why, again, we're less concerned further towards the south, like James mentioned earlier, than we are further to the north. And some of that has to do with the fact that the infrastructure is colder right now by 20 or more degrees than places further towards the south. So, but this is kind of what it looks like right now. Now let's take a look at, and I can actually show you a little projection of that as well. Let's take a look at our forecast road temperatures here. So we'll just kind of play through here. So this again is right now. And then you'll see here as we move further on into the afternoon, the road temperatures, you can see in the southern part of the state do start to go down some, and some of that has to do with the rain coming in. And because the roads respond to, if they're getting sunshine, they're going to respond and warm up fairly quickly. But once you start to get rain in there and remove any sort of sun that's filtering through, then they'll cool back down into the 50s. And as we get into, so we start to get in 5, 6 o'clock tonight, and as we're moving through 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, you start to see the road temperatures going down around freezing or below in Huntsville and Coleman. And so I would say in those areas, of course, Florence, Hamilton, the Shoals, Russellville, Red Bay, Cherokee, Moulton, Priceville, Hartselle, a lot of those areas, again, Vernon, Fayette, Guin, a lot of those areas are going to be, seeing road temperatures at freezing or below at that point. And so I'd say, yeah, if you've got plans to travel later on tonight, then just know if you're in those areas that the road temperatures are going to start falling around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, potentially to the point where things could start to get slick with any sort of leftover moisture. Continue to move that through time. We get about midnight, and let's see the Birmingham area here. So around midnight or a little bit before, the Birmingham area starts to get at freezing or below. That also includes Gadsden, Anniston, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis even. You can see that because of the orientation of the front, places further to the south, Demopolis and Thomasville may even be below freezing as far as road temperatures at that point. So again, as you get into midnight, most people aren't traveling at that point, but if you do need to do that, just know that around this time, things may become more treacherous in kind of the central and western part of the state. And we continue to move that through. And again, like we said, as we get further to the south, we're a little bit less concerned about the possibility of the black ice. But as we get into Monday morning, just when we're talking about commutes to school and work, most of the state at this point is below freezing as far as road temperatures are concerned. So we would certainly be concerned, especially in these areas that have road temperatures in the 20s potentially for the black ice. But even down to Montgomery, Auburn, Greenville, Monroeville, further to the south, Troy and Andalusia are going to be sitting right around freezing. And even down to the Gulf, it looks like, possibly because of the orientation of the front there. So again, we're more concerned about in these areas kind of in the light blue that you see here for tomorrow morning. But you know, it will still be, the road temperature should be trying to get below freezing further to the south during that time period as well, James.
All right, so it's 9:26, so that's a summary of road conditions over the next 24 hours. That's one of the issues we're concerned about. The other issue, it's, well, really actually heavy rain. This is just soaking rain falling in here with some thunder. Nothing severe. We see no severe storms over the northern half of the state. The cold front basically right in through here, not just south and east of Birmingham, in advance of the front and right behind the front, soaking rain. Remember, all the pink on radar, that would be freezing rain. And temperatures are falling over the northwestern corner of the state, again, where we could see some icing later this morning. And again, that we had that yesterday. We could easily have it again later this morning. And of course, like Drew talked about, we'll have that chance for a flash freeze, black ice over the northern half of the state tonight, and maybe a few icy spots in South Alabama as well. The other concern, it's the chance of severe storms. So let's look at the mobile radar. I want to focus in on Washington County and the storms that are coming in here. These thunderstorms are moving into an environment where the air is a little unstable. The instability values are not overwhelming, but it doesn't take a lot of instability in the cold season for severe storms to form. And again, this is mostly linear. There's absolutely no evidence of anything severe. And remember, as we go through the afternoon, there are only two things can make a storm severe. Damaging wind, that's defined as 58 miles per hour or greater, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. Severe criteria has nothing to do with weird-looking clouds, heavy rain, loud thunder, sharp lightning. No, every storm has that. It has to do with damaging wind and hail. And of course, if there's a tornado warning issued. But there are no severe thunderstorm warnings, but I just wanted to show that we'll be watching these storms and any storms that form in advance of that as they intensify. This thing could remain linear, and if it's a linear type event, a line, that really reduces the chance of major tornado issues, but there's always the chance of a little spin-up tornado in a line of storms in a case like this. But if we were to have a more significant tornado, a stronger one, that would be in any storms that try to form in advance of that line. We'll see if they can do that. We have just showers in progress now, parts of Mobile, Clark, Monroe, Baldwin, Escambia counties. Again, these are just rain showers. And quite frankly, there's not much lightning. We're seeing one lightning strike, one, in the past 10 minutes in this band coming into Washington County. We do not expect any severe storms in Choctaw County. The front is on by. The chance is basically Washington, Mobile, Baldwin, Clark, Monroe, Escambia, and points east over the next several hours. But again, I just wanted to show that we've got storms that are intensifying over southwest Alabama, but again, at this point, they're not severe. And by the way, let me just also say what you see down here in that box, those are real-time observations from the region's Skycam network. So we might be focusing on a severe storm in South Alabama, but you'll be able to see weather in real time with our cameras, and we're going to add some into the loop so you can kind of see the progression of the cold air. But again, every camera has real-time weather instruments, and you can see that. For example, that's Coleman, 39 degrees. So just, I want you to know, and we're going to have John Oldshoe out, and again, when we get John's stream up, when we begin to see severe storms, if we do, we'll be able to watch John. John was with us, of course, yesterday in Florence for the icing situation, and John will be with us today for the thunderstorm situation on the other end of the state. We don't sleep much in this business here. So again, and also we thank you for all your reports and videos and images. We cannot show them all. We can't do that, but we see them all, and they're greatly appreciated. Hey, Bill, you've been up all night?
All night long.
And you're still here?
You know,
okay.
This is what we're born for.
The content from you, our viewers, that's the gold stuff here. That was the gold. That's the best part of the coverage yesterday. So I think you got some queued up on Lexo 5.
I've been curating from your stream, James. This is Villa Rica, Georgia, just across the border from Alabama. This is how close East Alabama came to significant problems. 33 right now at Carrollton, you know, just across the border. And you can see the shrubs are really weighted down there. This is in Tuscumbia. You know, a large tree fell overnight, scared this family half to death. And of course, James, this is from these gradient winds out in front of it. This is from Munford. And of course, that's our Alabama state bird taking flight there, unfortunately. But I walked outside this morning, and the flag on top of our building was whipping so loudly, I thought that there was something wrong. This is Nashville, where it is a serious situation. If you're trying to travel north, just don't even think about it. There's over 100,000 people just from the Nashville Electric Company that don't have power. This is, again, just east of Alabama in Douglasville, Georgia. We know that well, just west of Atlanta. Over in the Mississippi Delta, we've been hearing terrifying reports all night of large trees snapping and falling. Power crews have had to be called back because they just can't work. This is an example of the radial icing here. And I was looking at the power outages. There are several counties there in North Mississippi that have over 10,000 customers without power. So it is a serious situation. Back here in Alabama, thundering this morning, James, that got a lot of people's attention. This is Hawk Pride in Colbert County, where you've got icing on the banister there, and they had thunder. This is this is Fairview, Tennessee, just west of Nashville. A pretty scene for a postcard, but a horrible scene for living. And I know that there's extensive power outages there. Further west in Fort Worth, if you're trying to go west to Texas, Texarkana, northern Louisiana, this is the scene in Fort Worth this morning where they are iced in. Back home, James, this is a really cool video of the front of the line of thunderstorms pushing through York. And you can see the wind whipping up the rain there. Very impressive front end gusts there. This is in Leeds. So again, it shows you the power of these gradient winds, even across central Alabama, where we have a wind advisory in effect today. Much of the southern half of Alabama, literally the whole state could be under a wind advisory. This is in Franklin County, near the Mississippi border, 10 miles west of Red Bay. And you can see there's a serious situation there with trees really weighted down by the ice. Brentwood, Tennessee, up in Nashville, all power out. So again, just to the north. We just had a viewer send us this video of the bridge coming into Florence, James. And since we don't have John's outstanding work and Kevin's work from yesterday, this shows us that the bridge is, is very wet, not bad. The viewer says. So that was at 8:15. This is more serious in Cherokee County. I mean, not Cherokee County, in the community of Cherokee. This is where we've been having more problems all night because the temperature was able to stay closer to freezing. The central community in Lauderdale County, you can see that radial icing. That's what brings those trees down. And James, slip and falls today we want to avoid in any area, especially when we get these.
This will not end well.
It will not. And fortunately, this gentleman is okay. But don't wear your Birkenstocks. And just
Ouch.
Please stay off the ice. The Emergency Room
Ouch.
Doctors of America implore you. This is back in Mississippi, Burnsville. Trees falling everywhere, power out. People are frightened in northern Mississippi. James, these are some of your friends from Bryant Park. They're following in your footsteps, and I thought we'd have a little fun here.
We'll be working for these guys one day.
They forecast 75 for Friday, so I hope that's maybe it's not this week. But this is another one of those slip and falls in Cloverdale. This one scared me even worse. This gentleman, took a nasty tumble, but we understand he's okay too. But again,
Watch out!
If you need,
ouch!
Oh, that hurts me. And here's Boomer and Goose from Sardis, James. They're our fun pick of the hour. We've got lots of serious situations here, but thank you to all of our friends and family out there for sending in this information because it really makes our jobs better.
All right, thank you, Bill. It's 9:35, and this is your front. That little band of showers along the front. There's no thunder and no lightning. There's nothing severe, okay? But again, that little band of heavier rain from near Marion up to about Wilton, Montevallo, Alabaster, Hoover, back up into St. Clair County, around Springville, Straight Mountain, and Blount County. That's the actual front. And once the front passes, instead of temperatures rising like they've been doing all night, they will begin to fall. And again, as we've talked about, that's one of the concerns we have. It's temperatures that will be coming down. There's the region center camera in Birmingham down to 45 now. We were in the 50s earlier this morning. We've come down about 10 degrees. And again, that's Cherokee. That's up in Colbert County in northwest Alabama. They're down to 31. Again, you can watch these observations in real time in these boxes. That's the reason we keep them up, so you can kind of see your area of interest here. But initially, the concern, it's going to be icing this morning in terms of icy travel. Again, the northwestern corner of the state with that threat of a flash freeze spreading south and east this afternoon, tonight, and into tomorrow morning. And again, there's great concern. The northern half of the state here north could see a lot of black ice tomorrow morning. The southern half of the state, patchy black ice. Road conditions are quite warm. Temperatures are in the 70s. In many spots, the ground is warm, so conditions are just different there. But there could be some patchy icy spots on bridges down in South Alabama tomorrow morning. Let's see. That's John Oldshoe's stream, right?
I am trying to determine that for sure. Both streams look very similar right now, so I'm trying to pick out who's who.
So let's see here.
That may be Kevin. Is
I
that
think
you,
I'm
Kevin?
hearing Kevin, and he's probably talking to John on the phone. They coordinate between each other. But I would imagine this is Kevin driving perhaps south on Interstate 65. So again, we'll leave their audio down, let them kind of communicate. And there's nothing going on right now with severe weather, so we'll let them communicate back and forth a little bit. They're going to coordinate on where to go. And both Kevin and John, they've been doing this for a long time. They will be safe and responsible when it comes to severe storms. A lot of people ask about the chasers, and they're very important. And most of them, John's, of course, a professional meteorologist. Kevin is not, but he's best drone operator in the world. And they have both, Kevin's been trained in spotting, and they're both safe. Safety always comes first in this situation. We don't put anybody in the line of danger. So as these storms begin to unfold over South Alabama, we'll be watching that carefully. But again, there's the front, and temperatures are dropping very quickly behind the front. We have rain that has changed back over to freezing rain. And remember, whenever we say freezing rain, it's raining. But temperatures are colder than 32. And that can create ice on exposed surfaces, trees, roads, bridges, power lines, and things like that. So if we can, Drew, let's...
I was going to say, this is Kevin.
Okay, that's Kevin,
seeing.
okay.
So I've got him sorted out now. But
okay,
this is Kevin.
good.
We have Oldshoe as well if we want to want to bring him up.
So let's bring up temperatures across the state. Again, we got so many things to watch today, and this is a complex thing. And like I talked about at the top of the coverage, you're not going to be able to get a real good feel for the Alabama weather situation in this type setting by watching a 30-second TikTok video. Those are funny and they're fine, but in a case like this, it takes longer to explain. And we're thankful this cold air damming effect over here. This is cold air that's drained in from Georgia. Auburn 43, you've got 40s, some 30s near the Georgia state line. It's been above freezing. So we've had no icing issues from cold air damming. It's much colder here. That's not related to the front. This is your cold front right here. This is cold air damming, cold air coming in from the other way over here, and that's that warm tongue right here. Models have done a really good job of depicting this in the last several days. And again, temperatures will come down very quickly once the front passes. And that front's going to be zipping through here. And again, we've got a window where severe storms could form in this warm air in South Alabama over the next several hours. Tuscaloosa down to 42, Demopolis down to 41. Again, these are the official top of the hour observations. Look at Russellville over here. 32 in Franklin County. So even though you see mid-30s here at Florence and Hamilton, the real-time temperatures, they're coming down quickly. Again, all of our friends here, Colbert, Lauderdale, Franklin, Marion, Lamar, even Pickens, you're going to be below freezing first. And again, the rain is moving out as the cold air moves in. That's the good thing. I mean, the rain will be gone soon. But some people have had 2 inches of rain overnight. With all of that standing water and a rapid temperature drop, we could see a flash freeze and black ice. So again, the initial concern for icy travel right up and through here. And again, we're getting so many people asking about specific routes and specific times. Like we talked about yesterday, we don't have any way of knowing future road conditions. We don't. That's not what we do. The AlDOT has a very good app, Alabama Department of Transportation. Algo Traffic, I think, is the name of that. That's the website, algotraffic.com. And you can go to that and get real-time traffic information. Again, Drew's going to pull that up. That's what it looks like, algotraffic.com. They have an app. And that would be much more helpful for you in a situation like this to look at real-time traffic. And of course, Google, Apple Maps, Waze, all those maps you have on your phone, those are very helpful as well. But just understand that icing conditions initially on bridges can start very quickly in northwest Alabama, then spreading south and east during the course of the day today. And again, they've got these real-time cameras that you can see. They're traffic cams. These are algo cameras. And again, that's very helpful. That's Interstate 65 and US 72. That's in Athens. Just one example in Athens up in Limestone County. Of course, things are fine right here. But all of that is available through AlDOT and their Algo app. But just remember that cold air is going to be spreading south. So that's one of our concerns, the chance of a flash freeze and dangerous icy travel for northwest Alabama, gradually spreading south and east tonight into tomorrow morning. Many schools have closed. That's the other thing. Some people are asking about school systems, and understand the school systems communicate with you directly. Text message, email. That's the nice thing about modern technology. They don't need old school radio and TV to distribute that information, but just be aware that many school systems have closed tomorrow in the northern half of the state. A few have delayed their opening in the central part of the state. Some systems have not made up their mind yet, and they'll do that later today, but they will notify you directly via text, email, social, however the systems do that. So, but again, be aware a number of systems have decided not to have any classes tomorrow, especially over the northern third of the state up here for sure. Central Alabama, some have not. Some have not made that decision yet. But look at that, Selma sitting at 64, Demopolis at 41. Let's say you're driving down US 80, you come through Browns and you get to about Uniontown, and whoop, temperatures drop 20 degrees. I mean, that is a sharp drop on that front. And again, Tuscaloosa down to 42. Let's pop the radar back on here. And again, you see Birmingham down to 45. Again, that's the Region Center camera on top of the Region Center in downtown Birmingham. 45 degrees in downtown Birmingham with a northwest wind. But again, this is the big picture. And again, just a thorough soaking rain in through here. Again, the rain has changed back over to freezing rain over northwest Alabama. As temperatures there have gotten down to 32. So again, Waterloo, over to the Shoals, down toward Russellville, Littleville, Red Bay, Phil Campbell, places like that. We've got potential for more icing issues, and we'll have that. And again, thankfully, we are so thankful overnight last night that soaking rain washed a lot of the ice away with temperatures up around 40. That was a good thing. They didn't have that over here in North Mississippi. They've had freezing rain all night long. That's where the trees are snapping. We have widespread power outages. It's a big mess. But again, we're very thankful for that period of just cold rain above freezing in northwest Alabama last night. But again, temperatures dropping like a rock, still raining, not good. Southeast Alabama, you're quiet. Again, we'll be watching this part of the state for the chance of severe storms early this afternoon. We think the window for severe storms from roughly now until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. By 3 o'clock, the line of storms should be exiting the state. And we're done with it. The week ahead looks dry and very cold. In fact, Drew, why don't you talk about this extreme cold situation we have? There are advisories from the Weather Service that involve cold waves. We used to call them cold waves back in my old days. But now we have an extreme cold warning. Is that the deal?
Extreme cold watch, I believe.
Watch, okay.
Yeah, close enough. But yes, no, the main, despite the, what you call it, and because I will say there's also cold weather advisories out, there is the extreme cold watch. We're not going to discuss, the differences in what those meanings mean too much. But the main thing is that it is just going to be really cold for this coming morning, tonight, into tomorrow morning, but then also Tuesday morning as well. So yeah, we'll take a look at those. We'll pop those up here in a second. Got that pulled up on my other screen here. So this kind of has both on here. Originally was set up to show the extreme cold watch. So that's why it says it up here. But that's the blue actually here. That extreme cold watch is for kind of southwestern Alabama, and it's going until basically tomorrow morning. We'll go ahead and click through just to make sure nothing's changed with that. Actually, okay, so it looks like this was updated. So don't pay attention to that right now. I'll fix it later. But the extreme cold watch for Mobile, Baldwin, Washington, Escambia, Covington, Crenshaw, Butler, Conecuh, Monroe, Clark, Wilcox, and Choctaw counties actually extends until Tuesday morning. So that's because both tonight and tomorrow night, where it's going to get extremely cold. And so we've reached that criteria for that sort of advisory for those southern counties. And sometimes people ask questions about, well, why is there a difference between here and there? And there was also a period of time, I think yesterday, where you had some of these cold weather advisories for everywhere except like North Alabama. There's, a lot of times the National Weather Service offices are trying, most of the time they're trying to coordinate those so that it makes sense. But there's occasional times where you may see something like that where one particular office has not issued that type of alert yet. The other offices had, and it may give you the impression that, oh, it's not going to be cold in Huntsville. Why is it not going to be cold in, North Alabama, the Tennessee Valley, versus further to the south? But that's not what actually was happening there. Obviously, it's going to be colder in the north, as it typically is, than it is towards the south. So just wanted to kind of clear that up. But then you see the rest of the state basically is under the cold weather advisory. And it looks like it's going until now Tuesday morning as well. So you can see slight different expiration times, 10 versus 9. But basically, the entire state is under some sort of either cold weather advisory or that extreme cold watch until Tuesday morning for the next couple mornings of really cold weather. And a lot of this has to do with, yes, it will be extremely cold. The temperatures will get down into the teens and 20s across most of the state. But it's really, these are more about the wind chills in many cases as far as what the actual criteria for that type of warning is. So I'm just going to kind of read off some of the text here of the latest one. And it's basically, so this is from the text of the cold weather advisory that's been issued from the National Weather Service in Huntsville, so the kind of the northern part of the state. And this is saying this is being issued from midnight tonight until this is actually going until Monday, but like I said, it extends until Tuesday as well. But it's talking about wind chills of 5 above 0 to maybe -5. So wind chills could get into the negative value. And again, just with wind chills, that's kind of what it feels like outside. It won't be actually that cold as far as the actual temperature, but with you factor in the wind into your body, it will feel basically like -5 at that point. And so that is just kind of an example of the reason why they issue these is really a lot of times about combination of the temperature and the wind. So let's take a look at the wind chill forecast here. We did this a little bit yesterday. We'll look at it again. And so right now, of course, we're sitting in the 30s in the northwestern part of the state for the most part, but you've already got the front pass through. You've already got winds turning out of the northwest. And so you're already getting wind chills in the 20s in the northern part of the state. And then as we move through time, or northwestern part of the state, you'll see it doesn't take long. We'll be kind of in the afternoon period here. Now, of course, you don't really see this reflected on the on this map, although this basically kind of shows you where the storms would be. This little boundary here is basically the cold front. So the storms would be kind of down in southeastern Alabama where your wind chill would still be at 71 degrees. It'd basically still be feeling like the 60s and 70s to the southeast. But look at this, by just several hours from now, in Florence, it's going to be feeling like the teens already. It's going to be feeling like 20s in Hamilton. It's going to be feeling like near freezing in Huntsville. We keep moving this through time, and you see it pretty quickly as we move through into the evening, into the nighttime hours, we're getting into some really cold wind chill values. So by 10 o'clock tonight, it feels like single digits in the northwestern corner of the state. Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties, Marion County, maybe probably down into Lamar County. I would say Lawrence, Limestone as well. Teens elsewhere across North Alabama, 17 in Birmingham, 20 in Selma. It feels like freezing in Troy at that point. So in the southeastern part of the state especially, it's going to be a really big difference from how warm it gets today before the storms arrive and then how quickly it changes. And we were looking, even back in Mississippi, we were looking at some observations along the front where it looked like you had 20-something degree, I don't know, Bill, if it was more than that degree change over just the course of a really short period of time. So there's a really sharp gradient of temperatures behind that front. And as we continue to move, we'll get all the way to like 6 o'clock in the morning at this point. And look at that. It could potentially feel like it's 2 degrees in Florence, 3 degrees in Hamilton, 6 in Huntsville. Again, not actual temperatures, but what it feels like outside. And teens basically across the rest of the state, outside of maybe some low 20s in the southeastern corner. Now, we'll go ahead and jump into let's look at Monday afternoon real quick. Monday's going to be really cold. The sun's going to return, so that's going to be good. We're hoping enough sunshine returns that despite the really cold temperatures, that a lot of times, even if you're still freezing as far as your air temperature, which a lot of Monday will be for a lot of, especially the northern part of the state, you can get enough sunshine on a sunny day, even when it's cold, to start to continue to kind of help the roads out a little bit more. If any patchy ice can still kind of melt, even if the temperatures are below freezing, if you get enough sunshine coming through. So that'll help us some. The wind will help dry things out too on Monday, but it'll still be really cold. So Monday afternoon, it still feels like the teens in the northern part of the state. It feels like 20s across most of central and kind of southwestern Alabama, and it still feels like freezing across a good portion of southern Alabama. Now we move to, and the actual wind chills may not be quite as low, but we'll see here in a second. It's still pretty close. Tuesday morning, maybe not quite as low as Monday morning, but we're still down in the single digits potentially in the wind chill value for Florence, and teens across basically the rest of the state. So yes, we've got some potential severe weather. We've got some thunderstorms to talk about in the southern part of the state. We've still got some freezing rain in the northwestern corner right now, but we got rapidly, that period of rapid change has started now, where that cold front is pushing through the state as we speak, and you'll see really big changes as that moves through, and then the cold air will be falling behind here fairly quickly as we move later on tonight into tomorrow, James.
Watching the power outages across our state and all of the other states, we got a lot to the west of here. Mississippi has 141,000 outages. In Alabama, the count is 9,310, 9,310 without power. And this is all related to gradient winds, those strong gradient winds, not related to storms that occurred earlier this morning. You can see in Jefferson County, about 2,500 people have no power. That's not related to ice, not related to tornadoes, not related to storms. That's gradient wind that's been an issue. So again, most of that is up here. Now up here, that's a different story. In Lauderdale County, we have 1,500 without power. That could be related to ice on trees that came down last night. And again, up here, this is the TVA's responsibility. They're prepared for this. Down here, Alabama Power prepared for this. Restoration efforts will be pretty quick. They've got a lot of help standing by if they need them. But again, the latest statewide count for Alabama is 9,310. Mississippi, 141,000. That's over in Mississippi. In Tennessee, 300,000 have no power. And a lot of that's around Nashville. It's not good there. Texas, the outage count is 126,000. But again, it seems like the biggest concentration of outages is up in the Nashville area from all the ice that they've been dealing with here over the past 24 hours. They've had everything. They've had some snow and ice and sleet. So we're coming up on 10 o'clock. This is the Alabama Weather Network. We were here all day yesterday. We'll be here much of the day today, working multiple high-impact issues. Icing returning to northwest Alabama after overnight. Temperatures warmed. It was a cold rain. Temperatures dropping like a rock. Icing returning here. We're watching the central part of the state simply for heavy rain and gradient winds. And down here in southeast Alabama, in advance of the front, there's your front right there, there could be a few isolated severe storms today. And again, with that comes the chance of a few brief isolated tornadoes. So that's all on the plate as we go through the next several hours here. Let's look at the Mobile radar, Drew. And again, we're going to be bouncing back from ice in North Alabama to the chance of severe storms in South Alabama. So here's our front. And we have a line of storms along the front now from near Thomasville, crossing the Tom-Bigby, then down into Washington County below Chatham. And so far, these are behaved. In fact, we have no thunder and we have no lightning. Zero in the last 10 minutes. Notice the lightning counter up on the screen. And again, this line of storms will be coming into an environment where the air is more unstable. And with the heat of the day, if you will, the instability values will be climbing. Instability values are very low here. There's one lightning strike. We have one. But again, once this comes into Mobile, Baldwin, Monroe, Escambia, Conecuh counties, the air will be a little more juicy, a little more primed for storms. So we'll watch these like a hawk. But again, we just wanted to stress at this point, we have zero evidence, none severe criteria. Large hail, no. Damaging wind, no. Tornadoes, no. But again, over the next several hours, this will likely intensify coming through South Alabama. So we'll be watching that very carefully. Let's go to the Columbus, Mississippi radar. Take a look at northwest Alabama. And again, up in the northwestern part of the state, we've got temperatures coming down very quickly. And again, evidence that freezing rain is now falling over much of Lauderdale County, the western part of Colbert, the western part of Franklin, and the northwestern part of Marion County. This is where we have temperatures at or below freezing. And again, we're watching the numbers on the real-time region Skycam network. There's Cherokee. Cherokee is located about right here in Colbert County, and they're down to 31 degrees with freezing rain falling. And again, it's going to take a little bit to get the ice back on the bridges because of the warmth we had over, I say warmth, relatively speaking. Some spots in here got up to near 40 overnight last night. But again, as temperatures drop like a rock, we could see a flash freeze. And let me tell you what, we have been burned by flash freeze events here over the years. The great 2014 Snowmageddon event, that was a flash freeze. The snow came down, snow melted, ground was warm, great. But the air was so cold, immediately that snow melt turned to ice. And with temperatures getting down in the teens tonight up and through here, that's going to be rough. But check out that Dauphin Island camera over here. 69 degrees with a dew point of 68. That's Dozier, Crenshaw County, South Alabama. Temperature 65, dew point 64. That's a radically different air mass from what we have up here. I'm telling you, watching these sky cams, look at Florence, 33. Now, that's the one good thing. UNA is still 1 degree above freezing, but they'll be below freezing at any time with a good northwest wind coming in. And we'll watch that temperature fall as it gradually moves on down to the southeast. Let's go down to the Birmingham Metro and talk about that. A gazillion questions about Huntsville and Birmingham. And really, it's kind of the same for both of these major metropolitan areas along Interstate 65. Black ice is a real concern tomorrow morning. Again, I have no way of knowing future road conditions. I just don't. That's not what we do. We're trained to deal with the atmosphere, not road conditions. But with temperatures way down in the 20s tomorrow morning, with 2 inches of rain from this, the last 24 hours, the water, it's going to take a while. The ground is pretty much saturated. The water's just not going to go away. We'll have a good little breeze, and that will help to some degree. And yes, some will evaporate, but there's going to be a lot of standing water. We go well down in the 20s. Huntsville might even see upper teens, and with those temperatures, we are expecting a lot of black ice tomorrow morning. I wish I could tell you better news, but these black ice flash freeze events can be very problematic. And the problem is, you often don't know that there's ice on the road because it's not visible like sleet and snow. And you tap on your brake one time, and before you know it, you're spinning around. You hit a guardrail, you hit somebody else, it's a serious crash. Everything is all messed up. So just be aware that tomorrow morning, again, as far south as Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Interstate 20, and maybe even as farther south than that, down toward Clanton, Demopolis, Greensboro, Alexander City, you could have some black ice issues. For the southern half of the state, the temperatures won't be as cold. The ground is much warmer, and they'll have a little more time to dry out. So we don't think the black ice will be especially widespread over South Alabama. But having said that, there could be some patchy black ice in South Alabama tomorrow morning. So just be aware of that. And again, this little fine line right here, that represents the actual surface front. It's come on through Birmingham, come on through Tuscaloosa. Once the front passes, you'll drop about 5 to 10 degrees in no time, and then we'll keep on dropping through the afternoon into tonight. Cold front should be in Anniston here in about 30, 45 minutes. And again, down to the south, that front should be coming through Clanton here soon, about 15 minutes. Montgomery front should be coming through there probably about 11 o'clock or 11:15, 11:30. And again, there's just not much instability in here. There's no thunder, there's no lightning. I just don't think we have any severe weather problems north of US 80. The better chance of severe storms really and truly east of Interstate 65 and south of Interstate 85, down here in south and southeast Alabama, as that line comes through. The best possible thing for this to stay is linear, with a line of storms that really reduces the chance of a tornado. There could be one, understand, those are boogers to deal with. We call it QLCS tornadoes. Somebody in academia decided that a squall line was going to become a quasi-linear convective system. I don't know who did that, but back when I was coming up, it was a squall line. But within a squall line, a QLCS, there could be a few isolated tornadoes, but they're brief. They might be down for 2 minutes. Now, you try and warn somebody for a tornado that's down for 2 minutes. By the time you know it's there, the warning goes out and it's gone. So they can get down basically with little or no notice. It will not be a day with long track tornadoes. We don't expect that. And so far, the news is good. We have not seen any storms developing out ahead of that squall line. those are the ones that could be problematic. If we have discrete cells in advance of the line, that's when you might have more of a tornado problem. But again, so far it's kind of behaving over here. And again, coming from Maxwell Air Force Base, we're looking at that. We see no thunder, no lightning, and we hope it stays that way. Yes, sir, go.
Yeah, James, I was going to mention, speaking of the severe weather threat, the Storm Prediction Center issued a mesoscale discussion here just in the last few minutes that basically covers, and I'll just draw it on here, this area. I'll just kind of do a rough idea of what they circled here, and I'm not going to include Florida as much, but let me zoom out a little bit. Basically, all of this right here included this area as a potential area for a tornado watch here fairly shortly. They put the probability of a watch issuance at 80%. And so just reading off the text here, severe potential will likely increase into early afternoon with a QLCS and embedded supercells capable of producing damaging winds and tornadoes. A tornado watch will likely be needed.
Okay, so that kind of just confirms the things we've talked about. You're a good drawer. That's good. I mean, when I draw, it's bad. I mean, it's not good. That's good. But the bottom line is what Drew just telling us. Our friends at the Storm Prediction Center, they're the ones that issue the watches. They're in Norman, Oklahoma. They are giving an 80% chance of a tornado watch being issued soon for much of South and Southeast Alabama for the possibility of damaging wind and a few isolated tornadoes. So again, if you're in places like Greenville, Troy, Luverne, Ozark, Abbeville, Headland, Dothan, Geneva, Enterprise, Andalusia, Opp, Atmore, Bruton, Evergreen, Monroeville, Uri, Bay Minette, Mobile, Gulf Shores, Foley, pay attention. And we hope that you have a weather radio. That is the baseline for getting warnings. Every home in the state needs one. If you don't have one, you need one because often your phone goes into a sleep or do not disturb mode and you don't get warnings, especially late at night. So again, it's critical to have one of those. Every business needs one as well. But on this Sunday afternoon, just be sure that if you're in Southeast Alabama or South Alabama in advance of this line, have a good way of getting warnings today because we could very well have a tornado or two. And again, we're expecting a tornado watch out of SPC, the Storm Prediction Center here, relatively soon. So this is going to be one of these unusual days where we're going from working the chance of tornadoes in South Alabama and icing in North Alabama. Again, this is not new, not unprecedented. Doesn't happen that often, but it certainly happened many times before on my watch here. And again, you're watching in the boxes over here. We've got John Olshoe and Kevin Henderson who are out on duty today. They have drones. If you missed the coverage yesterday, they were just incredible. The views they gave us of incidents on highways, the traffic conditions, it was just incredible. Is that it's got to be Olshoe?
That should be John, yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be Olshoe. He's at some biscuit farm or something here, a Grit Ranch or something. Yep, we knew it. Let's see. John, where are you? Can you hear us?
You can't hear me.
I can hear you. I hear you loud and clear.
Jane, wow, it's coming through the cell phone. That's great.
So where are you? Is it a Grit Ranch or a biscuit farm? What you got going on there? He doesn't want to tell us, obviously. He clearly doesn't want to tell us. And he turned his live stream off. So we'll let John eat his bacon biscuit in peace. And bacon is the candy of meats. All right, that's a good choice. My breakfast today was a Chips Ahoy. And we've actually got a breakfast buffet in here. I do weather on about 24 radio stations, and I had to go do radio weather. I missed the breakfast buffet, but we had a good one in here earlier for the crew. All right, so again, this is Kevin Henderson who is driving south. They're going into the zone where tornadoes are possible this afternoon. And again, we'll have coverage from the air, from the drones, and all of our sky cams, and of course the dash cams we have on the ground. And again, the nice thing about this, and it was very clear yesterday, that we have the resources to cover weather unlike any other time in my life in this state. All the years in commercial television, I've never had this, and so it will make a tangible difference in the lives of the people of this state. And we're so thankful for this operation that's been put together and everybody that works on it. So again, concern number one, the chance of tornadoes in South Alabama. And Drew, number two, it's that icing. Give us an update on Northwest Alabama. We're going to bounce back and forth today.
Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at that. We'll switch over to the northern part of the state, and let's switch over to, let's see what the Columbus radar is looking like here. So yeah, at least according to the the radar, it's still showing that pink there up in places like Waterloo, Florence, Muscle Shoals, Cherokee. We'll kind of zoom in a little bit further here. Cloverdale, Zip City, right? I will say, in that northwestern corner of Lauderdale County, Waterloo especially, that's been the place where we probably heard the most as far as some branches coming down, enough ice accreting on tree branches and stuff to maybe bring a few trees down, or at least big branches. So the sooner we can get the precipitation out of that area, the better. Of course, we're sitting right. It looks like we're still generally right above freezing up there right now, which is good, but that probably won't last much longer. And you can see there, looking back off towards the north, that we still do have a decent amount of precipitation. Hopefully, as we move further into the morning and into the afternoon, I'm going to just take a look at the national view here real quick. I mean, you can see the back edge is now starting to clear through Memphis right now. So we got a few more hours probably before this back edge makes it all the way over to the northwestern corner of the state. But at that point, things will kind of settle down, but maybe a little bit longer, especially once we start to go to freezing, that we may get a little bit more freezing rain, again, especially in that far northwestern corner of the state. But kind of looking at it again, showing some of the other areas that are kind of in the zone of concern at this point. Let me go ahead and just stop that lapse there. So down towards Cherokee, and then we talked about Cherokee a lot yesterday being a place that was having some issues getting above freezing. Got Barton, looked like Crooked Oak, Belgreen, Little Bear Creek Reservoir, Red Bay, and then as you move towards Marion County, so northwestern part of it, Scottsville, and again, we're really close to that freezing mark there, and as that front continues to move towards the southeast, it still could be that while we still have some precipitation, we still don't have the dry air moving in. We could see places like Hamilton and Hackleburg switch over there for a little bit to freezing rain. So, but hopefully, again, we won't see a long enough duration to cause additional major impacts, especially in places. The good thing about these places that are above freezing right now is that you're not getting current freezing rain. You're not having issues with the roads currently as far as frozen precipitation. So that's going to help that even if you do, as the front continues to push to the southeast, change over for a period of time, it shouldn't be long enough to be really, really impactful. Now, seeing, and I don't know if we've seen any reports. I'm going to look at our Skywatcher chat real quick and just see if we've seen any reports out of any of our Madison, Jackson County folks. But, of course, it's trying to show a little bit of pink in northern Madison County now. I think it looks like we're probably at least upper 30s, maybe mid 30s up there. So I would be surprised if that's got any truth to it at this point. I think we're mainly just seeing a good bit of rain. I know we've seen some already some ponding and some creeks getting swollen. One of our Skywatchers, Daniel Harbin, has sent in some pictures, and I don't know, Bill, if you've got anything on that front that from him or anybody else that you want to show, let me know, and I can toss it over to you. But I know we're seeing definitely seeing some of the ditches starting to fill up a little bit with the rain. Which again, that's something we've been talking about the difference between, we've got the freezing rain up here in the northwest, we've got the severe weather possibility in the south, but everywhere else, the flood risk is still there, and it definitely looks like we're getting enough rain now that it's been happening for a long enough duration that we're starting to see some of those ditches starting to fill up, and again, we could start to see some ponding on roadways and things like that. So, Bill, you have something?
Yeah, you were mentioning Daniel Harbin. He sent in this great video right here of some ditches that are overflowing in Trenton in northeast Alabama. And he's got several pictures and photographs, but this video shows that heavy rain really was impressive overnight for sure. This is Oxford, Mississippi, where things are really bad, and they've told all the residents to please not go outside because it is a bad situation. This town in Virginia is hard to pronounce. James, Staunton. I know you don't cover outside Alabama, but Can you pronounce that one properly?
It's
'Cause
not
I
in Alabama.
can't.
It's not in Alabama. I have no idea.
I figured that was probably true. You focus on us Alabama folks, but this is Stanton, Virginia, and we don't recommend this. Thank you for the beautiful photograph, but please be careful around train tracks. We've had a lot of bad luck lately in that regard. This is Central Heights in Lauderdale County, James. You see that huge limb there falling and causing lots of havoc. James, this is an old wives' tale that Amy Handy sent us. But if you hear thunder during an ice storm in winter, it means it'll snow within 7 to 10 days. You think we can take that to the bank?
Oh, brother. I could talk about that. And listen, it works sometimes, but a lot of, we'll talk about that later.
I know, that's just
a topic
kidding.
for another day.
Just kidding. No truth to that. It just works out that way sometimes. This is Waterloo, and y'all were talking about Waterloo earlier. This is an example of what they've gone through all night. This is over in Monroe, Louisiana. This is West Monroe. Showing, lots of trees and power lines down. This was Huntsville just from mainly gradient winds right there a short time ago. James, our favorite thing in winter to show some cardinals. And there's a couple of beautiful cardinals in Vestavia. Look at this temperature drop in Huntsville from one of our audience members. Over 10 degrees, almost literally went off a cliff there in just a few minutes. I saw that. That's one of the things Drew and I noticed this morning. Columbia, Mississippi dropped 25 degrees in 20 minutes. I couldn't believe my eyes. We were looking for reports from Mentone, and here you go, holding in the low 30s. And this video right here shows what they're going through. The trees are full of ice, and they've got a lot of wind up there. So this is what we suspected was going on in that area. And James, I'll end with these two beautiful dogs from Cincinnati, where the snow has really piled up this morning.
Yeah, we're getting so many images from different parts of the country, and again, they're coming in fast and furious. And again, we see all of them, and we thank you for them. We can't show them all, but they are very much appreciated. So we're after 10 o'clock now on the Alabama Weather Network. We're watching a line of showers and some thunder. We expect no severe weather in central Alabama. The chance of severe weather down here across the southern half of the state. We're watching this part of the line down here, coming through Wilcox, Clark, Washington, Mobile counties. Out ahead of that, the air is rather unstable over South Alabama, and very good dynamic support with this could set the stage for a few severe storms. We're expecting a tornado watch to be issued any minute for much south and southeast Alabama for areas in advance of that. Front passes, temperatures drop like a rock, and behind it, again, we've got that change over to freezing rain. So let's pop the temperatures up, Drew, if we can do that really quickly, and we'll take a look at that together. You can see that we've got temperatures now showing up on this map in the mid-30s. But again, if you look at our actual sky cams with real-time observations, some spots are at the freezing mark over the northwestern corner of the state. So that, and again, the one good thing we've had, just a soaking rain overnight with temperatures above freezing up in Florence, the Shoals, that's alleviated almost all the ice. But now with this cold air coming in, temperatures falling rapidly, it could be icy real quick. Now the rain's going to be ending, by early afternoon here, but with all that water ponding everywhere, that'll be turning to ice, and it could be pretty nasty. In fact, let's do the modeling here, future temperatures. We'll just kind of walk you through where these numbers will be going. And again, it's going to be a very, very quick drop, okay? So we'll put on actual temperatures, air temperatures this morning, and let's run it to about 3 o'clock this afternoon, Drew, 3 o'clock today. So at 3 o'clock, we've got 20s for Huntsville, Shoals, Russellville, Hamilton, Moulton. So again, in here, we could see icing conditions beginning this afternoon pretty quickly. Let's go to 6 o'clock this evening. So it looks like 3 hours later. Temperatures again should be in the 20s, 22 at Florence, 29 for Huntsville, 25 for Hamilton. Getting close to freezing in the Birmingham metro, Cullman below freezing. So again, by late afternoon, we could see icy travel in areas north and west of Birmingham. Let's go to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And it's a Monday morning, so everybody going to work, going to school. These are not wind chill indices. A lot of people get the wind chill and the air temperatures confused. For freezing conditions, all we worried about is temperatures. 14, Florence and Hamilton. Huntsville, 18. Cullman, 17. Birmingham, Anniston, 21. Gadsden, 19. Tuscaloosa, 22. You can read these numbers. And again, we've got 20s all the way down to Gulf Shores. And again, it's going to be below freezing for a much longer period of time over the northern half of the state. That's where the black ice, the chance of a flash freeze is much higher. If you're in South Alabama, there could be some patchy bridge ice down here. It should not be as severe. It will be more patchy and isolated. But understand, there could be some icy spots, no doubt about that. South Alabama tomorrow morning. But the more widespread problems will most likely be across the northern half of the state with temperatures in the low 20s and teens here. So just be aware of that flash freeze, hazardous driving potential for late today, tonight, and tomorrow. And again, you've just got to prepare for that. If you're a first responder, work in the medical, you have plans, I'm sure, in place for this, but those plans need to be implemented. And again, we're watching Cherokee. Look at our camera down here. Let's see, we're at 31. Cherokee is in Colbert County, just to the southwest of Florence. There's Clanton, 56. That's a big drop, going from 56 this morning to 22 tomorrow morning there. And of course, we've got some pretty impressive numbers down south. So let's put the Gulf Shores sky cam up here. It makes me feel good. I just like looking at our beach cameras. So this is going to be coming from Gulf Shores, and 67 degrees with a dew point of 67. That's just fantastic. Beach Boulevard right here. That would be Sea and Suds. Drew, have you ever been to Sea and Suds?
It's probably not good to admit that I don't know that I have been, at least not in my memory.
Now, the Pink Ponies, you can't quite see it. The Pink Ponies, I know you've been to the Pink Pony. Maybe not?
I don't know. I think so, but not at any time that I can remember recently, so I'm sorry. Maybe as a kid.
So, Ryan, what's over here? We've got Mikey's over here. Yep. We got all kind of places. We can talk about food for a while. You been to Mikey's?
I believe I've been to Mikey's.
Okay, that's one of our favorites down here. Of course, the hangout is right over here. But again, these cameras are just incredible. And remember, you can see these anytime you want on the Alabama Weather Network app, full screen. They're gorgeous. The Region Skycam network. Let's go down to Orange Beach. We have another camera just down the street at the Perdido Pass. We'll take a look at that one. And again, they're going to be 67. And again, that's the Perdido Pass right here. Many folks have been through that going fishing. We've got a cool Spanning Alabama story on fishing down at Gulf Shores. I had a chance to go out with a crew and had a great time. You'll see that on Spanning Alabama. But that's looking back off to the east. Let's skip across the bay to Dauphin Island. We have two cameras, not one, but two on Dauphin Island. This will be the southern Skycam. 16, that's overlooking the Gulf. The other one overlooks the bay. 69 over 68. Look at the wind here. Southeast wind at 26, gusting to 35. Very strong gradient winds out ahead of that. Let's go up to Mobile.
Oh, sorry. I switched you to the north.
Okay, that's our north. By the way, that's the north Dauphin Island Skycam overlooking the bay. There's the Dauphin Island Bridge right there. These things are just outstanding. I mean, I can't tell you how good this camera network is. Check this out. What a view. Wow. Shipyard, Mobile Bay.
You got the United States over there from Spanning Alabama.
That is another Spanning Alabama story on the SS United States. If you've not seen that, you really ought to see that story. That's a fascinating story. But again, we're at 66, temp 66, dew point 66. Strong south-southeast winds at 29, gusting to 34. Let's go over to the Eastern Shore cameras. Can we look at the Grand Hotel? This is the one at Point Clear. We have a camera at the Grand Hotel. And again, what we're looking at, it's the environmental conditions here. And again, that's Mobile Bay, pretty choppy with those strong winds. And let's go up the road to Fairhope. This is overlooking the Fairhope Pier, about 10 miles north of Point Clear. And again, you can see that south wind with the flag here. Look at that, 73. Goodness gracious. Dew point 71. How about a 71-degree dew point on a January day? That is very ripe, very juicy air mass. You typically expect to see a dew point of 71 in June. So that is quite an anomaly, and again, that could set the stage for some active weather. So let's go back to the radar. And is that Oshew's video we're looking at here in the stream up on the top? Trying to
double check. That is Kevin, actually.
Oh, it's Kevin, okay. It's Kevin Henderson. And again, there's Kevin.
Oh, there he is.
Right there. There he is. And again, we're watching John and Kevin. And of course, as we get into the severe weather situation, it's going to be very important for what they're going to provide for us today. from the air and from the ground. They're drones and from the ground. At least they're not going to worry about drones icing up today. They're going to be in the regions where it's going to be in the 70s today. But there's your front right there. All right, cold front from near Gadsden to Clanton to Selma, down to Grove Hill, and then down to Citronelle. And in advance of that, there could be a few severe storms in here. And what you got, Drew? Looks like some flooding issues. Goodness.
Yeah, just aerial flood advisory was just issued by the Weather Service in Birmingham for this portion. We'll zoom in here real quick for parts of Jefferson, and it looks like just Jefferson and Shelby counties. It does include downtown Birmingham, kind of the core of the Birmingham metro area. That includes Hoover. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further. Bessemer, Hueytown. Got Pelham, Alabaster. Looks like Trussville's kind of right there on the edge of it. Fultondale, Adamsville. So yeah, kind of that sort of central and southern part of Jefferson County, kind of the northwestern part of Shelby County. Also includes Highway 280 there, Inverness, Greystone, Vestavia, so Irondale. So basically, of course, we've had lots of rain. We've talked about the rain being an issue here, and so I'll just read off the text real quick. So this is basically for minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So, this is something that it's certainly something to pay attention to, but a lot of times this is issued when you start to get to the point where you start to have some of that nuisance flooding that, again, typical places that like to flood start to fill up. So you just want to avoid, if you know areas that always end up with ponding or some standing water on the roadways, just, take it easy as you're out there. But we continue to have the rainfall, so that's part of the problem too. We've had a good bit of that's already happened, and then we continue to see more. You can see back off towards the southwest. It's going to be a while before it stops raining, and so you can see that just as we're kind of getting that point now. We were looking at the model yesterday where you kind of had that training rain in this part of the state. That 2059 corridor points to the north, where as the front's still making its way through, we have a lot of rain behind it, and so that's why we've got that flood advisory that's been issued here. So again, take it easy. Obviously, don't be crossing any roadways that happen to have some water on them. And Bill, do you have some reports or some video related to that?
As if on perfect cue, here is our intrepid skywatcher John Talbot, who is in Vestavia. He's at Maryvale Road and US 31, showing that nuisance flooding you're talking about right there. Crossing US 31, very heavy, very heavy water there. We're getting lots of reports of hydroplaning across the Birmingham metro area right now. And, you can hit this water when you least expect it and lose control of your car. There's a Vestavia Hills policeman there kind of watching this area. But, especially further down US 31, Vestavia has a real history of flooding. They're doing some great mitigation work there now. But this is right by the Board of Education and the West Elementary School there, right near the library. So thank you to John for getting us this information, because that was perfect timing, Drew.
Absolutely.
All right, so 1024, Alabama Weather Network. We were here all day yesterday. We're here all day today. Weekend warriors. That's the way it works sometimes in weather. So we have a dynamic system coming through. We've had it all. We've had 70s, we've had ice, we've had heavy rains and flooding issues, and this is where we stand right now. This is the big picture. There's your cold front right there, that little thin line of heavier showers. That's the front. In advance of the front, to the east, we have a chance of severe storms down here in South and Southeast Alabama. The greatest chance of severe storms, I think, today will be along and east of I-65, south of Interstate 85. For these central counties, just rain. And temperatures come down really quickly once the rain, the front comes through. I was just checking some of the observations over here. The Renaissance at 33, Renaissance Shoals, they're down to 33. Watching those numbers in northwest Alabama carefully. Gadsden's down to 43. The front is coming through right now. The winds have shifted to the north. That's one of our new sky cams overlooking downtown Gadsden. This is a sky cam on top of Grandview Medical Center. The Birmingham Metro, they're 56 degrees with a dew point of 54. West wind, the front has come on through Birmingham. Temperatures will be dropping for the rest of the day. Hatton, Lawrence County, between Moulton and Florence, 34. Temperatures are going to be dropping. They'll be below freezing soon. And again, the initial concern will be the northwestern part of the state and the Tennessee Valley with the cold air moving south. Hoover, Galleria Tower, we've got 46 degrees with a dew point of 45. North wind averaging 20, gusting to 40. That's that colder air rushing in here, and we're going to see temperatures dropping there. Huntsville on Montesano Mountain, they're at 39. So again, for the Huntsville Metro, still just above freezing with mid to upper 30s there. But again, as you go in the 20s later today, you'll have some icing problems tonight and tomorrow morning. Again, we're expecting black ice over the northern half of the state tonight and tomorrow morning. That's the most widespread black ice. South Alabama, patchy ice on bridges tomorrow morning, not as widespread as the northern half of the state. Mobile, what a different story there. 66 over 66. Temperature 66, dew point 66. South wind at 24, gusting to 34. One of our new sky cams on the network in downtown Mobile. Montgomery, no severe weather for you. You're at 59 degrees. The wind is currently out of the south, but that wind is going to shift around to the west and then northwest once the front passes here in about 30 or 45 minutes. You'll see a quick drop there. That's our sky cam at Patterson Field. Beautiful camera there. Love that shot. That's Nakalula Falls in Gadsden. Up on the mountain, they're at 44 and dropping. The front has come on through Gadsden. So it's going to be just conditions will be all over the board today. At one point this afternoon, we're going to have 70s at Dothan. We'll have 20s at Florence. A 50-degree swing on either side of that front. But that's the back edge of this mess coming through the Mississippi Delta. That back edge will be coming through Alabama later today. The rain will be ending from west to east, and we see no chance of any precipitation tonight, tomorrow, or all week. It's just going to be cold. Cold and dry throughout the week. So once this thing gets out of here, we'll be dry for a while. One positive, though, we've still got a decent chunk of the state in some type of drought. So this will certainly help that. Again, many spots will likely see a storm total of 2 inches of rain from this thing, which is certainly a very good thing. But that's one of the few positives with all of this. The big concern, again, icing tonight, tomorrow morning, and the chance of a few isolated tornadoes down here in the central, southeast part of the state. And Drew, I was going to see if you had a chance to look at these severe weather metrics down here. We all get so busy. Drew's kind of my wingman while I'm over here yakking away. Drew has the ability to take a look at severe weather parameters. We look at parameters, instability, shear, things that are necessary for tornado formation. So let's go to Drew for some thoughts on what the atmosphere looks like down here.
Yeah, James, we'll kind of look at some of that together here. But again, just as a reminder, this is the latest severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. So again, showing that yellow area, that's that level 2 slight risk, where we have the little bit better chance of seeing maybe some damaging wind gusts and also the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. So again, that includes basically kind of the southern part of Washington County through southern Clark, Monroe County, Butler counties, and then also in the kind of southern parts of Lowndes, Montgomery, and moving over into parts of, Lee, or actually, I guess Lee is part of the marginal risk there, but we've got further to the south, Barber County is in there as well. So that Greenville, Troy, Eufaula, Dothan, Geneva, Andalusia, Monroeville, and Atmore, and Mobile and Gulf Shores are within that area. And then again, the green there that goes a little bit further to the north, that's the marginal risk. That includes places like Selma and kind of near Thomasville and Chatham, but also includes Montgomery and Auburn, Opelika. And so this is going to be the area we're going to be watching here in just in the next few hours as the front pushes through towards the south. So as far as taking a look at some of those parameters here, so we'll take a look at our Barron model. So this is our from our friends at Barron up in Huntsville. This is their model. That's their high resolution model. So this is looking at the instability along with, we're also kind of looking at the low level jet here, which can sometimes help, especially in these kind of situations this time of year. Even if you don't have a ton of instability, if you have a really good low level jet, that can help. And so you're also seeing there's that cold air. That's not the low level jet. That's the cold air basically coming in, the cold air advection behind the front. But you can see here as we move through the next few hours that we do have some instability. Now, looking at the color scale here, we're kind of in these light blues. That's in the weak part of the scale. You get a little bit into the green. That's a little bit more moderate, but I mean, we're definitely nowhere near strong or extreme instability. Now, this time of year, you don't expect to get that. It's even when you're as warm as we're going to be in the southern part of the state the next couple of hours. We're still not getting really extreme instability. And the low level jet is not looking super crazy or anything like that. It's up to probably about the fact that we're even seeing anything here up to probably 40 or 50 miles per hour, but it's not anything that's just screaming there. So that's good to see. But and again, the instability is fairly weak as we get later. Further on into kind of 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's showing it upticking a little bit there in that far southeastern corner, Geneva County, maybe Coffee and Dale, and then also into Houston and Henry counties as well. And just to kind of get a quick sample of that, we'll see if we can see what those values are. These may not mean a lot to you, but it does help us. So yeah, we're sitting there just a little bit above 1,000. It's kind of one of those thresholds that we sort of look at, a little bit above 1,000 down in the panhandle of Florida. So, I mean, this is okay instability for this time of year. We'll kind of roll it through here, and that looks like, about the peak is going to be trying to get close to 1,000 there in parts of Henry County, maybe a little bit right around 1,000 there. So maybe in that, 1 or 2 o'clock, we'll have to continue just to watch really closely as we kind of maximize our instability there in the southeast before the front exits the state. Now we'll take a look at, here's another index here that we look at, which is called EHI. This kind of takes both the instability and also your wind shear and the helicity in the environment, tries to come up with an index of where severe weather may be possible. So let me get this sorted out here properly, where we can see the correct time frame. There we go. Now this is, and again, you can't take this always as the gospel as far as what you see on these products, because sometimes they may show something a little bit higher in places you may not expect it. It's showing a little bit of an elevation here, actually further north than we would kind of expect. Now again, this is kind of getting into that northern edge of really the marginal risk area, the level 1 area that's up kind of in this direction here. So in that area, there could be some strong winds. I mean, I think what you're seeing there is likely the possibility of some strong straight line winds. Of course, we've had some really strong gradient winds earlier in the day and are happening right now, but this would potentially be some strong straight line winds with that thin line as it's coming through further towards the east. But then as you look further towards the south, again, you see a little bit more of an uptick. And again, we're still low end of the scale. We're not way up here on it. This isn't some spring day where we've got everything kind of pegging the scale and we're really worried about significant tornadoes. But this is at least showing some possibility in that southern and southeastern part of the state. But it never really gets out of hand with this. So that's good to see that these indices are not really indicating anything that's overly concerning. And so, but still, either way, we're expecting we will get a tornado watch here fairly shortly, as the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned already and has put out in their discussion. And so, and there's still there, don't want to downplay it too much. There's still enough there that we are concerned that we could have a couple of tornadoes and certainly could have some gusty winds. And so we will be obviously watching these things and keeping track of them as we move through time here, James.
It's amazing to see how wide an area this thing covers. We've got issues all the way from Texas to Boston. I mean, it's let's pop up a quick national composite, just kind of show you this mess. And by the way, it's snowing in El Paso, Texas. I think I got a few images from a follower in El Paso, Texas, Mexican border. They've got snow falling there. Again, the big precipitation's moved out of Texas. Dallas is a mess this morning with ice. But again, you can see the ice kind of curving up here through Mississippi, Northwest Alabama, Middle Tennessee, Nashville on ice. Limbs are breaking. It's a mess. 100,000 people with no power. The icing going up into West Virginia, and then a band of really good, impressive snow here. New York City getting snow, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Boston, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis. It's a whopper. This is one of these classic winter storms that affects so many people across the eastern half of the United States. And again, once this thing moves out, we're going to be just cold and dry for a while. And there's all this social media buzz about next weekend. And again, the problem we have, a lot of people follow these rogue engagement farm accounts, and they are there for one thing, to gain social media engagement. They are not there to help you. They are there to monetize. And you've seen some folks posting snow maps of 3 feet, 4 feet, historic storm, unlike anything that's ever happened in Alabama this weekend. And that was one deterministic model run. It went away on the next run, and it's not shown back up. The signal for any winter storm this weekend has basically gone away. The American global model, the GFS, it's gone away. European global model has never shown it. And so just again, the trolls have been on the loose today. And remember, trolls, listen, if you want to attack me, that's fine. But listen, you can't hurt my feelings. You cannot do it. Why, Drew? Why?
There's none left.
I have no feelings left to hurt. Some guy said he was going to beat me with a tire iron because I forecast a snowstorm for Birmingham and it just rained. You know, as it goes, within the last 3 days, this forecast is as good as it gets. We have a limited skill set with winter storms, but it could not be any better than how this one played out in terms of the forecast for the last 3 days. 5 days ago, there was a signal. There could be some snow or ice maybe farther south, but again, it was just a signal and it wasn't a specific forecast. So, but that's okay. Troll away, trolls. It's entertaining for us. So again, that's the big national picture. If you're traveling, by the way, good luck flying into D.C., New York, Baltimore, Boston, Chicago, St. Louis. It's just a mess. Atlanta's had some icing problems. It's a mess in Atlanta. Air traffic is a mess. In fact, I'm scheduled to speak in Houston at the American Meteorological Society annual meeting this week, and hopefully I'll make it. The flight is not until Tuesday, but we'll see. The air traffic is all messed up all around the nation. So let's see here. Do we know if this is John or Kevin's video we're seeing
This
here?
is Kevin, and
right.
he
we have
says
his audio
he's...
by any chance? I don't think
Say that again?
Do we have his audio by any chance? I don't think we do.
We should. You can try. He's not muted. So
okay, Kevin, can you hear us by any chance?
1, 2, 3.
Yes. Okay, we got you. Tell us where you are. What you got?
This is looking at I-65 south, just past mile marker 196.
Okay, I'm sorry,
And
Kevin.
as far as what city, I'm not exactly sure.
What was the mile marker again?
Mayberry?
196.
196.
Okay. So
The bridge right there in front of me is County Road 20.
So you would be most likely somewhere. Are you south of Montgomery? Kevin, are you south of Montgomery?
No, I'm north of Montgomery currently.
Okay. It's probably up around the Microwave Hill, the Autauga-Chilton line, somewhere up in there. And again, it's just rainy and foggy. And again, this is just good old foggy rain. The severe threat is well south of there. Okay, yeah, you're in South Chilton County. Okay, that's near Marbury, Verbena, northern Autauga, southern Chilton. And again, obviously temperatures are dropping there, but again, no issues at all. The severe threat is south of Montgomery. The severe threat is, again, mainly east of Interstate 65 and south of Interstate 85, in that southeastern part of the state. So again, there's our severe weather outlook, and this is updated right at 10:30. I think this will be the new update. SPC updates these graphics at midnight, at 6 a.m., and then at 10:30 a.m. In fact, I'll double check it here.
Yeah, that's
okay.
the latest.
So this is and this is basically no change in the severe weather outlook for today. We have a risk of severe storms defined here from near Chatham. And again, this is the level 2 risk, Chatham up to about Fort Deposit, Tuskegee, and Phoenix City. The areas in yellow here, that is the level 2 out of 5 threat. And again, this is for the possibility of storms with strong, potentially damaging wind and maybe a few brief isolated tornadoes. So if you are in this zone, be sure that you got a way of getting warnings. To the north, we have a low level 1 out of 5 threat up to Thomasville, Selma, Dadeville, and Lafayette in Chambers County. And there could be a strong storm possibly, but that front is rapidly moving through, and so far the storms have been very behaved. So we can pop the radar back on here real quick, Drew. I just wanted to show you the current status of the line of storms. We have nothing severe at this point, but we do note lightning is increasing. In fact, there's the front right there. Let's go to the Mobile radar, because we got the storms that will be coming into Mobile, and we might want to get that Mobile camera focused not on Mobile Bay, but looking north and northwest. Maybe Bill can handle that for us. So again, This is the line of storms along the front now, coming into the Mobile Delta. It's coming in towards Saraland, which is north of Mobile. And again, it's going to be in Mobile pretty soon. Again, we'll get our Mobile camera turned around and looking northwest up in that direction. Line of storms coming up into southern Clark County. It's come on through Jackson. And again, we have 25 lightning strikes. The lightning is ramped up. There's no doubt we've had an increase in intensity here. Storms are about to come into Monroe County. They extend up into Wilcox County around Camden. And again, this is the segment we'll be watching right here. This is going to be coming through South Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. A lot of people watch us in the Florida Panhandle. Thank you. And any of these could go severe within the next few hours. And that's the reason we are here. One of the reasons we're here, that and the icing up to the northwestern part of the state. And again, we've got John Olshu and Kevin Henderson. They'll be kind of working the I-65 corridor. We'll get them down in a place where they can get a good look at these things. But let's take a look at our Mobile camera, if we can, Drew. This is looking to the north from downtown Mobile. And again, that's your line of storms right here. All right, Bill, we can pan up a little bit and get that the light hickey-doo out of the frame there. That would be good. The more sky we see, the better. Light hickey-doo is not going to bother anybody. The storms will. There we go. So again, and pan down just a little bit so we can see the ground level. That would be good about right there. So again, that's your line of storms coming into downtown Mobile. Notice the metrics here. Temperature 69, dew point 68. Very strong southeast wind flowing into the storms. Winds gusting to 34. And we'll be watching this camera carefully. These low-level winds, low-level jets screaming in here. Drew, look at those clouds. I mean, they are just screaming along here. And but so far, we've had not a single warning, right, in Mississippi or Alabama so far.
No, James. Yeah, it's at this point, I think we are clear. I'll go ahead and switch it back to the radar. We'll just double check that. But we, outside of, the Weather Service has been issuing. We don't typically show these on the map, but there's been some significant weather advisories that they've been issuing along the line of storms here that you see, just for kind of indicating that they are stronger thunderstorms. There might be 40, 50 mile per hour winds potential with them, heavy rain, obviously some lightning. But as we kind of zoom back out, yeah, we don't have any sort of warnings or anything. And of course, Mississippi, as far as severe weather is concerned, they're just about done. Let me just get just put the national radar back on for a second. So really, the heaviest thunderstorms are right there in that southeastern corner of Mississippi, about to move into Pascagoula, and so after that, there's nothing left really for them. So, but as far as the history of it, I'll just kind of back a couple hours. I don't recall seeing anything as we've been kind of watching things move in. Nothing's really reached a severe criteria back in South Mississippi anytime this morning that I've seen. So, I think that's a good sign. Hopefully now, I think also the part of the reason they've got severe weather risk where they do over here is because as we get into later this morning and into the afternoon, we'll be able to maximize that potential here that they weren't able to do that in South Mississippi earlier this morning. But yeah, so far the storms have been fairly well behaved. What we'll be watching for, and I'm going to switch our radar back to one of our single site radars here, is what's happening. Of course, we'll be watching the line itself because there could be some little kinks in the line. There could be some strong winds in the line here. But we'll also have to be watching to see if there's any decent cells that form out ahead of that line. I'm going to switch our radar over to the east a little bit here. We'll see if we see anything. Yeah, so right now, these little cells out here in front, they're near Evergreen, north of 65, and the one there north of that, more in Escambia County. Those aren't anything we'd be worried about this month. They're just little small showers, basically. But if we get a stronger looking thunderstorm starting to form out ahead of the line there, that'll be some of the ones, some of the models have been showing possibility for that, and those will be the ones we'll have to watch the most for, possibly a tornado. So as we look at these right now, I'll just kind of quickly switch over and look at a velocity product. And so, yeah, at this point, there's nothing that is overly concerning with any of this. We'll be kind of watching these through the next hour or two to see if any of them start to spin any at all. Looking at our shear product here, we don't see anything that's super concerning at this point. Switch over maybe to the Maxwell radar, kind of look a little bit further north. Now, I will say that this line that has already passed through the Birmingham metro is now moving towards Sylacauga, has kind of passed through Clanton at this point, moving towards Prattville, moved through, it's basically right now about to move through Otaugaville, Whitehall. It's already moved through Selma, and you got heavy rain there, but that strong line has already moved through. Again, no warnings along this, just been those significant weather advisories. And we'll just look at the velocity real quick off that. So again, I don't see anything that's too concerning as far as any sort of rotation, but if we sample a couple of the wind values there, yeah, 40, 50 miles per hour. And again, that's not right at the surface. That's 2,000 or 3,000 feet off the ground. And so, you're not necessarily going to get those kind of winds at the surface. So we move a little bit further away from the ground. So as I query these further towards the south, I'm getting farther away from the radar. And so I'm seeing the wind further up. And James was mentioning earlier, looking at the mobile camera, that you can see those clouds are really kind of screaming and moving really fast. Well, there's kind of your evidence there. As we get higher off the ground, we're seeing those speeds increase quite a bit. Now that's around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. So that's part of the reason the clouds are moving so fast, because you've got 60, 70 mile per hour winds at that level, but we don't have them at ground level. As we get closer to the radar, we're seeing 30, and actually at ground level is probably more 20, 30 something, gusting to 30 something. So at least at this point, we don't see any major issues with any of these. Now, not to say that eventually some of these cells could pull a little bit of that wind down to the ground, and so that we could get some reports of some trees down and things like that. But as we assess things right now, we're not seeing anything of major concern. I'll just take one look at these cells out here, kind of out ahead of things that the Maxwell radar is picking up a little bit better. Yeah, so right now, it doesn't look like anything too concerning, James, but we'll continue to watch it.
All right, and again, we'll watch these like a hawk. So one of the stories we're focused on, it's the chance of severe storms in South Alabama. The other issue, it's the icing in northwest Alabama. So let's go back up to the Columbus radar and look at northwest Alabama. And again, watch the sky cams over here. They're rotating through, and you're going to see everything from 70s to 20s, basically. But this is where temperatures are dropping below freezing again. The pink would represent freezing rain. The western part of Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, and maybe the northwest part of Marion County, where temperatures are at or maybe just below freezing. And again, we're very thankful overnight, as expected. Temperatures warmed all night, above freezing, soaking rain. Much of the ice went away that we had accumulated yesterday. But with temperatures dropping quickly, again, all that water goes back to ice. And again, that could create more icy travel up in here soon. In fact, there's our UNA camera. You saw 32. Renaissance Shoals, 32. So now both of our cameras in Florence are at the freezing mark at 32. We saw the Cherokee camera. They're at the freezing mark as well. Earlier, that rotated through. Russellville, they're at the freezing mark as well. So all of our sky cams up in here are showing 32, and the numbers will not go up today. They will be going down with cold air advection. So again, understand that this is going to be an icy mess in here with black ice, and even after this rain ends, we have the chance of black ice over the entire northern half of the state as the cold air rushes southward. Tomorrow morning we'll see teens in the Tennessee Valley, low 20s all the way down to Birmingham. And even South Alabama could see a few little patches of ice. I don't think it'll be as widespread there, but there could be some patchy bridge ice, not on roads, but bridges over South Alabama tomorrow morning. That's Hatton you see there. Hatton is in Lawrence County. They're down to 34. Hello?
There's
a siren.
Box.
Oh, tornado. I knew that was related to a product that we need to watch, okay? So this is our new tornado watch, all right? So the tornado watch, let's take the radar data off we can, Drew, so we can be sure I've got a clear view of the watch. Okay, so this is our tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock, all right? Tornado watch until 6 o'clock this evening. In Alabama, the counties are Baldwin, Escambia, Covington, Geneva, Houston, Henry, Coffee, Dale, Butler, Crenshaw, Pike, Barber, Russell, Macon, Bullock, and Montgomery. Can you name all those counties like that? Now, I've been doing this a long time, but again, those are the counties in Alabama under the tornado watch. And we should mention the Florida Panhandle, the western half of the Florida Panhandle under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. And that does include Panama City Beach and Bay County, Florida. Panama City Beach up to Mariana, basically Highway 231 west until 6 o'clock this evening. So again, That's one reason we're here. We're working the icing conditions in northwest Alabama and the chance of tornadoes. And like we talked about, I think SPC listened to me. Remember what I said, better chance of severe weather along and east of I-65, along and south of Interstate 85, and that's how they drew the box. I think that's a very good box, and our friends there do a great job. We have no warnings now. But let's pop the radar back on this thing, and again, you can see we have that line of showers and thunderstorms along the front. And again, north of US 80, the air is stable. There's some thunder and lightning here, but we don't expect any severe problems. If you're in Rockford, if you're in Wetumpka, if you're in Alexander City, Dadeville, Auburn, Opelika, the chance of severe weather here very low with this. It'll be pouring rain. It's windy. I understand that. It's a blustery day, but in terms of large hail, damaging wind, and a tornado, that's very unlikely north of US 80. The main concern, again, it's down here, Interstate 85 south and the western part of the Florida Panhandle in Baldwin County, Alabama. Let's look at the Mobile radar, and we should mention Mobile County is not in this watch. The risk of severe storms is basically going to be, the front's coming through Mobile now, and the storms are well behaved. We've got 14 lightning strikes. Let's check that Mobile camera if we can. If we can pop the Mobile Skycam up here, this will give us a good view of this. Don't know if Mobile's in the rotation here. All right, so here we go. Just kind of step out of the way here, and again, Ryan, can you take that full screen? Yeah, thank you. So this is looking north at the line of storms coming into downtown Mobile. And we'll just stay with this here for a couple of minutes. Nothing beats actually looking at this. But notice the wind up there. South wind sustained at 30, gusting to 40. It's very strong gradient winds ahead of this. And of course, this camera's up on, where's this camera located? Which building?
The RSA building.
The RSA building, okay. The big RSA tower in downtown Mobile. Everybody knows that one. So it's on top of the RSA tower. And again, at that altitude, we got winds gusting to 40. It's probably gusting to 30 down at the surface. And we'll just kind of watch the storm roll in. Again, this storm is not considered to be severe by classic definition. We have no large hail. We have no damaging wind. But again, as this comes into downtown Mobile, this is going to be shaking and baking that camera. And I don't see any lightning, which is good. But as the storms continue to move east beyond Mobile into the Florida Panhandle, in Baldwin County, the Florida Panhandle, the air is a little more conducive for severe storms. The instability values are higher. And again, that's going to be the case along and east of Interstate 65, south of Interstate 85. Yes, sir.
James, I stand corrected. It's the Renaissance Riverview.
Oh, okay.
In Mobile.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Okay.
That was my mistake.
Okay.
I thought I didn't know why we would be further down from that building, since that's the other one is the tallest building in the state. So that did kind of concern me.
Yeah. So that makes good sense. So again, let's stay with this, and again, we're just going to watch this storm roll in together. Again, this is live downtown Mobile, and again, this is not a severe storm. It is a storm that is very strong, very windy. It is sub-severe, but producing gusty winds, and obviously some thunder and lightning. And we're just going to watch this thing together. Again, this is, well, there's you go. There's the lightning. We've clearly got lightning within the storm. And again, here comes the rain. It will be so heavy that we can't see anything here in a matter of a minute or so. So we'll stay with this until we lose visibility. But again, we're watching the line of storms in advance of the cold front coming through downtown Mobile with the region's Skycam network. Best in the state by far. More cameras, more views. That will give us the ability to show you the weather. We understand that if you see the weather, you tend to take action quickly, and you tend to respond better if you see the weather and not just looking at radar. And again, that's one of the great advantages of what we have with this amazing Skycam network, the Region Skycam network. 6 minutes before 11, this is the Alabama Weather Network. We are live. We're covering the chance of severe storms over South Alabama, icing over North Alabama. You name it, we got it. It's a weather smorgasbord, a potpourri of weather today. And again, we will soon lose the visibility here, but I just wanted to stay with it to see if anything happens that we just might have an interest in. We don't see any evidence of any tornado activity on radar. We don't see any evidence of winds greater than 58 miles per hour on radar. And Mobile County is not under the tornado watch. The tornado watch is in effect for Baldwin County and points east and northeast. So again, the thinking is that the air will just not have time to really destabilize properly in Mobile County for a severe weather. And we should mention this is tornado watch number 4, fourth of the year from the Storm Prediction Center. And of course, we have many more to go. But again, this is a view that will be fading quickly as that rain continues to move into downtown Mobile. Heavy rain is falling out over the Parkway, Bayway, Causeway. They've got them all, parkways, bayways, causeways, you name it. They've got it in Mobile. And again, a lot of thunder and lightning. That'll be coming out over on the eastern shore. We'll be checking our cameras at, I believe Spanish Fort is down. Drew, is that, we're still down? I think we're down at Spanish Fort. We have a
yeah,
sky
I'll
cam
double
there.
check. As far as I know, it's
I pretty much think that we've lost, at the moment there's been a malfunction up on the tower. It's on the public television tower at Spanish Fort. But we do have cameras at Fairhope and at Point Clear. And those will give us amazing views of those storms coming in off the bay. But again, we're pretty much losing visibility here. So let's go back to the triple box. And again, we've got our 2 chasers in the field today. We have 2 today. Some days we'll have more than 2. We have John Oldshoe and Kevin Henderson. They are working their way into South Alabama, into the tornado watch zone. This is the sky cam at Mobile. It's pouring rain in downtown Mobile as the line of storms comes on through. And again, in the other box over here, you'll see the cameras rotating through different parts of the state because we don't want to lose emphasis on the northwestern part where we've got icing conditions there. So again, if we can, Drew, maybe we can look at the Fairhope camera and get that thing pointed at the, actually at the storm itself.
Yep, I have pointed it in that general direction. I'll let Bill fine tune it, but yeah, we'll switch over there now.
Okay, so there we go. And again, this is a look at the line of storms coming from Fairhope. And again, that's a great shot there, Drew. Thank you. And that'll be rolling into the eastern shore, Spanish Fort, Daphne, Fairhope, Point Clear, Wolf Bay, all the eastern shore communities here, and then rolling on to the east. But let's pop the radar back on here quickly. Again, we're going to go back and forth between sources here. So pouring rain in downtown Mobile. Pouring rain. And again, the yellow here, that represents the tornado watch in effect until 3 o'clock. And of course, for Baldwin County, it's going to be over by noon. But again, tornado watch for Baldwin County, strong storms over Mobile coming out across the northern part of Mobile Bay. The Causeway, the Bayway right here, Interstate 10, US 98. And again, Daphne, Fairhope, Point Clear down here. We've got sky cams looking back into this. But so far, there's just no evidence of anything. You've been looking at the radar, Drew. You don't see any problems, do you, so far?
No, not so far. We'll take a quick look at the velocity real quick. Of course, you see there is quite a bit of lightning, and this is 21 strikes. You know, whenever we're talking about the strikes you see up there, that's basically the number of strikes you see within this map view within the last 3 minutes. So there's been quite a bit of lightning with this, as we saw on the camera earlier. Let's take a look, see if we got the values. Just to my eye here don't look too intimidating, but we'll just kind of get a little sample here along where we see some of the higher ones. And again, we're getting 20, 30, a little bit over 40 miles per hour. We are pretty close to the radar here. Yeah, we're really close. There's the radar right there. So you're really close to the radar, and we're getting up maybe 30, 40 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. So certainly there's going to be some gusty winds along with it, but we're not seeing anything extreme or anything that looks like a problem, and not seeing any rotation or anything like that that we're concerned about. Again, there's no warning on this. There's I believe a significant weather alert that just kind of, again, talks about the possibility for 40, 50 mile per hour winds and that it's a strong thunderstorm. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that concerns me so far with this one.
All right, so again, let's go to the Skycam again at Fairhope, looking back into that. And again, this will just kind of give you a view of the storm, a bird's eye view, if you will. And look at these numbers here, 73 with a dew point of 70. How about that for a January day? And again, we stress, like Drew said, we see absolutely no evidence of any rotation, no evidence of any tornado. If there was, there'd be a tornado warning, and there's not one. But again, conditions during the course of the, yes, sir.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile.
Okay, so the Weather Service in Mobile has now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile County. So let's go back to the radar. Let's see, the polygon is not yet, there it is. So this is for southern Mobile County, all right? So this is your severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Again, this is Interstate 10 right here. Interstate 10 kind of defines the northern extent of this polygon. And understand, everybody will have rain, thunder, and lightning. But the greatest chance of stronger winds, and again, the criteria is 58 miles per hour, will be down here in the southern part of Mobile County. This is south of Mobile. It's pouring in Mobile now. And again, Drew, you're looking at the wind velocities. What do you see there?
Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't look far enough south, I guess. I was looking more towards Mobile. But yeah, now that we look in the southern part of the county, and again, we're just a couple hundred feet off the ground at this point from as far as where the radar sampling. They're showing 57, 61, 64. So yeah, that gets us to the criteria. So I would think decent chance that you are getting some gusts close to that, to those values there, right there, approaching Bayou Battery at this point. And it's basically already kind of come through Grand Bay. So you can see here that looks like Roy Miller Road has already passed through there. Highway 188, Little River Road, near Bayou Battery, Argyle Road, and even right there, that last little scan looks a little interesting there. That looks like a decent gust. I want to just kind of, not sure if that's real or not, but that can't be right.
That's side lobe, I think.
Yeah, I think that may be
side
some
lobe
contamination. Yeah, well, for one thing, we may not have gotten the next scan of the radar in, but it's displaced from the data a good bit there. So yeah, either way, it looks like we do have possibility for some strong winds, maybe some damaging winds with this right now.
All right, so it's 11:02. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for the southern part of Mobile County. This is south of Mobile. Everybody will have a storm, but the greatest chance of damaging wind is down here in the southern part of the county. Storms coming through Grand Bay. Again, Interstate 10 kind of represents the northern extent of this severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Bayou Battery is right here. Coden is right here. And again, of course, you've got, this is the southern extent of Mobile County. Then you got Dauphin Island. This, by the way, we should mention, does not include Dauphin Island. And this storm will be coming across Mobile Bay. And then you got the eastern shore of Baldwin County here. We'll see how the storms behave and to see if warnings are required for the eastern shore. But again, for the moment, the warning is for southern Mobile County. That will be in effect until 11:30 for about the next 30 minutes. These storms are advancing rapidly. And again, if you just joined us, we have a tornado watch for Baldwin County and points north and east, south and southeast Alabama until 3 o'clock this afternoon, and includes the Florida Panhandle. So again, that's one main reason we're here. And the other reason we're here, we're watching the situation in northwest Alabama in icing. And again, we've got Skycams rotating through so you can see current conditions, our region Skycam network. These are all real-time conditions and temperatures and dew points, so you can kind of see your town and see how close you are to freezing if you're in the northern part of the state. We have to focus on life-threatening weather. I hope you understand that. It's all very high impact, but when it comes to priority, tornado is always going to be at the top. And severe thunderstorms, of course, the icing conditions, that's a broad, long-term thing. And we'll get back to that as soon as we can. But again, the focus in the short term is going to be on these storms down here in southeast Alabama. If we can check our Skycam again at Fairhope. Again, we're looking back into this to see what that looks like. And we might want to get that point clear camera pointed in that direction as well. So we'll have two different angles. We've got a camera about 10 miles down the road at Point Clear. This is coming from Fairhope. And the segment that is not considered to be severe will likely come through Fairhope. Again, it's going to be very robust with tremendous amounts of rain, thunder, lightning, gusty winds. But it seems like the better chance of maybe a damaging wind would be down to the south. And also, if we get that South Mobile camera build, the Dauphin Island camera looking, the North Dauphin Island camera looking north up into that, we'll have different angles of this. So let's go to Point Clear. And again, this is coming from the Grand Hotel. And we're kind of looking back into that particular part of the storm. And I think we've got this one pointed maybe toward the southwest. We need to go back to the go back to the northeast, or northwest, I'm sorry, looking back into this. But again, we'll get these online here in just a second. But again, we'll watch these. Let's go to Dauphin Island North. Drew, if we can do that one real quick. Again, this will give us a view north Again, this is looking back into Mobile Bay from the northern part of Dauphin Island. And again, these are the cameras that will show that cluster of severe storms. Again, notice the southeast wind at 30, gusting to 38. Temperature 69, dew point 68. Let's go back to Point Clear. We'll take a look at that. We've got that one positioned now looking into the storm. And again, from Point Clear, you're just going to see a pretty dark cloud. And at some point, you'll ultimately see a shelf cloud with that. Again, from Point Clear, that storm is probably about 10 miles away at this time, moving across Mobile Bay. And if we don't have it, that's okay. Let's just go back to the, there we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it. It's just being a little finicky with my commands.
So sometimes they're a bit finicky. Yeah, we want to look at the flag there, kind of go back in this direction right over here. Yeah, back in here. And again, we just can't see a lot. And again, we stress this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. That's pretty good view there, seeing those very strong winds out of the south here flowing into that from the Grand Hotel. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we'll kind of reset things here. The reason we're focusing on this, it's the one warning we have in the state. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern part of Mobile County, in effect until 11:30 for about the next 25 minutes. And again, this does not include Dauphin Island. Dauphin Island's down here. It includes areas south of Mobile. So it's basically between Mobile and Dauphin Island. And if you're in this polygon, you can expect strong winds, maybe exceeding 50 miles per hour. Tremendous amounts of rain. Don't think we have any hail involved in this. But again, we're seeing evidence of some pretty strong winds in through here, and that'll be coming out across Mobile Bay. And again, the cameras we have, this is Point Clear, this is Fairhope right here, looking back into it. So again, we'll watch this thing very carefully. And if we can, Drew, I want to show the tornado watch really quickly. Some questions about that. We'll show the expanse of the tornado watch, who's in and who's out. So the counties in yellow, those are counties under a tornado watch. And again, Baldwin County here, you're under a tornado watch. The Florida Panhandle over to US 231, Panama City, Mariana. In Alabama, again, it's basically, I should say the watch is until 6 o'clock. I said 3 o'clock. 6 o'clock, that's the expiration time. And again, the best way to visualize this, it's for areas east of I-65, south of Interstate 85. The northernmost counties are Montgomery, Macon, and Russell. And then the southernmost counties, of course, down here would be Houston, Geneva, Covington, Escambia, and Baldwin. But this would include places like Eufaula, Union Springs, Troy, Luverne, Greenville, Georgiana, Evergreen, Atmore, Bruton, Opp, Andalusia, Geneva, Enterprise, Ozark, Abbeville, Headland, Clio. Any of these communities here in southeast and South Alabama. Tornado watch until 6 o'clock, and that also includes the Florida Panhandle until 6 o'clock Central Time this evening. So we'll go back to the radar, and again, we have one warning for one storm that's on the front, and that's in South Mobile County. The thunderstorm is coming through Mobile. I mean, it's not a good Sunday morning in Mobile. It's pouring rain in downtown Mobile, but that's your warning here for southern Mobile County. And if we, again, Drew talks through our velocities here. Looks like that looks a little more realistic on the last volume.
Yeah, I am trying to investigate that. Also checking in with the Weather Service in Mobile, see if they have any thoughts on that. Well, we talked about that potential sideload contamination, where that looks like it could be erroneous. Right here looks a little weird, but further back towards the west, it still does look like there could be some rotation with this. And I will say that they did tag in this warning, it is a tornado possible. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but sometimes the Weather Service, if they're a little concerned about a tornado forming, they'll tag it as tornado possible. So that is what they tagged this warning because of the fact that it did have some circulation. So I haven't seen any comment yet on that. Let me just switch, I'll try a different product here, see what it looks like. Yeah, I think that's a little hot there on that product. I'm not sure that's totally real. It is zeroing in on there could be something here. And you're seeing even in the reflectivity, got a little bit of an appendage here, which we always are watching for those. So at a minimum, decent chance we're getting some heavy winds and potentially some damaging straight line winds there, looking at this velocity, but still trying to work out what we're seeing. I'll even switch to our correlation coefficient. And it's showing, this again is hard to interpret sometimes when you got some messiness on the radar, but it looks like that's mainly just kind of some inflow there. That's that big blue right there. But it's kind of out in front of the actual rainfall. So it's probably just, of course, again, we've talked about, we've got some really heavy winds kind of screaming into these thunderstorms. So decent chance you're just it's picking up on some leaf debris and other things getting blown off trees as it's the wind is kind of moving out of the south into the storm there. So again, we're going to watch this very intently here and continue to give updates. But I would still say, if you're in Bayou La Battery, if you're in Coden, if you're in these areas, I would just go ahead and, course of least regret, get in your normal, shelter place just in case that there could be something with that. Definitely make sure you're inside and kind of in the center part of the house. We'll continue to watch it here, but I would say just to make sure in case something happens quickly, wouldn't be a bad idea to sort of be in your safe space here for a little bit. And this is going to move through pretty quickly, so it's not going to stay in there for very long. But again, East Davenport Street, Little River Road there in Bayou La Battery. It looks like, Coden might be a little further to the south, but just to be safe, Highway 188, Deacle Road, Bellingrath Road, I guess going down towards Bellingrath Gardens. And so some of these areas here around Bayou La Battery, I'd go ahead and just maybe take your shelter there just for a little bit as we can kind of get this storm through there, just in case.
So again, we're working severe storms in South Alabama and ice in Northwest Alabama. It happens sometimes. And again, there's our Mobile camera you see right there, 58. Temperatures come way down. Dew points come down, pouring rain. You can't see anything. That's our sky cam in downtown Mobile. And again, we're rotating through the sky cams in that box over here. There's Montgomery, the front approaching Montgomery. They're at 64. And again, they'll have the storms in there very soon. But just pouring rain. Downtown Mobile, and that line of storms stretches south down into South Mobile County. And again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Mobile County. Downtown Mobile is right here. There's Pritchard. And again, that's the western shore of Mobile Bay. And again, that warning is set until 11:30, and that's for the possibility of strong winds, maybe enough wind to cause some damage in a situation like that. And again, that will be coming across Mobile Bay, then impacting the eastern shore of Baldwin County. And we'll see if the Weather Service extends the warning out into Baldwin. We stress we see no evidence of a tornado at this point. There's no evidence of that. It's mainly just strong winds. And again, the line does extend down almost to Dauphin Island. So let's quickly
I was just going to say the Weather Service looks like they issued a special weather statement downstream over here in Baldwin County. So I don't know if that means that they're not going to extend the warning at this point, but just so you know as far as what they're going to do.
Let's go back to the sky cams if we can. Let's kind of work our way south. We'll start at Fairhope. And again, these are our region Skycam network cameras that you look into a storm. You can't see anything with the Mobile camera. It's just gray right now. It's pouring in downtown Mobile. So this will be our Skycam at Fairhope. And again, that's looking back into the shelf cloud in advance of that line of storms. Dew point is up to 70 on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay. Let's go down to Point Clear. Same thing on the eastern shore, about 10 miles south of Fairhope, looking back into this. And the Skycam at Point Clear will pretty much show the same thing. We've got that shelf cloud and very strong winds here. You can see the flags. We got strong southeast winds here. And let's go to Dauphin Island North. We have two cameras on Dauphin Island. This will be our northern camera, and this is going to be looking into the storm complex from the south. And again, that's down in Crenshaw County. There's the Dauphin Island camera. And again, this is the Dauphin Island Bridge you see right here. You see that everybody's familiar with that. That's looking back up into Mobile Bay. Strong south winds and flowing into that. 30 miles an hour sustained winds gusting to 38. And again, for the moment, Dauphin Island is not in the warning. The warning is for areas just north of there, but just wanted to show different views of the storm as it comes in with all of these cameras we have down there. So back to the radar, it's 11:14. We're working a line of severe storms in South Mobile County. And again, the line itself, of course, extends farther north, but in terms of severe classification, we've got that one spot where the Weather Service in Mobile believes the storms could be severe. Pouring rain at Bay Minette. Up in Baldwin County, it's about to start pouring at Stapleton. Loxley's about to have some heavy rain here along Interstate 10. Of course, the Eastern Shore is about to have that heavy rain as well. Heavy rain falling on the Causeway, the Bayway, US 9831, Interstate 10. And that will be sweeping across Baldwin County here. And there's a tornado watch in effect for Baldwin County. That would include Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Foley, the whole county, tornado watch in areas north and northeast of there. The Florida Panhandle, much of South and Southeast Alabama, the watch in effect until 6. It will not last that long for Baldwin County because the storms will be out of there probably by 12:30 for sure. But again, it's just absolutely pouring in downtown Mobile, the Delta here, but thunder, lightning, but no evidence of strong winds. That's the reason there's no warning in effect here. If you warn for every storm like that, it would be all warnings all the time. You've got to have some criteria, and again, the criteria is 58-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch diameter hail. The storms are much weaker at this point over Escambia County, although you are under a tornado watch. Keep that in mind. The air is pretty unstable up and through here. But the one warning we have, it's for South Mobile County. That is until 11:30 this morning for the possibility of strong winds. The line moving into Biola Battery, that'll be coming off the western shore of Mobile Bay onto the eastern shore of Mobile Bay and Baldwin County here pretty soon. Any reports, Drew, from the sky? I've not seen any reports of damage so far. Looking at all the sources I have here.
Not seeing nothing from our sky watchers as far as this in Mobile County, and I'm not seeing anything in the Weather Service either at this point. So yeah, I'm not, unless, I don't know if Bill, if you've seen anything, any of your
No
feeds, but
no, nothing from the Skywatchers, nothing in the National Weather Service chat, no reports at all.
That's a good thing. So no reports of any damage from this so far. As we're watching this line of storms in Mobile and Baldwin County, southwest Alabama. And Drew, talk us through your velocity there. What you got?
well, it looks a little bit more, it doesn't look as
Yeah, that looks
noisy.
legitimate. Yeah, that looks legitimate.
Yeah, it doesn't look as noisy as it did earlier, so that's good. A little bit easier to interpret. Definitely still trying to show, well, and then right there, that last scan that came in, this little area right here, that would concern me a bit, that it's trying to rotate a bit, but it's not anything crazy. And of course, it's getting pretty close to moving out into the bay at this point, but you can see near Bellingrath Road there, getting towards the bay, Delchamps Road, Pine Top Road, and I guess, see, that's the road that goes down to Dolphin Island, right? Yeah, right there along the along the western side of the bay, but on the eastern side of the land there. So again, it just passed Bayou Battery at this point. So that looks a little concerning to me. We'll just turn the reflectivity back on here. A little thing out there ahead of it there. And these, I think we're getting a little bit hot returns on that shear rate product. Looks a little bit probably overblown, but still, I mean, I think we'll just kind of query some of the velocity product here just to see what the wind values are showing with this. So yeah, we're still, we may be, we're at least, we're not quite into severe criteria what we're seeing there. So that's good to see that maybe the winds have kind of backed down a little bit. And we're still just a few hundred feet off the ground with what we're seeing in this area. So even though there might be a little bit of rotation, the fact that it doesn't look like it's extremely strong velocities is always a good thing to see as well. But just kind of seeing that the trend there, does definitely look like it's trying to curl up a little bit. So that area here that we're talking about, we'll watch, but it is moving out over the bay here fairly shortly, and we'll hope that as it crosses over to Baldwin County that it stays. That it's nice, but that'll be something we'll be kind of paying attention to as it crosses over the bay.
Yep, 11:18 on a Sunday morning. This is James Spann. You're watching the Alabama Weather Network. We cover all 67 Alabama counties. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for the southern part of Mobile County in advance of a very strong Arctic front. Behind the front, temperatures will drop like a rock. It's going to be a different air mass. We're going to be statewide. I'll have a freeze tomorrow morning. There's concern of black ice over much of the state tomorrow morning with hazardous travel conditions because of all this water and the ponding we have. And again, there's your big picture. There's your cold front right there. The cold front itself is running from near Anniston, just west of Montgomery, right down I-65, literally right down I-65. Montgomery, Fort Deposit, Greenville, Chapman, Georgiana, down to Bay Minette, and then down to Mobile. That front will be advancing through southeast Alabama, where there's a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch is for areas south of Interstate 85, east of Interstate 65, and the Florida Panhandle. There could be a few isolated tornadoes in here. We have not had a tornado so far. The good thing about this, the line is moving very quickly. We think the line will clear the southeastern tip of the state probably by really 4 or 5 o'clock. maybe sooner than that based on the rapid rate of movement here. And of course, once this line passes, you're done. It is a one and done. No chance of any severe storms. This is cold air. It's very cold. In fact, let's pop temperatures on here real quick, Drew. We'll take a look at the numbers. We've got readings that are basically around freezing around Florence and the Shoals. Temperatures will be dropping today. Many of our sky cams are at freezing up in here. The official reporting stations are above freezing, but many of our live sky cams on the Region Skycam network below freezing. Huntsville down to 38, Birmingham down to 47, Tuscaloosa down to 39. A miserable cold rain falling behind that front. Ahead of the front, look at the warm air coming up. 72 at Geneva, 72 at Andalusia, 73 at Atmore, 73 at Gulf Shores. This is that little zone where there's instability, and with a strong dynamic system coming in, potential for a few severe storms and maybe a couple of isolated tornadoes. So the encouragement today, if you live in advance of that front, east of I-65, south of Interstate 85, be sure and have a good way of hearing warnings. And that is never, ever, ever, ever a siren. Never, never, never an outdoor warning siren. The thought of that is dangerous. So there's a raging storm. You're going to hear a siren 5 miles away. There's no way in a house or a business. They reach a limited number of people outdoors, and that's it. I don't mean to sound preachy, but sometimes we have to be. You've got the baseline. It's a weather radio. That's like a smoke alarm in your house for a tornado. That's the baseline. Your phone is great. That's an important part of the warning process. Have our app installed. You're good there. And know your safe place and your safe place. Helmets for everybody. This stuff, you should be prepared for this. Alabama's tornado season is when? When does it start? November through May. That's the tornado season here. So having tornadoes in January, it is not unusual. This is the tornado season. All right, enough of my preachiness here. Let's go back to the radar here, Drew. I sound like an old Baptist preacher, don't I? I mean, I can wind up, man.
Not a bad
It is
thing.
Sunday morning.
I can wind it up.
It is, yes, Sunday morning.
So let's go back to the Mobile radar and kind of explain those skits. People ask questions about the skits when they see that on the radar. So let's take a look at Mobile and explain what those arrows are.
So before I switch to the Mobile radar, I will say that the ones that you see here are, because we're showing the national radar, sometimes we see these on this radar and we won't see them on the Mobile radar. And so the national one tends to kind of overdo it sometimes. But let's switch to the Mobile radar, see if we see any on it. We do. So it turns out there are some. But you know, that is true. I'm not lying. But anyway, yes, what you're seeing there, yeah, is basically the our Barron radar system here. It has algorithms that are looking for potential severe weather, more or less. So if I click on the ones back here, now this is kind of behind the storm a little bit. And again, these are computers are doing this, so you sometimes get things that will be a little bit misplaced. But it's basically just showing the possibility for a severe thunderstorm. Obviously, we have a severe thunderstorm warning on this, and it shows some information about possible wind shear values. It also, and again, I don't know, it's saying it's moving pretty fast to the northeast. I'm a little skeptical. I know it is moving fast, but it's showing it moving around 60-something miles an hour. It gives us some other information that helps us. Also tells us this BTI here, that's the Barron Tornado Index. That's a little 1 to 10 scale that we look at. So if you get high on that scale, closer to 10, not always has to be closer to 10, but you can kind of do some interpretation on tornado threat. So looking at that right now, again, that doesn't concern me too much. But the other thing, of course, is when you click on it, you get a little track here and shows you the ETA. But that's kind of coming from behind the storm, so we'll probably want to track it from a different spot. But yeah, that's kind of just more of the tools that we use to assess potential threats within a storm. And one of the ones that we don't see, I will say, one thing we're not seeing on here right now. You notice that these are pink in color. There's another type that is more of like an orangish color that we will sometimes see in tornado situations. That's one that I get more concerned about because it's looking for rotation, and it usually takes a pretty good rotation, fairly strong rotation to trigger those. And so when I see that, then I get a little bit more concerned. But with these, the pink ones you see there, that's usually more of a just kind of standard possible gusty wind sort of threat in many cases, or possibly small hail.
You know what that thing sounds like? It sounds like the Addams Family and Mail's In. I'm the only guy old enough to remember the Addams Family. But when the mail came in, it would go.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Elmore, Macon, Tallapoosa,
Okay.
and Montgomery.
Okay.
So let's go north. All right. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning up on the northern part of this line. This is in effect for northern Montgomery. This includes the city of Montgomery, all right? And this includes northern Montgomery, northwestern Macon, and southeastern Elmore counties. Wetumpka not in the polygon. Obviously, the city of Montgomery is. And again, it's basically right out here along Interstate 85. Tallahassee is in this warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 12:15 for this line segment. And I do see a little notch. We're going to have to look for these little notches and pendants in this line, and they can be problematic, Drew. That's kind of broad rotation there that's coming through the city of Montgomery. And if you can, in this one, let's punch up that Montgomery camera real quick. I believe this is links to the one that's behind me. Let's go right to our Patterson Field camera. Again, this will be looking into the storm itself, and I just want to watch this for a second to see how this thing behaves. And again, we're going to lose visibility in just a second. This is looking back to the west into this storm that is now classified as severe. Again, this is the state capitol complex right here. The camera's in the parking lot of Patterson Field, right by Patterson Field and Crampton Bowl. Again, on the Alabama Public Television Tower on Madison, looking back into the west. And again, we've got this, the winds are beginning to shift here. We got the outflow in advance of that thing. But again, I just wanted to look and see if we see any sign of trouble here. It seems like there might be broad rotation within the storm within the city of Montgomery, not tornadic type circulation here. But let me pull up the Weather Service chat out of Birmingham to get their thinking here. Yeah, what they're doing, like we noted here, they're watching some rotation that is gradually increasing with this storm that's over Montgomery. And they did tag tornado possible within the severe thunderstorm warning. So this might be a situation where it might drop a small tornado. Again, these things get down for a few minutes, they go back up. They're very hard to warn for. But again, we're watching in real time. This is the storm coming through downtown Montgomery right now. You get no better view than this from the Alabama Public Television Tower in the parking lot there at Patterson Field. If you drive by, you've seen that thing many times over the years. And we're about to lose visibility, obviously, here as we'll see the tremendous amounts of rain coming right on top of Crampton Bowl, Patterson Field, downtown Montgomery. But again, we're looking basically right down Madison and Dexter Avenues here. And again, we're watching very carefully broad rotation. And we do have a storm that is severe in South Mobile. We'll go back to that in a minute. The way it works here, understand we're a statewide network. I've got icing in the northwestern corner of the state. I've got severe thunderstorms in Montgomery County. I've got a severe thunderstorm in Mobile County. We'll bounce back between all of these equally. And again, if you watch the Skycam network down here, you can see all of the Skycams rotating through, and you can find your area of interest. But so far, we've seen no evidence of any tornado here. No evidence of any rotation at this point, but of course it's hard to see. If we were to have a small tornado, most likely this thing would be rain wrapped and it would be very, very hard to see. But again, let's go back to the radar, Drew, if we can. We'll pop that on here. We'll stay with the Montgomery storm here for just a minute. And Drew, you do the analysis back here. Rotation is broad, but it's clearly there.
Yeah, James, definitely looks like it here. I'll just kind of rock it back and forth a little bit here. It does look like that the velocity values may be coming down just a little bit in that last scan. I think that the scan before that I had sampled, another one just came in there too. It was, I think we saw some 60-something mile per hour winds in that scan. Let's take a look at what this latest one is showing here. And let's get our little tool here. Yeah, so we're still seeing possible severe weather, severe level winds in some of these spots over 58 miles per hour in the 60s. And again, let's take a quick look. We're hitting that part of the storm 1,400, 1,500 feet off the ground. So again, that's not going to be necessarily right at the surface, but we could get something close. 40, 50 mile per hour winds might be able to make it down there. But again, as far as the rotation is concerned, I don't see much there. We'll go to our storm relative velocity, which kind of takes the storm motion out of it. And yeah, there you can see this is probably part of the reason that we've got a tornado possible tag on this, is because you do see a little bit of rotation, a little bit of green there with the red, but it's certainly, as we mentioned, fairly broad at this point. and it does appear that it might be starting to loosen up just a little bit there. But you've got this little appendage there out ahead of it. Sometimes you get those kind of feeding into the line of storms here. It's definitely looking a little bit kinky. And oh yeah, there you go. That is something that you sometimes will see when you got that little cell out ahead of the line, and then it starts to merge into it. That is, a lot of times you'll start to see a little bit of circulation, and that I think is what happened there. Is that kind of merged with the line? You're seeing it trying to do a little bit of a spin up, but it doesn't always mean that it's going to create a tornado every time that happens. A lot of times it'll just kind of spin a little bit, and you won't necessarily get a tornado. But something we'll definitely be watching. But at least at this point, I'm not seeing anything too concerning. But certainly, still, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. So if you are in Brazil and places like that, Blue Ridge is already starting to come through there. But if you're kind of on the eastern side of the Montgomery Metro, they're along Interstate 85 and US 80, moving towards eventually Shorter and Milstead, as are in the polygon. But you can see 271 over here. All these areas, it's already kind of passed basically right, or starting to pass right over 231 on the eastern side of Montgomery at this point. But definitely good to at least be kind of in your central part of your house. Just stay inside as this moves through, because it could be some gusty winds with it for sure, at least.
And again, the air is relatively stable in this part of the state. There's only one lightning strike here, which is good, and that might keep us out of trouble. But again, just be aware, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of southern Elmore, northeastern Montgomery, northwestern Macon counties. This does include Tallahassee and Shorter. Let's go back down to Mobile. We're going to bounce back between our two warnings here. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that expired and was not extended. So at 11:30, the warning for South Mobile County has expired. So we have no warnings in effect down here, but it's pouring. I mean, it is pouring rain. Spanish Fort coming into Daphne. It'll be coming into Fairhope, Point Clear, ultimately Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores. And again, the evidence of strong winds has kind of gone away here. So at this point, we have no warnings, but quickly if we can, and Ryan's got the cameras pointed right. So let's go to our couple of sky cams real quick. Let's go to Fairhope. And we'll start there. Then we'll go down to Point Clear. So again, that's Montgomery, where there's pouring rain. This is Fairhope, and the rain is now beginning at the pier. This is the sky cam at the pier at Fairhope. And boy, the numbers have really come down. Look at the wind shift. Northwest wind gusting to 36. The dew point was 71 the last time we looked. Now it's down to 60. So the outflow is rolling in here. And again, we see no evidence of a wind in the severe criteria. Remember, to be severe, the winds have to be gusting to 58 miles per hour. So far, the peak is, actually, we've seen a little higher than that with the gradient winds. But again, the heavy rain just moving into Fairhope on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay. The storm is strong, producing heavy amounts of rain. Temperatures dropping very quickly, but again, it's not considered to be severe, and that we don't have damaging wind. The winds are under 50 miles an hour. Let's go down to Point Clear, and we'll take a look at the same storm coming into the eastern shore from that camera. And again, great shot there. Again, it's pretty impressive. There's your shelf cloud. Got some mammatus hanging under the shelf cloud, and that thing is coming right into Point Clear. This is at the Grand Hotel. Wonderful place to stay, resort there on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay, kind of looking back into the cloud bases here, and that's a pretty impressive look, Drew. That's probably the best looking structure we've seen here with this thing so far.
Yeah, those are some low cloud bases right there.
Again, it is very turbulent, and again, the sensor is not working at Point Clear, unfortunately, so we can't show the real-time wind gust, but I think the flags give you a clue as to what's going on here. And again, the winds have shifted now, and we got a west to northwest wind at Point Clear as that line comes in here. But remember, they are not considered to be severe. There are no warnings down here. So I just wanted to show that storm. So let's go back, Drew, to the radar. We'll go back up to Montgomery County. What we're going to do here is bounce back and forth between the two areas. So the one warning, we just have one warning in the whole state, and it's this one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for northern Montgomery, and the storms are now east of Montgomery, coming out through Pike Road, East Chase, the eastern part of Montgomery, right out Interstate 85, out here toward Shorter and ultimately toward Tallahassee. The Lake Martin Dam is right here. Of course, Tallahassee is on the Tallapoosa, right below the Lake Martin Dam. And with this line segment, there could be some strong winds. Thankfully, there's just one lightning strike. And like we talked about, the air is relatively stable along Interstate 85. This is the northern extent of the severe threat. and hopefully that relatively stable air will keep us out of trouble here. But we saw evidence of broad rotation coming through Montgomery. No tornado, just broad rotation. We watched it in real time with our Skycam in downtown Montgomery. No evidence of any problems there. So again, it's a situation where there could be some strong winds involved here, and the warning will be in effect for the next 30 minutes or so. And we'll watch this carefully. Of course, if this thing continues, it will be coming through Auburn and Opelika. Listen, everybody's going to have to deal with this line. You'll have heavy rain, gusty winds, some thunder, some lightning, but the better chance of tornadoes most likely today is going to be south of Interstate 85, south of the interstate here. The air is pretty stable up here. Lake Martin, it's not good. It's raining, gusty winds. Sky doesn't look good, but just be aware that you might see some pretty strong winds. Tallahassee down to Shorter and along Interstate 85. And again, that is moving rapidly on to the east. Let's go back to that Point Clear camera real quick. We had such a good look at that storm that's coming onto the eastern shore of Mobile Bay. We want to take a look at that camera one more time. And yeah, the structure, we're starting to lose the structure now because the rain's about to start here. The rain is about to start pouring at Point Clear. That's that line of strong storms over Mobile Bay. It's pouring at Spanish Fort. It's pouring at Daphne, pouring at Fairhope. The rain is about to start at Point Clear. Ultimately, you'll see this at Fort Morgan and Gulf Shores. So again, just be aware that that's the current situation that we have there on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay. And again, these storms are not considered to be severe, which means the winds are under 50 miles per hour. The winds are gusting to 40, 45. No doubt a strong storm. All right. Now, see somebody's drone up. Do we know whose drone this is?
Yeah, that's Kevin.
Is he close to any of this?
He's behind the storms actually, but I think he's at Pine level, so they've already passed there.
Okay,
But he's got the
so
drone
we'll
up
just
there.
leave that in the triple box here. Again, that's some video coming from Kevin Henderson, who is in the colder air. He's in Autauga County, north of Prattville, around Pine Level and Deatsville. So let's go back to the radar. Heavy rain starting at Point Clear. This is the one warning we have here. And again, with just one warning, we can focus on this. We have a line of strong storms now east of Montgomery. Montgomery, the risk of severe weather is ended for you. Okay, I know the tornado watch extends until 6, but this is one and done. Line comes through, you're done with it. Storms are approaching Eclectic. Eclectic is not in the polygon here. Again, Lake Martin, Eclectic. The air is kind of stable. Wetumpka, it's loud and it's pouring rain, but again, the polygon includes Tallahassee and Shorter and Interstate 85. And again, that's going to be continuing to move on to the east. Of course, that'll come through Auburn, Opelika, and we'll just see how it behaves. But so far, it's been relatively behaved, which is certainly a good thing. And if we can, let's show a big picture, Drew. Just want to show a statewide image real quick.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just wanted to let you know, because actually this is better for the drone shot. I was thinking Pine Level up where you were talking about Deatsville North.
He's on 231.
Yeah, he's on
that's
231.
That's the Pine Level on 231
yeah,
south of Montgomery.
Okay. Yeah.
Wrong
Pine Level.
Okay. So if that's the case, let's show a statewide quick overview of this line of storms. And again, what you're seeing up here, Kevin's drone is along US 231 southeast of Montgomery, all right? He's like right down in here.
There it is.
Yeah, he's right down in here. There's a Pine Level in Autauga County. There's a Pine Level in Montgomery County. It's kind of confusing, but this is the Pine Level on 231. So again, Kevin's got a great shot of this thing. I mean, he's going to be looking right up into it. But let's quickly show the statewide view. Just want to show everybody a big picture real quick. There's your line of storms right here, stretching from the eastern tip of Dauphin Island to Fairhope, to Atmore, right up Interstate 65 to Greenville, to Pike Road, then up to Lake Martin. That's your line of storms. In advance of that, to the east of that, we got the chance of a few isolated tornadoes. We have icing conditions in the northwest corner of the state where temperatures have fallen to near 32. A cold, miserable rain falling for this part of the state. The rain will be ending soon. That's the back edge of this mess right there. The rain's going to be ending from west to east this afternoon. Temperatures fall. We could have a black ice problem, especially for the northern half of the state tonight and tomorrow morning with icy travel. Isolated bridge icing in South Alabama. Just wanted to show that big picture one more time. But let's take Kevin's drone full, Ryan, if we can. And let's see, Kevin, if you can hear me. maybe give us a quick kind of description of what you've seen down there so far.
Haven't seen much rain here in
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin. I got you
off
now.
of 231, but it is pretty gusty up there where the drone is. I don't have any wind speed, but it is definitely kicking the drone around.
Okay, and again, this is looking into the line of storms that is approaching from the northwest. This is the line of storms that came through Montgomery. We're looking north up U.S. Highway 231. This is down below Pike Road in Montgomery County. It's not into Pike County. This is still Montgomery County. And again, this is a look into the shelf cloud. And this is an amazing, these drones, I cannot tell you how critical these will be during these type days, the tornado days. They will give us views that are just absolutely stunning. And again, Kev is one of the best drone operators in the country. Very good at what he does. And to have him on our team, it's just a tremendous asset. And again, that's kind of a pan of the actual base of the shelf cloud, the leading edge of the storms. And again, we stress we see no evidence of a tornado on radar. But remember, the radar beam goes in a straight line. The Earth curves. The radar beam gets higher and higher away from the radar site. So having ground truth is absolutely critical. Sometimes the rotation we see within the radar beam is 5,000 feet off the ground. We really don't know what's happening underneath that until we get some type of video like this from drone video. And to be able to have it in real time, this is live, this is not recorded. What you're looking at is 11:41 Central Time on Sunday morning, and this is a live view into a line of thunderstorms that is pushing through Montgomery County and parts of Macon County and parts of Elmore County. The line itself runs all the way from basically Lake Martin all the way down to Spanish Fort. And we're watching very carefully on the underside of this to see if we see any trouble, and so far so good. The severe thunderstorm warning polygon is in effect for the northeast part of Montgomery County. Kevin's particular location is not in that polygon, but again, this will give us a great idea of what the storms will be looking like as they come in. And again, we're going to hold it here with this full screen. Understand there's just one warning in the whole state, which makes it easy on us. Sometimes we have 5, 6 warnings at a time. We just have one. And this is the line segment that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of northeast Montgomery County, southeast Elmore County, and northwest Macon County. Again, Tallahassee, shorter in the polygon. Interstate 85 obviously is in the polygon. And this is a bird's eye view from a drone along US 231 in the Pike Road community, which is, in the Pine Level community, which is south of Pike Road. So again, this line will be traversing southeast Alabama over the next several hours. And we have the chance of maybe some strong winds. And Drew, let's leave the full screen video up. But Drew, kind of tell us what you're seeing on radar. You're doing some analysis over there.
Yeah, well, actually, what I'm looking at, Kevin was asking was speculating about how high the winds were up at where he's got the drone, and it's probably a little bit higher up that we're sampling this than the drone itself, but right there near. You're saying.
There.
Okay. Well, a little bit further up from that, and it looks like a little bit further to the north too. And it's probably going to pick up here fairly soon, Kevin, because the radar's sampling up at around, we'll see, let me get it over here, around 1,700 or so feet, 70, 80 miles per hour. So you may get blown around pretty quick, fairly quickly here as it moves further towards you, because we're definitely seeing some sampling of some pretty hefty winds there up at that level. So does it tell? Are you able to see about how high off the ground you are with the drone?
I'm at 400 feet above ground level.
Okay.
And I'm estimating about 35, 40 miles an hour.
Okay. So yeah, about another 1,000 feet up there. It looks like it's screaming pretty good. But yeah, as it gets closer to you, you definitely may pick up a little bit. It looks like you're right there, kind of still on the edge of it. But as far as the sensible weather is concerned, looking back over towards, and I'm looking back up towards the north at the radar within that warning that is east of Montgomery, in parts of northern Montgomery and into Macon counties, and further over into Bullock County, or actually Macon County, and that little sliver of Tallapoosa County, southern Tallapoosa County. And it looks like the circulation or the potential circulation of that I'm seeing right now, and it may have actually switched a little bit. I'm going to go back in time. Yeah, it looks like there's a little concerning area that is moving towards Tallahassee at this point. Again, I wouldn't say there's a tornado necessarily there right now. And again, this is not something you're going to see on Kevin's camera, but that is a place that's got a little bit of circulation right now, moving towards Tallahassee. It looks like it's about to basically cross through Tallahassee here in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
It might not be a bad idea if you're in Tallahassee just to go to a safe place. Let's punch up the triple box real quick, Ryan. And again, there's just broad rotation in through here. It's not tight. Probably not a tornado. There's no tornado warning. But again, based on some of the velocity signatures we've seen here, it might be a good idea just to be in a safe place until this thing passes. This will not last long. All right. So again, that's just one little spot right there, just something to watch. No tornado warning. I don't think there's a tornado there, but sometimes you get these quick circulations that come down. So again, this line of storms will be exiting this polygon here pretty soon. We'll see if the Weather Service extends it. I've heard of no specific damage or really high winds so far from this. But again, you see these little kinks and notches within that line. And sometimes within these kinks and notches, you can have little small brief tornadoes that try to get down. And there is a tornado watch in effect there. So let's go back to Kevin's view full screen if we can. And again, this is a live look into that line of thunderstorms along the cold front that is, Kevin's position is down below Pike Road in the little community of Pine Level, not the one in Autauga County. This is the one in Montgomery County. And again, that is, we're looking back into the cloud bases. And this is live, 11:47 Sunday morning via drone. And again, this is one of the advantages we have here with this big statewide network, with the resources we have, the ability to show you this in real time. It looks like we just lost his signal there. So let's go back to the triple box and we'll see if we can get Kevin back in just a second. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for this line of storms well east of Montgomery. And again, there could be some strong winds coming through Tallahassee, Milstead, Shorter, Franklin, Reeltown. All of these communities are in the polygon, and when there is a polygon, you respect the polygon. And this line will be sweeping ultimately on through Tuskegee, Auburn, Opelika. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend the warnings. And again, while we're focusing on these severe storms, remember we have temperatures that are dropping like a rock. Look at Huntsville down to 37, heavy rain falling. In fact, I just noticed a moment ago that the Weather Service has issued a flood warning until 5:30 for Madison County. Flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, other low-lying and flood-prone locations is imminent or occurring. Rain amounts between 1.5 and 2.5 inches have occurred. And some of the places that will experience flooding, obviously Huntsville, Madison, Redstone, Triana, Marshall Space Flight Center, Harvest. So again, that is a flood warning issued for Madison County until 5:30 this afternoon for very heavy rain, and it's a miserable, cold rain with temperatures in the mid to upper 30s. And again, remember, with all of this rain, temperatures will drop very quickly. Concern is there for a flash freeze. All right, let's go back to the drone live, Ryan. We got Kevin back. And again, we're watching this all together. And again, this is a live video coming from Kevin Henderson's drone southeast of Montgomery, right over U.S. Highway 231. And Kevin will fly as long as it's safe to fly. That line of severe storms is getting very close to his location. And once it gets really close, he'll pull that thing down. And again, safety is one of our key concerns. But the rain is absolutely pouring very close to his location, and that's a good look right into that line of storms. We see no evidence of rotation. We see no evidence of a tornado. That will be coming into Union Springs and Troy in about 30 minutes. This is what you'll experience. Tremendous amounts of rain, thunder, lightning, strong gusty winds, maybe over 40 miles per hour. And that will be rapidly moving through southeast Alabama, ultimately affecting Phoenix City, Eufaula, Clayton, Enterprise, Elba, Opp, Andalusia, Ozark, Abbeville, Headland, Dothan. Everybody's going to have to deal with this. And again, we have a tornado watch in effect for southeast Alabama until 6 o'clock this evening. And the air temperatures are in the 70s. Yes, sir.
James, if you'll take WEXO 5 for just a second, this was as the storm was at I-85 exit 9, which is Highway 271, south of AUM, there east of Montgomery. You can see really getting blown around, and the rain really coming down. So that was just a few minutes ago as the storm passed through there. You can see those curtains of rain going through. That's from our Skywatcher Ty, who lives up in Elmore County, who was tracking the storm. He said earlier in Montgomery, the storm really blew him around. A bunch of trash cans and things were blowing all over the place. So the storm's got a lot of wind in it.
Okay. And again, that's the same storm that we're seeing from Kevin's drone. And again, this is part of a line of storms that runs from Lake Martin. Again, it's a little east of Lake Martin, actually, down here toward Dadeville. And the line itself curves all the way down, approaching Tuskegee. It's past Greenville. It's down toward Georgiana, Evergreen. And we do note we're watching these storms forming ahead of that line. Those could be problematic. We'll have to watch those to see if anything starts to fire up there. But before he pulls that drone down, let's take the drone line. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you go ahead and pull the drone up. I was just going to let you know, we've also got another one of our field guys out there, Chris Mann. He's sitting in northwest of Dothan in Midland City. So he's kind of staged there. We've got his feed available too. So whenever, as things are getting closer to that area, we've got him. Yeah, that's him right there. So we've got him sitting kind of waiting on storms as they get closer to that area.
Well, let's pull back up Kevin's shot. That's the one we want, Brian. Again, this is the line of storms coming through South Montgomery County. This line came through Montgomery about 20 minutes ago. It's producing very strong gusty winds. It is producing tremendous amounts of rain. And you saw some of the ground video earlier from this. And again, this thing is going to advance very rapidly through southeast Alabama. This is along the leading edge of an Arctic front. It's going to pull down much colder air. Once that thing passes, temperatures will drop very quickly. You'll come down about 10 degrees. And again, we're going to be below freezing. Parts of northwest Alabama below freezing now. South Alabama below freezing tomorrow morning. And again, the concern shifts to black ice, a flash freeze. We think the most widespread chance of black ice will be across the northern half of the state tomorrow morning, but there could be some patchy bridge ice over the southern counties of the state. And again, that line is going to be almost on Kevin pretty soon. It is location there southeast of Montgomery. The highway down below, that's US 231. That's the route from Montgomery to Troy. And again, many of you know that road very, very well. Again, we're watching the bases of the clouds here. And again, we've seen no suspicious activity. We see no rotation on radar. We do have a warning in effect, not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of northeast Montgomery County. Let's take WEXO 5 real quick, Ryan. This is some video that we just got in from Fort Morgan. That's a look at that line coming through there. It's pouring. Winds are whipping. Again, this is the batch we've been watching it coming through Mobile Bay. And again, you can see that sand is really ripping through the pass there. But again, the storms on the Alabama Gulf Coast are not at severe limits. And again, we're going to bounce back down there on the radar in just a second, but I wanted to show what it looked like in Fort Morgan. So let's go back to the drone full screen. And if we can, we'll just take, as long as Kevin leaves this thing up, we'll just kind of stay with this for another minute or two. He'll have to pull that thing down here shortly. They're about to get into the storm itself. But again, this is a live look into a line of severe storms that's south of Montgomery. Again, this just pouring rain, just right up 231. It's come on through Montgomery and Pike Road. It's going to be coming soon into Troy, Brundage, Union Springs. It's in Tuskegee right now. Soon it's going to be coming through Auburn and Opelika. And again, we see no evidence of any tornado with this. But the Weather Service in Birmingham did issue a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the northeast part of Montgomery County, which has been canceled, by the way. In fact, the line of storms is about to come out of the polygon. It's come on through Tallahassee. Tallahassee, your risk of severe weather is over. It's pouring rain, but the storms are now east of you. Storms coming into Franklin, again, up around the Lake Martin Dam. Storms coming through Shorter along Interstate 85. They'll be in Tuskegee, Notasulga soon, Lochpochka, and then ultimately coming into Auburn and Opelika. And again, with this is the line that stretches all the way from Lake Martin all the way down to Fort Morgan. So far it's linear, which is good. and that with a linear type feature, you typically don't have major tornadoes, but Kevin's going to bring that thing down. So let's go back to the radar, and I think that's a good call. Kevin, safety first. That's always the rule here. So again, there's your severe thunderstorm warning polygon. That's the line of storms that prompted that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, they're coming into Reeltown and Franklin here, and shorter, but that's going to be out of the polygon soon. And it looks like it just went away.
Yeah, I was about to say it was really close to the edge of the eastern edge of the polygon. So a lot of times when that happens, whoops, sorry. Don't have my mic on. Yeah, I was getting close to the eastern edge of the polygon. So a lot of times when that happens, you know, if they haven't reissued it and put another polygon out to the east, then usually you're pretty confident they're not going to extend it. So that looks like what happened here. And you can see that it also, the reflectivity still, obviously there's really still heavy rain and some winds with it, but the velocity signature that we saw earlier definitely has weakened quite a bit. So there's really not, even though you're right there next to the radar, which a lot of times, sometimes the radar will exaggerate some of the velocity signatures and things like that. It doesn't look nearly as threatening now, and so certainly understandable why they went ahead and let that warning expire, it looks like.
So again, at this point, we have no active warnings anywhere in the state. That's good. So let's go to a big picture. We're going to show the whole state, and you'll see the line of storms along the front, running from near Wadowee down to Lake Martin, down to Tallahassee, down to Georgiana, down to Bruton, and then down to Bay Minette and Loxley. And the tornado watch is in effect for areas east of Interstate 65, south of Interstate 85, basically southeast Alabama, all the areas in advance of this line. Once it passes, it's over. This, again, one and done. And here's the back edge of the rain back here, coming through eastern Mississippi. The rain will be ending from west to east across North Alabama. But again, keep in mind, some folks have had 2 inches of rain or more, and all that water with rapidly falling temperatures means the chance of a flash freeze and a chance of black ice tomorrow morning, especially over the northern half of the state. And we'll talk more about that once we get these storms out of here. But again, if you're in places like Dothan, Ozark, Enterprise, Geneva, just keep a close eye on things. Let's go to the Fort Rucker radar, Drew. Just want to look at these showers forming in advance of that. Bill, what you got?
James, WEX 05 has a photograph of a very large power line down across I-85 at the Taylor Road exit there east of Montgomery.
I believe you're not airplayed over.
Oh,
there.
Sorry about that.
There we go. We got it now.
I thought I had it.
We've got it.
Okay, good. But that is completely blocking the interstate there. And
where exactly on 85 is this?
It says at the Taylor Road exit.
Okay, that's just east of Montgomery. That's the eastern part of Montgomery.
And we had another report, James, in the social media feeds that there was something that hit Huntington. So, you know, was it something, a small tornado, just straight line winds, what we've been watching here, you know, but that's an interesting report.
Huntington College in Montgomery.
Yes.
Is there any damage, do we know? Because that's going to freak out mamas and daddies.
Well, that was a mom or a daddy who was reporting it. So
okay.
But maybe they'll send us some more information. Said it was, you know, very minor, but they claimed that their son saw the actual tornado. So maybe
okay, so again, minor damage, nobody injured at Huntington. And again, we'll get specifics on that here in just a second. But again, this is Kevin on the road, right?
This is actually John. This
okay.
is John.
And do we know where John is?
He was heading, okay, he's at Opp.
Okay.
Now.
So John is in Covington County, and he's in this little batch out ahead of this. Mm-hmm. And this is what we have to watch. Again, this is your cold front right here. And these storms have formed out ahead of that, these little isolated storms, and sometimes these can be problematic. So John is right down in this region of Covington County, and again, we see no evidence of any rotation here. But again, sometimes these can be problematic in an environment like this. Temperatures are in the low 70s, dew points are approaching 70, very volatile air mass. But again, you can see on the velocity, there's no evidence of any storm rotation here at this point. But we'll watch those. So again, we have no active warnings anywhere in the entire state, which is a very good thing. Let's go to Troy. If we can punch up the Troy camera. Thanks, Ryan. Ryan is kind of serving 2 hats here today. So this is going to be from Troy. Yeah, there we go. let's just take that full screen. This is a look, boy, that's coming right in. So this is what we saw from Kevin Henderson's drone in South Montgomery County, and now we have a great shot of this coming into the campus of Troy University. And we'll stay with this for just a minute. Again, we stress we have no active warnings in the state, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a tornado watch for southeast Alabama, south and east of this line of storms. Of course, Troy's in Pike County, about 45 miles south of Montgomery. And again, that's the same line of storms has come on through Greenville. It's coming into Laverne right now in Troy. It's coming into Tuskegee. And that line will ultimately pass through Auburn, Opelika. It'll pass through Clayton. But the storms are right now really over in Crenshaw County, just coming into Pike County, around Petrie. They're coming into Laverne. And we're watching the radar like a hawk, and we see no evidence at this point of any rotation, no evidence of a tornado, no evidence of winds exceeding 58 miles per hour or greater, which means the storms are under severe limits, and they are packing a punch, no doubt about that. But still, just be aware that these storms will be quite strong coming into Troy. And wasn't it just a week ago we were working snow on this camera?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
1 week ago today, we were on here for hours working a snow event. It had no impact. There was no travel issues, but Pike County, all the way down to Houston County, Dothan, Dale, Geneva, Henry, Barber. We had a nice little 1-inch snow that was enough to make a little snowman. Roads were fine, but that was a week ago. It seems like an eternity ago. It's been such a busy week here in the weather office. But again, we're watching this shelf cloud coming into the campus of Troy University. And again, for those of you in other parts of the state, over here, we're showing you live views of weather and temperature coming from the Region Skycam network, which is absolutely critical. Up in the top box, this is John Oldshoe, and John is in advance of that stream in Covington County. And I hope John didn't run over that dog. I think he did not, which is good. And again, if we got John's audio by any chance, Drew, you might want to talk to him. My earpiece is not working at the moment.
Yeah.
John, can you hear us?
John, you there?
I don't think we can, but that's okay. We know that he's in Covington County, and this is near Opp or in Opp. And again, we just want to make these presentations visually interesting. Nobody wants to see some guy standing in front of a radar for 10 hours. And again, Montgomery's down to 55. Notice they're at 55. The rain is greatly tapered off, which is good. But Troy's still 69 with a dew point of 66. That's the difference on either side of that front. Troy south of the front, Montgomery north and west of the front. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, James, this is an image from Old Cloverdale on Boultier Street in Montgomery from Gabby Knight. And it shows some trees down, lots of limbs down. And in communication with the parent from Huntington, he says everyone is okay where he is. He can't get out of that area because he's blocked in by a tree. Neighbors' cars are messed up. Power lines are snapped. He is behind the football field in his home at Huntington. That's the reports I'm getting.
Okay. And again, this is the line of storms that came through Montgomery earlier, the line that's coming through Troy right now. And remember, to be severe, you need 58-mile-per-hour winds. And it was obviously severe coming through Montgomery. And a warning was issued, a severe thunderstorm warning. And they're still packing a punch. Let's go to WEXO 5. Let me show one from Montgomery here, Ryan. This is just in. This is what it looked like coming through Montgomery. More video from the capital city. And it looks like this guy might be at a Home Depot or something. But again, obviously the winds were just ripping through the capital city. And that's what prompted that severe thunderstorm warning. And those winds are probably at severe levels. I'd say they're probably getting up there close to 55, 58 miles per hour. Yes, sir.
Yeah, speaking of just that, when you're talking about with the wind gusts there, I do see a report of a train spotter. This is an LSR from Birmingham Weather Service. Measured 71 mile per hour wind gust using a home weather station at 7 feet above the ground.
Yeah,
so.
Take that WEXO 5 again. Again, This, I think, would verify that. Again, that's clearly winds that could be approaching hurricane force. It looks like we had a power flash in there too. So again, this is what Montgomery dealt with the line coming through there. That's what prompted that warning. We're not seeing evidence of winds that strong at the moment, but that was a very rough ride about 30 minutes ago in the capital city of Montgomery. So let's go back to the triple box, and again, let's put the radar back here. We'll go back to the Troy camera here in just a second. Where this is the line of storms stretching from near Tuskegee, and again, it's coming into Lee County. Lee County, by the way, is not in the tornado watch. Lee and Chambers County, not in the tornado watch. I know it's about to get really active in Lafayette here. Valley and Lynette, Auburn, Opelika, but Lee, Chambers County is not in the watch. The air is pretty stable here. In fact, there's no thunder, no lightning as we speak. The line of storms coming into Tuskegee has come on through Shorter. And again, down to the south, that line continues coming through Union Springs here in a few minutes. And again, it's going to be coming through Troy in a few minutes. And Drew, your analysis, you've been watching this radar like a hawk. What are your thoughts on the future of this line?
Yeah, it still looks like, considering what you mentioned as the air gets more stable further towards the east, that, we are maybe hopefully seeing some of that evidence with the way that the storm looks now, because it doesn't seem to be as intense as it was back where we saw that, again, that storm merger that we were talking about. Of course, we're starting to get reports of damage in the Montgomery area, and it seems like it could line up decently well with where that occurred, and we got that little bit of rotation there that we talked about earlier. But it does appear, as the storm has continued to move to the east, and we'll switch back to the velocity here and kind of take a look at that, it appears the velocities have kind of come down a little bit still, which we were talking about that in relation to places like Tallahassee and stuff earlier, and it still seems to be that way as well. I'll kind of zoom in a little bit here. We'll sample a few of the winds here on the leading edge of it here, just south of Tuskegee, looking going towards Davisville there. So let's do a few of those. Yeah, so that we're showing 50 miles per hour. So still, of course, we don't have a warning on this now, so we're just right. The criteria is 58 miles per hour for a severe thunderstorm warning. And so at this point, and of course, we're sampling this very close to the ground. The radar's right there. We're just a few hundred feet off the ground there, and we're not seeing severe level winds at this point. So that's a good sign. Do see this little guy out here southeast of Tuskegee. Sometimes when you see those, it can indicate, of course, you still got a little bit of a kink here and there. That's the nature of these squall lines or QLCSs, whatever you want to call them. That you do get a little bit of that as the wind is kind of inflowing into the storm, and you occasionally get some, in many cases, transient circulations that don't last very long, but then some do last just long enough, as it seems like may have been the case in Montgomery, to cause some issues and cause some damage. But yeah, right now, still it's a strong storm. So if you are in places like Warrior Stand and Davisville is kind of coming through there already, Tuskegee, it's right there on you right now, basically, if you're in Tuskegee. So, I mean, yeah, you want to be inside, be kind of hunkered down, and Society Hill further towards the east and along US 80 there, and even up towards Notasulga and US 80, or I'm sorry, Interstate 85 there in parts of Macon County. You want to still, again, kind of hunker down. The storm will move through fairly quickly. No warning on it right now, but definitely don't want to be out and about in it at this point, James.
Right, let's go to the Dozier camera if we can. This is, again, we've got a series of cameras stretched out across southeast Alabama. Dozier will give us another look into this line. And again, this is in advance of that. All these cameras that you see like this one, this is up on the Alabama Public Television tower that's located there, the Channel 2 tower. And these cameras are absolutely critical to our operation, the region's Skycam network. But again, Dozier's in Crenshaw County, Troy's in Pike County, Dozier's in Crenshaw County. And let's peek Gulf Shores real quick if we can, Drew, because I just had some video from Gulf Shores, the batch of storms coming through the Alabama Gulf Coast. Again, this is Dozier, Crenshaw County. Yeah, the heavy rain just now beginning. And again, with the whole line so far, we've had strong winds from time to time. Obviously, Montgomery's had a rough ride here. But generally speaking, other than that one spot in Montgomery where we had that one incident there in Montgomery, the winds have been under 50 miles an hour, which means they're under severe limits. But again, this is what it looks like. It's coming right into Gulf Shores. The rain about to get tremendously heavy here. And again, temperatures will drop like a rock. Notice Mobile over here. Look at that. I saw 53 at Mobile. They were in the low 70s not that long ago. So the front's clearly on by Mobile, and these numbers will come down very quickly. We got a peak wind gust here of 36 miles per hour at the Gulf Shore Skycam. Let's go down to Orange Beach real quick if we can. We'll take a look at the camera just down the road here and see what that one looks like. And again, that's a little calmer, but again, it's about to get rough at that particular location as well as the storms move rapidly to the east. Let's go to WEX 05. This is some video coming in from Gulf Shores. Drew, what's going on here? The Alabama State Bird is about to go in flight. It's trying to take off. It's on the runway. And you know that thing at some point is going to wind up probably in Pensacola. I mean, Foley. Who knows? Wow.
I mean, those things, I mean, that's got, I mean, it's amazing. I'm sure it's happened before, but good thing people are, staying inside there because, I mean, one of those coming at you,
no,
that's not going to be good.
When you see the state bird coming at you like that, you need to go the other way. That would not be a good situation. So again, that's just an example of what these storms are doing. And again, that's video coming from Gulf Shores here just a few minutes ago. So we'll go back to our triple box. And again, it's 12:11. This is James Spann. We're working a severe weather event in South Alabama, icing in North Alabama. Let's put the radar back up here and we'll take a look at where we stand right now. We have no active warnings in effect. No active warnings for the entire state. You can see the line of storm stretching from Randolph County around Roanoke down into Chambers County. It's curving down to Tuskegee and Macon County, down to Luverne and Crenshaw County, and then down to Bruton and Escambia County. Once the line passes, you're done with severe storms. That's it. This one line and you're done. We're also watching with interest this little activity ahead of the main line. And again, sometimes you can have a discrete storm that forms out ahead of a line that might try and produce a tornado. It's not happened so far, but again, we'll have to watch that thing very carefully, this little activity out ahead of that. But again, the good news here, this is going to sweep through the state very quickly. I mean, this is going to be out of the southeastern tip of the state by, I think, by 3 o'clock. I know the tornado watch is in effect until 6. We'll be done with it long before 6 o'clock. The tornado watch does include southeast Alabama, the Florida Panhandle. Let's put the composite back on here, Drew. This is the Maxwell radar. Let's put all the radars together. And again, that kind of shows the progression of the line right here. And it's moving on to the east. And if you're ahead of that, just be ready for some strong winds. Montgomery took a pretty good hit from strong winds and down trees and power lines. Bill, what you got?
James, you'll take WEX 05 real briefly. This is from Will Griffin from his son there at Huntington. This is his back patio and having trouble getting a cell signal out, but you can see large trees down in that neighborhood right there. But good news is in his orbit right there, everyone is okay.
That's good. And again, that's in Montgomery. Let's go to Orange Beach, Drew. Yeah, let's take that thing full. Wow. Is that a little water spout out there? I don't think so.
You want me to pan further?
Zoom in. Zoom into that thing.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Okay.
It's a little vortex there. It might be a little eddy. I don't believe that. It might be just a wind eddy on the gust front. It looks like it went away. Sometimes you get the little eddies. They're called gustnados on the leading edge of a storm. But yeah, that's a look at our line of storms coming into Orange Beach. There's the Perdido Pass. Everybody's familiar with that. And again, that's a pretty wicked-looking line. But again, so far we've heard. You saw the state bird flying in Gulf Shores, but again, we've seen no reports of any damage. At least, Drew, maybe you've been on the Weather Service chat in Mobile. I've not seen any damage from Mobile or Baldwin counties from these things so far.
No, really, it's been pretty quiet in the chat there, and not seeing any reports coming in from the Mobile Weather Service office.
Yep. Again, we're kind of watching for potential water spouts here. And again, it would be more of a gustnado kind of thing, which really isn't considered a classic water spout or tornado. But occasionally over the Gulf waters, you can certainly see that. And again, we're watching the wind gust. So far, the peak wind gust is 36. Remember, to be severe, it's got to be 58. So the storms are under the classic severe limits at this point. But the storms stretch all the way from Orange Beach and Gulf Shores. I see a couple of people down there walking on the beach. They might want to go into the Perdido Beach Resort or someplace down there. I mean, it's you don't want to be out there with that stuff going on. Let's see, go back to WEXO 5 real quick. I think this is the same trampoline. This is a different angle. Whoa. Looks like it's going through a construction zone right there. It's doing its best to take flight. It almost jumped over the porta potty. That would have been an interesting collision there. The Alabama State bird and the porta potty. Wow. Okay. All right. Back to the radar here. And again, thanks to everybody for these videos. We can't show them all, but we see them all in real time. So we are watching storms coming through east and southeast Alabama. Once the line passes, your risk of severe weather has ended. So it's going to move through very, very quickly. We've got a few storms out ahead of the line down and through here. And the rain itself is ending. It's going to be ending from west to east. That's the good news. Rain ending from west to east this afternoon. But keep in mind, some spots have seen over 2 inches of rain. And we're going to see some black ice. Let's go to Troy. If we can, Drew, the Troy camera. It's coming right into Troy, the campus of Troy University. We'll kind of watch this together. Oh, yeah. That's the same looking shelf cloud that Kevin Henderson showed us on his drone when he was up in South Montgomery County. And we'll just leave it here for just a second. But again, we've had some damage in Montgomery. There's been a couple of trees down around Huntington College. We've had a line down across Interstate 85 out around Taylor Road east of Montgomery. And the winds were quite strong. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, you can take WEXO 5 again for some more trees down in that same area there, down on power lines too, James. So getting, lots of reports here of this type of damage in the east part of Montgomery as that line of storms move through.
All right. And again, the winds were probably in the vicinity of 50, 55 miles per hour, maybe higher. We had an observer had 70, a gust of 70, I think.
Yeah, 71.
71 in Montgomery. But again, this is you're looking live at the line coming into the campus of Troy University. Montgomery down to 55. You saw the observations there. Troy up to 70 with a dew point of 66. That warm sector continues to move north in advance of the front. And for just a little while here, for the next couple of hours, we have the chance of a few severe storms in the warm sector. But Drew, you're watching the radar like a hawk. You've seen no evidence of a tornado, right?
No, at this point, no, we're still keeping an eye on things. And we will take a look at, let me switch back to the Fort Rucker radar here. Yeah, I'm definitely watching. Of course, you could have. We had some issues along this part of the line earlier in Montgomery, but you've got this new line that's kind of formed out ahead, and that's the one that I've been keep checking as it has sort of congealed here over the last hour or so, and to this point, still not seeing anything super concerning. We'll just kind of play through it here. We'll analyze it together. And really, there's still, further towards the north, you get a little bit more going on up there. I'm going to switch back over to the Maxwell Air Force Base radar. And let's see here. So, this storm here near Auburn and Lee County here, moving towards Opelika. We'll take a look at some of those velocities a little bit more. Okay, wait. I was looking at the wrong product. I got a little word there for a second. So I was looking at storm relative velocity, which doesn't exactly show the same thing. The base velocity gives a better idea of really what the winds are actually at the surface. And so just kind of doing a few assessments here. Yeah, we're 30, 40 miles per hour. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about that up that way. Let's move up. And I hear you, Kevin, and I see we've got your shot up right now, your drone shot. Where are you located again? Are you in the same, did you move further to the south? Where are you located right now?
We're south of Troy, just right off. That's 231. You see on the right.
Okay, so you're looking back towards the storms that are approaching Troy right now. So let me see here. So what do you see in there? I can obviously see what you're seeing there, but can we take that full, Ryan? See anything interesting from what your vantage point is at this point?
You can see how well the wind is blowing at low level from the steam of the plant.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't see any. Of course, you got some low-hanging clouds there ahead. You get the shelf cloud basically ahead of the line. You said you're south of Troy, right? On 231.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, you can definitely see that you're right there with that line approaching from the west. We'll take a look at the velocity real quick as we're looking at your picture here, and I'm just doing some stuff in the back on the back end here. Yeah, it looks like you got some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds there. It's about 2,000 feet off the ground, so maybe not quite as strong as what we were seeing earlier.
Not quite as strong down low.
Yeah, when you were a little bit further to the north, but yeah, still packing a little bit of a punch there as it's moving towards Troy. But definitely a really cool looking video there of the storms approaching. Along again, we're looking at 231 there south of Troy, looking back kind of over towards the west, and I guess to the northwest as well. But yeah, you don't really see. You do have some of those creepy looking clouds a little bit there. None of them, as he's kind of panning around, getting super close to the ground. Yeah, but you can see the rising motion there. I mean, that kind of thing is occasionally can be a little bit scary looking, but you can. It's the fact that you can really see that in real time from the drone there in the air. That's really see that rising motion along the shelf cloud there. Which do you know what does it? Which direction you pointed roughly now, Kevin?
I'm facing west.
You're facing due west. Okay, so you're looking kind of straight into it. And I'm just looking
more southwest now.
More southwest. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you're definitely about to get the storm is going to be overtaking you here fairly soon. But yeah, I'm not looking at the radar data. We're not seeing anything too concerning. Let me switch to the right radar site though here. That would be a good idea. Yeah, even though you've got those, that rising motion there along the shelf cloud, and obviously you've got some strong winds around the area. We're not seeing any circulation there, so that's good to see that we're not seeing anything that indicates any sort of circulation. Although you do have those cool looking clouds, but I see. Yeah, it looks like I think that shot you had there a second ago. We could basically see the edge of the rain shaft at that point. So yeah, you're about to get rained on pretty hard here fairly soon, there, Kevin.
All right, 12:23, and again, we've got the thunderstorm segment coming into Troy, and Kevin is near Troy, Drew?
Yeah, he's along 231, just south of Troy.
Okay, so Kevin's looking back into this. So let's go to the drone full screen. We'll just kind of take that full for the next couple of minutes, and he'll have to pull it down. And again, you can clearly see the campus of Troy University. And again, this is right on 231, just south of Troy. And for those of you in southeast Alabama, this is what you'll be dealing with today if you've not dealt with it already. If you're in Brundage or Ozark or Troy or Dothan, Abbeville, Eufaula, this is going to be ultimately coming your way. And we've had issues in Montgomery with winds gusting to 70 miles per hour, 71. Looks like we got some stuff blowing around down there. What is that, Drew? Is that, it might be.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Looks fairly light, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything too heavy.
Are we looking at a Lowe's or a Home Depot or something? Are those like bins, plastic bins?
On the land.
Yeah, the wind's definitely gusting a little bit there.
Again, you can see that's Kevin's vehicle there. Again, this drone technology is pretty remarkable, giving us some incredible views, but I think Kevin's probably going to pull that thing down. He's in the process of, yeah, that's Kevin right there. If you want to know what he looks like, that's Kevin. And yeah, so he's going to pull the drone down, and let's go back to the Troy camera. If we'll pull that up here in just a second. That's a look at another video stream we have. We'll go to the Troy Skycam, the Region Skycam network, and again, this will be looking into the shelf cloud coming into Troy. And let's take that full. Let's take the Troy camera full, Ryan. Thank you. Getting a lot of mamas and daddies with kids at Troy wanting to know what's going on down there. Well, there you go. It is starting to absolutely pour rain, sheets, curtains of rain coming into the campus of Troy University. Their temperatures will drop about 10 degrees in the next 10 minutes as the cold front comes on through. And again, we're kind of watching this all together. So far, the storms, with the exception of Montgomery, when that thing came through Montgomery, we had very strong winds, of a gust of 71 reported there. But other than that, the winds have been generally under 50. And again, notice the wind gust, the peak wind gust at 21. That's very manageable. We can certainly handle that. But it's just starting to pour rain. Visibility is going to drop. Temperature is going to come down very quickly. And again, this line of storms will keep on progressing to the south and east over southeast Alabama. After it leaves Troy, it'll be coming on through Brundage. Now, understand, there's another line that's formed on the outflow of the main line, which from near Clayton down to Brundage and Elba and Opp. If you're in those places, it's pouring rain. That's not the cold front. That's a little line segment that's formed out ahead of this. But it just seems as if the bulk of what we've seen so far in Alabama, it is outflow dominant and just not really giving us a classic severe weather signal here. There's a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. Again, it's going to be canceled early. It'll be canceled once the line passes. Once this thing passes, you're done with it. But it just seems like so far in Alabama, with the exception of that one little spot around Montgomery, everything has been kind of outflow dominant and not giving us major severe weather signals. Of course, we should mention the line does extend all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. Pensacola getting it right now. That'll be sweeping across the Panhandle as well. So again, peak wind gust 21. We can handle that, Drew. 21 miles per hour. That beats 71 like we had in Montgomery.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take that. You don't ever want to be out there in near hurricane force winds. But did want to mention I'm looking at you're mentioning that little line out ahead of the kind of that main line we've been watching, and I'm going to take a look at the radar in an area there that's kind of near the north end of that, so kind of eastern Bullock County, starting to move into parts of Barber and Russell counties. And I'm going to look at we'll get the Maxwell radar on here real quick. And we're seeing a little bit of velocity signature that I wanted to take a look at here. Yeah, just something there to just kind of watch, because I think what we're seeing here is maybe getting another, you can see the northern edge of that secondary line that's out front is starting to kind of merge in as this moves to the east. That we're starting to get a little bit of a merger on the northern side, and given what we saw in Montgomery around with a similar situation where you had cells kind of merging, that does concern me a little bit, considering what we're seeing there, the fact that the velocity seems to have crept up a little bit. Again, we have no warning on this at this point. Don't see anything from Birmingham Weather Service. Actually, I'm not in the right chat. Let me see if don't believe I see anything from the Birmingham Weather Service talking about it at this point. But just something to watch there. Again, this is going to move. It's near Hurtsboro at this point, and moving over towards Rutherford, Hooks. Again, no warning right now, but just an area that we're watching. Anytime, because of what we saw earlier, just want to make sure we're paying attention to any of those little cell mergers that might cause some little spinning action there, James.
All right, so 12:30 on Sunday. This is James Spann, and we're working a severe weather threat in southeast Alabama. We have a line of strong storms. At the moment, there are no warnings. No warnings. We have a tornado watch in effect for southeast Alabama until 6. That will be canceled well before 6 o'clock. This line will be out of the state much sooner than that. At the rate we're going, it's going to be out of the state by 2:30, maybe sooner than that. But the line of strong storm stretches from around Lynette down to Auburn, Opelika. Again, no evidence of any especially high winds in Auburn. And then curving down into southeast Alabama. And we've got this little line that's formed ahead of the front. And again, that's going to be one to watch as well. But again, so far, no evidence of storm rotation, no evidence of damaging wind at this moment. Now, earlier, Montgomery had a wind gust of 71 miles per hour, producing tree and power line damage. But again, that's the segment that's over here, but it's not as strong. It's weakened a good bit. The lines coming through Andalusia and Opp in Covington County. And again, that's going to be sweeping ultimately through Coffee, Dale, Barber, Henry, Houston, Geneva counties, and the rest of Covington County. So for those of you in southeast Alabama, just be weather aware here for the next couple of hours and understand while we have this problem in southeast Alabama, look at Florence, 32. That's our live Skycam at the campus of the University of North Alabama, the region Skycam, 32. And the good news, the precipitation is ending there. In fact, it looks like it has ended there. 36 over at the Renaissance. You're a tad warmer there, but temperature's going to come down very quickly. And the concern tonight is for a flash freeze or black ice over about the northern half of the state. There might be some patchy bridge ice tomorrow morning down into South Alabama. But the concern tonight's going to be for the possibility of a flash freeze and black ice for the northern half of the state. Let's look at temperatures very quickly while we got the big state map up. And again, these are going to be the official reporting stations. You can see in real time our cameras here. We're still showing mid-30s at Hamilton and Florence, 37 in Huntsville, 37 for Cullman. These cities should come down below freezing pretty soon. There's Hatton over here in Lawrence County. They're at 33. That's between Moulton and Florence. But these numbers should come down over the next several hours. They should be below freezing by probably 3 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, we're going to see teens up here with 20s all the way to the Gulf Coast, low 20s all the way down to Birmingham. And with that really cold air coming in, it's not going to have time to just evaporate that water. We're still going to have standing water and potential for travel issues and black ice tomorrow morning. Many school systems have decided to close. And again, your school system will notify you. We are past the days of old school radio and television doing the crawls. You get the information directly from your school system, but many school systems have closed tomorrow. We got a few that are opening late, and those closings are mainly over the northern half of the state. That's where we think the greatest chance of black ice will be. But look at the numbers down here. While we've got some spots up here at freezing, we've got mid-70s at Geneva and Dothan. That's a pretty dynamic system coming in here, but that's the warm sector right here. And again, the warm sector, it's getting small. Temperatures have come down. Greenville down to 54, Atmore down to 58, Mobile down to 52, Chatham in Washington County down to 45. And that doesn't look good.
Yeah, that's Kevin. He said he's coming up on a wreck. Looks like there. Guess you're probably still near Troy, I would assume, Kevin. I don't know if you're hearing us or not.
Yeah, I'm just outside of Troy, south of Troy on 231.
All right, he's headed, can't tell if he's headed toward Brundage or Montgomery, but again, obviously the weather conditions have improved after that tremendous amount of rain with that heavier line coming in there. But again, this is U.S. Highway 231 down in Pike County in southeast Alabama. That's coming from Kevin Henderson. We have John Olshew and Kevin both out in the weather again today. Keep in mind, these two men yesterday were in Florence and Athens and the Tennessee Valley working ice. Today they're working severe storms down here in southeast Alabama. Mail's in. Was that a new warning I heard?
No, James, it's canceling Montgomery County from the tornado watch.
Okay. Yeah, if you're behind this line, you're done with it. Again, temperatures drop like a rock. You're done with it, and these counties will be cleared out in a heartbeat. In fact, I'll tell you, if you're in Butler County, you're good. You're in the 50s, you're good. Conecuh County, you're good. Baldwin County, you're good. Those counties will come off this thing in a matter of minutes. The concern is rapidly shifting down here into the southeastern corner of the state, and I really do think we'll be through with this by probably 2:30 this afternoon. This stuff is moving very quickly, and by 2:30 we will eliminate the risk of severe storms. Then we'll focus on the potential for black ice and travel issues tomorrow morning. So again, the live stream you see here, that is coming from Kevin Henderson on US 231 in Pike County. Down below, you're seeing our live Regions Skycam network scrolling through. And again, Bob Barron, the Barron Institute cameras, he's letting us tap into some of those so you can see additional views that they have, just so you can see real-time weather. So Southeast Alabama, and again, let's talk about these flood advisories, Drew, with these advisories for the Tennessee Valley. They've had tremendous amounts of rain up here.
Yeah, I was noticed that, we had an aerial flood warning there in Madison County, and that looks like, knowing living in that area for a number of years, that's decent chance. A lot of times that's for Indian Creek. A lot of times when you get those aerial flood warnings like that in that part of Madison County, so I would assume that's probably for some flooding along Indian Creek as it heads down towards the Tennessee River. But you do have, in addition to that, you've got this much larger aerial flood warning that seems to be covering a good portion of the northern part of the state. So that would include Lawrence, Limestone, Morgan, Coleman, Marshall, DeKalb, Jackson, and Madison for all the rain that's been falling over the last number of hours here. And we'll just kind of play back through this. And you can see, I mean, they've had rain fairly constantly for, this is 4 hours back. And, you can see it's been pretty steady rain for about 4 hours. And I know I saw that the Weather Service was receiving multiple reports of flooding in Lawrence County. Creeks almost at capacity before cresting banks. County Road 317 in East Lawrence area, the water is over the roadway. So there's a lot of reports of flooding in that area. Bill, you got something?
Yeah, just dovetailing with what you're talking about, Drew. On WEX 05, I got a picture of a Greenore Drive off Morgan Road in Bessemer. And I trained my cousin well because she sent this to me and said we turned around and didn't drown. So that's the advice of the day in all this flooding.
Yeah,
we've been dry for so long. This is when you encounter something like this, do not attempt to drive through it.
One good thing I will note, though, James, is as we look back off towards the northwest here, looks like precipitation is trying to end in the northwestern corner. So you see. Up until just fairly recently, the radar was still showing some freezing rain falling in Lauderdale County and parts of Colbert and Franklin counties, but things are starting to dry up behind the front there. I'll turn on. I just heard another alert there. Was that anything we need to look at?
It's clearing some counties.
Okay, clearing watches. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick look at the Columbus reflectivity here. Yeah, there you go. So you can see it's starting to dry up. We're looking at the closest single site radar to that area, and it's confirming there just in the last basically 30-something minutes that that back edge is really starting to move through those areas. And so that is a good sign that maybe we can stop the freezing precipitation from falling. And then now it's just a matter of, as we've talked about, how the cold air coming in behind it, and how much freezing of the moisture on the roads that we'll be seeing there. But good to see that we're starting to dry things up a little bit in that northwestern part of the state. James.
Yes, so as the storms move out of southeast Alabama, the light rain will be ending over northwest Alabama. So again, it's a huge range of conditions here if you're just joining us. The rain is ending where temperatures are around freezing up here. They're in the 70s in Dothan with a line of strong storms approaching. There's a tornado watch for the southeastern corner of the state. But again, up here, the greatest concern, even though the rain is ending, many spots have seen over 2 inches of rain, over the past 24 hours. And the ground is saturated. The water is just not going to go away quickly. And with temperatures plummeting this evening, that could set the stage for a flash freeze and black ice. Not every road will have ice on it, no, but there could be a lot of problems tomorrow morning. And again, many schools have made the decision just to take the day off. Not all, some have yet to make a decision, but the greatest concern for black ice over the northern half of the state. South Alabama, the ground is really warm and temperatures will not fall as quickly and you'll have more time to dry out, and so the problem should not be as widespread. Having said that, there could be a little patchy black ice down here tomorrow morning on bridges, not on roads, but on bridges. But the main concern, the northern half of the state, tonight and tomorrow morning with black ice. We're going to see lows in the teens over the Tennessee Valley, low 20s down to Birmingham, 20s all the way to the Gulf Coast. And the week ahead will be very, very cold and dry. And again, if you've seen the social media post about the mega storm of the century that's going to produce 3 feet of snow in Alabama next weekend, no. That's a topic for a different day, but unfortunately some people follow engagement farms on social media. The only reason those accounts are there, it's for engagement and monetization. They don't care about the truth. They're going to find the most outrageous long-range model map they can find, post it for the world to see. It'll be shared 100,000 times. And of course, when it doesn't happen, they all get mad at me. The trolls come after me. So by watching this, thank you for finding a reliable source of weather information. So severe storms southeast Alabama, rain ending northwest Alabama, but temperatures turning much colder. And again, the temperatures drop will be pretty quick. But good news for Mississippi. The freezing rain has ended. They're on ice over here. I mean, the ice is really thick on trees and power lines. In fact, let me just pull up the latest power outage count. Mississippi, 157,000 people have no power. Tennessee, 337,000 people have no power. A lot of that's concentrated around Nashville. The Alabama count is currently at 35,000, and most of those are in Montgomery County due to the severe storm that came through about 1 hour ago. So again, we've got Montgomery County with 12,000 with no power. That's 11% of the county. Lowndes County has 25% of the county with no power. Their outage count is 7,331. So again, that storm that came through Montgomery has knocked out power to almost 13,000 people. All right, Drew, you're looking at velocity. Tell me what you're looking at here.
Well, I was just taking a quick look. Bill, can you pinpoint again where you were saying that the Weather Service was looking at? It was from Tallahassee.
Yeah,
Weather Service.
The Weather Service in Tallahassee mentioned that the Coffee County storm there coming out of the northeast corner of Coffee,
Okay, gotcha.
crossing 231 right there south of Brundage, just northwest of Ayrton, has their attention for some mid-level rotation. Of course, that's moving up toward Clio and Louisville, and eventually toward Clayton and Barber County.
Okay, yep, that's what we were looking at. James, just taking a quick look at the radar with what Tallahassee was talking about here. Doesn't look again too concerning at this point. You can see a little bit what they're watching there, but at least at this point, no warning or anything like that. Just something that we're paying attention to with this. Again, this is that line, and now that they're starting to kind of merge together, this was originally that line out ahead of everything, and now as basically the front, it looks like it's starting to kind of catch up with this, and so we're kind of starting to see a little bit of a merge of the two lines and almost into one here. Looks like it's happening here as we speak. So that'll get, again, as that kind of happens, again, we'll be watching for any sort of little spin-ups. But the other good thing that we would expect to see out of that is maybe that'll help to kind of undercut and the instability as we're kind of seeing that front kind of surge out and maybe help to wind down the threat, at least in those areas where it's starting to come through there. So it's coming in pretty quickly behind those storms, and again, may just kind of help to spin them down a little bit after. Again, there could be a little bit of interaction to begin with, but hopefully, the idea would be as that air comes in and the cooler air starts moving in, that'll help to cut things off a little bit there, James.
Okay, 1243. This is the Alabama Weather Network. I'm James Spann with the team here. We've got crews in the field and here in the studio. And the immediate concern, it's this line of severe storms in southeast Alabama. It runs from near Phoenix City down to Clio, down to Elba in Coffee County, down to near Opp in Covington County, and that will be sweeping through the rest of Coffee County. It'll be sweeping through the rest of Barber County. It's going to be coming through Dale, Henry, Houston, and Geneva counties. And there is a tornado watch until the line passes. Once the line passes, you're done with it. And again, we're watching for any sign of any tornado or damaging wind. The only damaging wind episode so far today has been in Montgomery. We had a wind gust of 71 earlier, and that knocked down trees and power lines. We've heard of nobody injured as a result of that. A severe thunderstorm warning was issued. And again, that was about 11:15, 11:30 this morning. But again, that was resulting in down trees and power lines. At one point, we had lines down across Interstate 85 at Taylor Road, just east of Montgomery. But that's the line that's coming through southeast Alabama right now. So again, here we go. Looking at the line of storms through southeast Alabama. So far, so good. We have Kevin Henderson. That is his stream you see up here in the top box. Down below, we're rotating through our sky cams so you can see current conditions where you live. We got sky cams all over the state with the region sky cam network. You can see Cullman down to 39. And all of those northern cities will be coming down below freezing over the next 5 or 6 hours. And of course, when that happens, then we have the chance for bridge icing and maybe icing on some blacktop roads. And for that reason, many school systems have just opted to cancel classes tomorrow. And I think that's probably the course of least regret. We'll have sunny, cold weather tomorrow, but with a very dry air mass in place, sublimation, evaporation, that should help improve roads. And I think by Tuesday morning, everybody will be okay. Although there's always a chance of a few trouble spots because Tuesday morning, we're going to see lows between 10 and 15 over the northern half of the state, low 20s all the way down to the Gulf Coast. But again, most of the roads should be dry by early Tuesday morning. So, so far, so good. It's a linear type event here. It's not cellular, it's linear, which means the odds of a tornado are smaller, but you can still have one. Understand, within a line, you can have an embedded supercell, and they can be very challenging to deal with, but you can have them. Bill, you got something over there?
Just an initial report of some damage at the Foley Grove community there, southwest of Foley. It's a big manufactured home community. Seems to be a retirement community, James. Lots of reports of damage inside that community. Don't have any serious reports or any injuries or anything like that, but looks like that storm that rolled through there coming off of the bay may have caused some mischief right in that area.
You know, we watched that storm come in through our Skycam network, all of the Eastern Shore Skycams, the Gulf Coast Skycams, and it certainly packed a punch. And again, that's the first report we've seen of damage coming in from Foley. In fact, I'm starting to see some more images come in from Foley while we're...
There we are, right there.
I'll also mention with
Bill,
that.
I'll let you pull those up, the Foley pictures, and you can go through that in just a second.
I'll have all those for you in just a second.
Okay.
I'll also mention with that line, and I don't know if any of those pictures have anything to do with it either, but I did see a few other people that saw what we think of potentially seeing that water spout that we thought we might have seen out over the Gulf, Orange Beach. There was other people who were seeing some of that as well, so we weren't the only ones.
Yeah, it looked like a gustnado kind of thing out there in the shelf cloud in association with that. Again, we watched that live on the Skycam at Orange Beach. So again, if you're in Baldwin County, the risk of severe weather is ended. You're in a cool, stable air mass. You feel it. I mean, earlier you had 70, now you've got low and mid 50s. It's what's happening, temperatures drop about 10 to 15 degrees once this cold front passes, and everything will be feeling radically different there. But yeah, I'm looking at, Bill, you got those pulled up yet? Go ahead.
Yeah. I do. If you can take WEX 05, I've got 4 pictures here. Does not look like significant damage to these structures, just some, looks like maybe gutters and roofing and, mailbox knocked down. Looks like that might be a lanai type structure there, which would be vulnerable to winds. But there's some, some sheet metal that's been blown high into a tree right there, and you see other pieces of metal also stuck in that tree. And this looks like part of a roof or maybe a patio that is blown off of there. So this is the kind of damage we're seeing so far, James.
All right, and again, that was in Baldwin County about 1 hour ago as the storms came through there. You're watching the Alabama Weather Network. We thank you for watching. Yeah, look at the numbers, how they've come down. 36 in Utah. Earlier this morning, they were up in the 60s about 5 or 6 o'clock. But the cold front has clearly come on through Montgomery, Phoenix City down to 46, Union Springs dropping quickly. So these numbers are coming down quickly. Southeast Alabama, though, you're still in advance of the front. We've got, now Abbeville, no, you're not 32. You're more like 72. Dothan at 74, mid-70s at Enterprise and Geneva. But again, you can pick out that front. You got 73 at Florala, Andalusia in the 50s. And again, we've got 50s all throughout Baldwin County, Foley down to 58, 49 at Wilmer, Citronelle, Mobile County down to 47. So once that cold front comes in, it will drop very, very quickly. And again, the concern will be shifting from storms to black ice tomorrow morning. So again, here's the radar coming out of Fort Rucker. Now, is it Fort Rucker? I'm not a political guy. I don't know.
It is officially Fort Rucker.
Okay, because
I got in trouble for calling
no
it
matter
Fort
what
Rucker
you say,
last year.
no matter what you say, haters are gonna hate, man. They hate. I mean, they're just haters. They'll hate you over anything. But if you say anything remotely related that might even be political, my left shoe has become political. I don't even understand this. What has happened? That people think about this all day and all night. And they'll make physical threats of violence against you if you say something they don't like. So everybody just take a big deep breath. Big deep breath in and out, okay? Just relax, please, please. We're just weather people trying to help here. So it is Fort Rucker.
That's
every
right.
every 4 years you got to check just to make sure.
Okay. Again, the radar in southeast Alabama showing a line of strong storms, coming through Barber County, Clayton, back down toward Clio, down toward Elba and Coffee County, on top of Opp. And again, it's pretty solid. We're watching any little activity that forms out ahead of this. We had one little line that's merged with the main line now. And again, everything seems kind of outflow dominant, which is good. You want that. The chance of severe storms are relatively low. So, Drew, who do we have up here in the chaser box?
That's Chris Mann, and last I knew, he was still kind of staged northwest of Dothan. I think it was Midland City. Yeah, so I think he hasn't moved, and he's waiting for the storms to approach there in Midland City.
Okay, good deal. And again, what's amazing to me, it's looking at the images and videos that are coming in. They're coming in at about the rate of one every 30 seconds, which is great. We love seeing all of these, and some are coming from out of state, but the ones in Alabama, 1 minute you'll see an image of an ice-covered tree in Cherokee, and the next minute you'll see severe storm. So what do we have? Whose stream is this? I'm sorry.
That's back to Kevin. I'm checking to see where he is.
Looks like
Kevin, do you hear us?
Yeah, I'm in close to 10 Isle. I see Mount Zion Baptist Church right next to me.
You're on 231. Are you still on 231 South, or?
Yeah, it's just south of.
He's in Brundage.
Am I saying that correct? 10 Isle?
If he's at Mount Zion Baptist Church, I'm pretty sure that's the one in Brundage.
Okay. So you're kind of in the thick of the back edge of the rain, probably. Yeah.
And hopefully nobody, we saw that MVA back there, hopefully nobody was injured in that. It's obviously very rough driving conditions. And again, Mount Zion Baptist Church is right here, just right below Brundage, and I'm pretty sure that's where he is. And I would assume
he mentioned Coffee County, I think, so maybe he is just right in that little corner.
It's in his corner right here. It's right in through here, and obviously he's in the midst of this. So again, probably in the far northeastern corner of Coffee County, coming down 231.
That's right where they were looking at that little circulation earlier, but it's now, it's passed through to the northeast now.
Right. So again, we're thankful for all of our spotters that are in the field today, providing live streams. So again, you can see what's happening, and you don't have to do it yourself. You don't want to be out there in this mess. So as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, these storms are rapidly advancing through southeast Alabama. And again, at the rate we're going, they're going to be gone by 2 o'clock. I heard another one. This was probably counties being canceled out of the watch.
That's right, James. Bullock, Macon, and Pike are now removed from the watch.
Look, if this line is come past you, you're done with it. You're totally done with it. So again, Pike and Bullock, you're off the board now. Covington, you'll be off the board here soon. Russell, you'll be off the board soon. The core threat is limited now really to Barber, Coffee, Dale, Henry, Houston, and Geneva counties, the southeastern corner of the state. And we'll get this stuff out of here pretty soon, and then we can move on to focusing on the cold air coming in and the potential for ice. But again, the good news, let's go to the Columbus radar real quick. we need some good news. We really do need some good news. So look what's ended up here. It's over. And if we can, maybe we'll punch up one of our Florence cameras. Let's just look at it and see if the sun's trying to break out here. That would be like really nice if we get the sun. Not that it's going to help. Temperatures are still going to fall. I mean, the sun will not help with this kind of air mass coming in. It is brighter. It's not sunny, but it's brighter. But there's the problem. They're down to 32. Now, here's one good thing. The winds are kind of gusty. The more wind we can get, maybe the more evaporation we can see down here. But again, the dew points are not low. For a lot of evaporation, you want to see the dew point down in the teens, but we don't have that. The air is saturated. And when the air is saturated, you're not going to have evaporation really quick. And again, that just opens the door for all this moisture down here to freeze in coming hours. So UNA, Florence, 32, and again, you'll fall. At 6 o'clock this morning, it was 39. Huntsville had 37 this morning. This is coming from from the Renaissance Shoals. 33 degrees. And again, they'll be at freezing pretty soon. Pretty good wind here, but again, the problem is that dew point's on up there. The air is relatively saturated. Let's go down to Cherokee. We'll check some of the cameras up here in northwest Alabama while we're at it. We'll go back to the storms in southeast Alabama shortly. They're down to 30. This is Colbert County to the southwest of Florence, 30 in Russellville. In Franklin County, we'll check that camera where most likely...
I was going to mention just real quick, it looked like you can see some ice on the trees there.
Yeah, no, I think there's no doubt we've got some icing down here. We'll zoom in once we get the storms out of here and take a closer look at those. But again, we'll check Russellville and 32, so they're at freezing. And again, we're kind of watching these blacktop roads down here. So just understand the northwestern corner of the state is at freezing, and temperatures go nowhere but down for the rest of this afternoon and tonight. All these places will be in the low teens. Tomorrow morning between 12 and 15. And with all that moisture, that's not good. So we'll go back to the radar, and again, we're going to stay with the storms in southeast Alabama. And so far, so good. The only issue it's been Montgomery, where we had damage, and we had a little bit of damage in Foley. But those are the only two spots where damage has been reported. So strong to severe storms, and again, Kevin Henderson is driving in it over here. Kevin is... basically, in this little segment right here, this is where Barber, Pike, Dale, and Coffee counties all come together. And he's driving down US 231 trying to get ahead of this. But he's given us some amazing drone views of the shelf cloud. Clayton, Clio, Elba, Op. And again, that will be sweeping through places like Eufaula here pretty soon. Eufaula, your weather's going to be very breezy and very wet. And maybe some thunder and lightning. Again, it's going to be coming through Ozark, Enterprise, be coming through Abbeville, Headland, Dothan, Midland City, Webb, Hartford, Geneva, Sampson. All these places in southeast Alabama. Everybody's going to deal with it. Thankfully, the heavy rain will not last that long, but when it comes down, it comes down. Again, you can see that right there. Kevin is right in the middle of that line, basically right here. That's where he is right now. And but the temperatures are in the low 70s. It feels oppressive. It doesn't feel good for a January day. It's a dynamic system, but again, so far it just seems like it's a linear type event, and that's good. The chance of an isolated tornado is lower with a linear event, but still, it's not zero. And again, we've had some damaging wind with this. We had wind damage in Montgomery with a wind gust of 71 miles per hour, about 11:15 to 11:30. That brought down trees and power lines. And we've had a little bit of scattered damage reported in Foley when the line came through there earlier, but within the last 10 minutes we've not. Yes, sir.
I was just going to mention, I don't think it got switched. I was just with the camera there that we were watching. I think that's actually Old Shoe near Op.
He's between Florala and Op.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So this is John Oldshoe in Covington County. So again, John is in the segment right here. So again, it's the same line, just a different place. But again, Drew, you've been doing some analysis. So far, so good on the radar. Last 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, James. Still, watching things just in case. It looks like we do have, one thing I'll just kind of note here, and I'll zoom in on it a little bit more so it's a little bit easier for you to see. This is that same area that Kevin is in. We're getting some lightning starting to uptick a little bit here. Looks like we've got 11 strikes within this area in the last 3 minutes. So sometimes when we see little bursts of lightning, that's something we start paying attention to a little bit. And yeah, you can see just in the last 10 minutes, looks like the lightning has kind of crept up. So let's take a look at some of the other data here. Looks like looking at velocity, do you see, some decent winds. We'll go ahead and do a query on those. 73 miles an hour right around the velocity there. See a severe thunderstorm warning. Is that it?
Dale, Henry, and Coffee.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess that one. Assuming we're about to see a warning pop up right there because we're sampling those winds at 60, 70 miles per hour. And we're, just about 1,000 feet up. So yeah, there it is. We have now got a warning right there for that part of it. So hey, that worked out. There's your strong part of the storm. Now looking at the storm relative, so I can maybe putting, I think I may have heard Kevin saying he might be putting his drone up here. He's not, again, he's pretty close to this. I don't know exactly where he's located right now, but he's in this vicinity along 231 right here. So he's kind of right there close by. So you're gonna have to kind of be careful there, Kevin, make sure you're safe. But yeah, we're right there where we're seeing that little thing here. And again, I'm not necessarily saying rotation. It does just look like definitely the possibility for some strong straight line winds with that. And looking at the rotation detector, the shear product, which again, doesn't always necessarily mean there's rotation. It also is good at picking up just potential for some straight line wind, basically just changes in wind direction and speed. And it is picking up on some of that as well. And so I guess if you're in Rocky Head, let me switch back over to the right radar site here. That got swapped accidentally. You're right there. You need to be going ahead and just being in the safe part of your house. Ayrton, you're kind of getting the heavy rain already, but that area is kind of moving towards you right now. And again, along 231 there, towards Ozark. So if you're along 231, US 231, or 123, Alabama 123, probably want to go ahead and just to take a precaution and go, be in your house, kind of hunker down for this to come through here, because we have seen a history of at least one or two storms here with this line, knocking down a few trees and things like that. So obviously you don't want to be outside, you want to be near windows when that kind of thing is going on there, James.
Yeah, let's take the camera that labeled Abbeville if we can. We'll take a look at that. This is going to show the thunderstorms coming in, and this camera is actually at Texasville. It's kind of at the Barber Henry County intersection, and again, there's a good look at that squall line. This is the Alabama Public Television Tower at that particular point. This is for WGIQ channel 43. And again, this is giving us a really good look into the line of storms as it passes through there. And again, as Drew has pointed out, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for parts of Coffee, Dale, and Henry counties. And basically, this camera is going to give us a bird's eye view of this thing. It's going to come right into the camera site here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And again, notice ahead of the front, temperature 68, dew point 68. Behind the front, we've got 40s and 50s. It is a radical change. Once that thing comes through, temperatures will drop about 10 degrees in about 10 minutes. And again, this is the shelf cloud in advance of the line of storms. And begin a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for northeastern Coffee, for northern Dale, and northern Henry counties. For the line of storms, this is where the winds could be strong. And this is Kevin Henderson's drone, and Kevin is up looking at the same storm and basically the same area. This is a look at the severe storms in southeast Alabama. Down below that would be US Highway 231. And I see we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Geneva, for parts of Coffee, and for parts of Dale counties. So we now have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and basically what the Weather Service in Tallahassee is doing, they're blanketing that entire line in southeast Alabama with severe thunderstorm warnings, as they believe there could be in spots winds of possibly 55, 58 miles per hour. That is the severe criteria. And again, I'm going to pull up the Tallahassee chat. We've had a 52-knot wind gust at Florala, and I think that's the basis for these warnings. Again, a 52 wind gust at mile per hour wind gust at Florala in Covington County. And again, that's prompting these warnings. So again, Kevin's going to land his drone, which is the right thing to do. Again, safety first. That's the way it works here. But again, this is the Skycam at Texasville, Abbeville, right around the intersection of Henry and Barber counties. The Alabama Public Television Tower here, looking right at the shelf cloud. And within this, we could see winds that might gust to over 55 miles per hour. And if we can pop up the map real quick, drew the radar map. I wanted to show the current polygons. So here we go. The Weather Service of Tallahassee has blanketed that whole line here. Now, Barber County, you're not in a warning. That you're served by the Weather Service in Birmingham, and they believe the storms are under severe limits. But the Weather Service in Tallahassee, they believe that they could be as they move into these counties down here. So again, we've got the western half of Geneva County. We've got southern Coffee, northeastern Coffee, basically all of Dale between the two polygons here, and the northern part of Henry County. A severe thunderstorm warning. And this is about to move into Enterprise, about to move into Ozark. It's moving into Eufaula right now.
That was me.
Okay. And it's going to be moving into, I actually like it without the watch better. That sometimes the yellows get all confused when you put these watches underneath that. But this line is going to be coming into Abbeville, Headland, ultimately Dothan, Ashford, Hartford, Geneva, Sampson, over the next hour. This will be out of here probably by a little after 2 o'clock, and then we're done with severe storms. But as the storms come through, be aware they could produce strong straight line winds. We don't expect hail in this case, but again, the chance of strong straight line winds, that is the main concern. So let's go back to the Skycam at Abbeville, the one labeled Abbeville. And again, technically it's not right in Abbeville, but that's the closest larger town to this Skycam. It's technically in Texasville. Most people in Alabama don't know where Texasville is, but that's where the Skycam is located, way up on the public television tower here. Great view of the shelf cloud coming in. We've got Kevin Henderson, who is also on the road. And again, for others in other parts of the state where you're concerned about ice, notice Cherokee over here, 30 degrees. Colbert County down to 30 degrees. So again, the freezing rain has ended. That's good. What's bad, temperatures are dropping like a rock, and all that water will be freezing ultimately, and that leads to black ice. Bill Murray, go ahead.
Just watching there's a nice density of weather stations right there in Enterprise and Daleville. James, associated with the military base, of course. 41 mile per hour gust at the Enterprise Airport, and 40 miles per hour just now at the Love Army Heliport, which is just northwest of Daleville.
And that's good. That's well below severe limits. That's not even close to 58. That's good. I mean, it's not pleasant, but that's good. So again, winds seem to be gusting to about 40 miles per hour coming through Enterprise now. But there might be a spot within that line where the wind gusts are higher. So again, we're watching the multiple sky cams here. Let's go back to the radar really quickly, and we'll bounce between different sources to give you a visual view of what you need to know. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now in advance of this line of storms. The line of storms coming into Enterprise. It'll be coming into Ozark in about 10-15 minutes. It's already come through Clio. It'll be coming through Abbeville in about 15 minutes. And of course, ultimately coming right down Highway 231, Midland City and Dothan. It'll be affecting Ashford down Highway 84, Pansy. It'll be affecting, obviously, Geneva, Hartford, anybody in Geneva County. In fact, the storm's coming right into Sampson right now. And so far, we've heard of no issues in the last 15 to 20 minutes with this. But again, the air is juicy with dew points up in the low 70s, temperatures in the low 70s, very ripe air mass and a very dynamic system, needless to say. With this thing has produced ice and snow all the way from El Paso to Boston. Everything in between. Severe storms, sleet, snow, ice, you name it, this thing has had it somewhere around the nation. But again, we're going to get these things out of here by for sure 2:30. We'll be done with it. And again, once this line passes, the tornado watch is over. You're done with severe weather. So if you're in Elba, your chance of severe weather is over. If you're in Brundage, Troy, your chance of severe weather is over. You're done with it, which is a a very good thing. We have had no tornadoes in Alabama today. Let's point that out. A lot of people are watching us from afar on a day like today. This is a day for weather dweebs, nerds, geeks, dorks, and weenies. This is a day for weather watching. You name it, you can watch it. And a lot of people are watching our live stream because of this. And again, we've had no tornadoes in Alabama today so far, despite the fact there's a tornado watch in effect. We've had some wind damage around Montgomery. The winds gusted to 71 miles per hour in parts of the city. Had a little bit of light damage in Foley, and that's the only damage we've heard so far. And we are here now because we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for parts of southeastern Coffee, for all of Dale, northern Henry, and the western part of Geneva County. And again, all of this will be coming into Dothan. So Drew, your thoughts on the radar. You're looking at it. Tell us about that velocity.
Yeah, so we do see a few. Let me start off where we were focused on earlier, there near Ayrton. That's now moved. There's still lots of lightning with that one there. And it's starting to move. The threatening part of that with all the lightning is starting to move out of the warning. Again, like James mentioned earlier, you're seeing the boundary here between the Tallahassee Weather Service Office and the Birmingham Weather Service Office, and that's why you see that lack of a polygon further towards the north. But just looking at the reflectivity here and the velocity too, there are lots of lightning, but at least the velocity signatures aren't looking too bad. We'll just do a couple of queries on there just to make sure I'm not misinterpreting those color palettes. Yeah, so still could get some 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts at the surface. And moving over further towards the north, looking okay there. So we'll continue to move down through and kind of into that southern portion of the warning, and getting a little bit higher looking velocity values there near Enterprise south of there, going towards Central City. So we'll kind of zoom in a little bit to that. And it looks like along US 84, some of the kind of the northern edge of those winds is going to be moving through. And right now you can see southern part of Enterprise. Now let me just see, and the next scan just came in. Yeah, so we're pretty close to the radar. We're just about 1,000, 1,500 feet off the ground with this, and these do look a little bit heavier. So let's get some readings on those. Okay, that's showing 91 miles an hour. That's not always going to be a guarantee, a slam dunk, that it's going to be that high there, but we do see other values close to over 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. So I'd say at this point, given the level of the atmosphere, it looks like there's a decent chance we could be getting some severe level winds there. Some straight line winds is what it would look like at this point. We'll just take a quick look at the storm relative. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing rotation here, but this does appear to be something if you are kind of southeast of Enterprise there. So again, we're looking at State Highway 12. I'll kind of zoom in here a little bit. Highway 167, County Road 712, County Road 708. Some of these areas kind of southeast of Enterprise going down towards the state line. Clayhatchee, Level Plains, eventually Daleville in Dale County. Central City, it's already kind of moved through there, but if you're just kind of south of there, you're getting some heavy winds, it looks like at this point. So again, if you're in those areas, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. We want to take those seriously. Not a tornado warning, but it does appear that there's a decent chance in that area that you could get some gusty enough winds that could potentially blow some stuff around, blow the state birds around, but also could knock a few trees down as well. Again, we've seen this line has had a history of knocking some trees down here and there. It hasn't been widespread damage everywhere, but we have certainly seen that there have been times where that we've seen some trees get knocked down with this line. Now here's a little, again, we'll watch these little features right here. Let me get this selected. That little notch right there, just to the east of Enterprise. That's something we need to probably watch there. And let's see there. That's Rucker Boulevard that's located at. Let's switch back. I just want to take another quick look at the velocity on that one. All right, so that is right there near that little kink. This little area right here. Again, that's near Level Plains. Daleville's to the east of there. No tornado warning or anything on this. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, if you're in those areas, Level Plains, Daleville, along US 84, I'd probably be, again, just be in your house, be away from windows, kind of hunker down a little bit as this comes through. You don't want to be out there trying to watch it or whatever, because that could definitely produce some winds And I'll just quickly look at the circulation. Okay, so storm relative is, there's some weak rotation, I think, there. Nothing extreme. Rotation detector is showing a little bullseye here. Occasionally, this product will pick up on stuff, and you might end up with a weak tornado in situations like that. So again, I'm not saying there is a tornado there, but just looking at the radar, I'm a little bit more concerned about that. So I definitely would say if you're, again, like in some of those areas that I've already called out there, east of Enterprise, going towards Daleville, let me just make sure I'm watching the movement of that is kind of mainly east. It might be going a little bit northeast. So again, if you're in those areas near the, we're right there basically at the Coffee County, Dale County line. And so if you're in those areas, you definitely want to be, paying attention.
And if one of you guys could pull up Chris Mann's stream, we're going to put that up here in the top box. All right. He can't see anything quite yet. He's facing that storm. He's between Midland City and Ozark, looking at the storm, looking into it. So we'll leave that up for just a minute. But again, so you got this little notch feature here. And again, sometimes with a feature like that, it can represent some inflow and some rotation trying to form. Let's look at the velocity on this again real quick and see what that looks like. That's the reflectivity. This is the velocity. And again, that's not really a tornado signature. There's no tornado warning here. But we had a signature like that kind of came over Montgomery that did produce a straight line wind gust of 71 miles per hour. So again, we're just kind of watching this area on the Coffee-Dale County line. And again, that's part of this line that is moving on down to the south.
Yeah, and I think that's another case. It looks like to me, at least, that you're seeing another situation where you get a little bit of you got a few little showers kind of merging in right there into the line. So we saw that with the Montgomery thing too, that could enhance things temporarily.
Yeah, I've been through a lot of these cell mergers in my life where you get a little cell out ahead of a line and there's a cell merger with a line and the updraft intensifies and things can happen. Not saying that it's happening here, but we're just saying we'll have to watch that spot. So again, we've got a line of storms potentially with strong, potentially damaging straight line wind, maybe in spots to 50, 55 miles an hour. Approaching Daleville, which is right here. 231 is right here. Ozark here, Midland City here, Daleville here. Wicksburg is right here. And again, this line will be coming into Dothan here relatively soon. And again, we've got Chris Mann that would be right in here. He's between Midland City and Ozark. And he would be somewhere in this vicinity right here. And again, he's looking right up into this thing. And we'll watch the shelf cloud. Again, that's the leading edge of this as it comes into his location. And again, we thank Chris for being out today with John and with Kevin. And again, that's one of the things that we're going to do here with this new network. We're going to have eyes everywhere, cameras everywhere, and put them in a position to see things. Let's take the Abbeville camera real quick. I just wanted to show you that at Texasville, it's pouring. The line is in place here, and it is just absolutely pouring now. And notice how they've come down to 61. They'll be in the 50s here in a few minutes. So again, at the public television tower at Texasville, it's pouring rain right now. So we'll go back to the radar and we'll leave that up. We're working severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the southeast corner of Alabama. And we'll pop the radar back, Drew, and that's going to show that line of storms stretching from, again, expand this out a little bit. And it's coming through Eufaula. And again, there's no warnings in effect for Barber County. No warnings at all for Barber County. The weather's not nice, no doubt about that. It's pouring. And it's gusty, but not severe. The warnings are down here in the area covered by the Tallahassee Weather Service office. So we have warnings in effect for northern Henry, basically all of Dale, the southeastern corner of Coffee, and the western part of Geneva counties. And again, that line, from time to time, we've seen little kinks within the line where sometimes when you see that on radar, that represents rotation that is trying to form. But again, there's no tornado warnings. We see no evidence of a tornado at this point, but there could be spots within the line of strong straight line winds. And again, we're going to see the weather deteriorating at Chris's location. He's up here in the top box. Again, he's between Midland City and Midland City and Ozark, right about here on US 231, looking right up into this thing. It's coming into Ozark now. And again, I'm watching a lot of sources here, and I've not seen any damage so far. Let's peek at the velocity, Drew, real quick, and see what that looks like. And again, this little spot right here, this is what we've been watching. Kind of came through Enterprise, and it's over here near Daleville. But again, that's not really a tornado signature. It's not. So again, we just don't see any evidence of a tornado at this point. And again, a small one could drop down, come back up. These things are very hard to deal with. And you hear the term QLCS a lot. Whether people have a bad habit of throwing out words and letters that nobody understands, that's QLCS is just a long line of storms, a squall line. And sometimes within a squall line, you'll have little embedded tornadoes that are down for a couple of minutes. They go right back up, and you just can't warn for them. By the time a warning goes out, they're gone. It's beyond us to do that. And it could be a case where we might have one of those today. And again, we've had some wind damage today in Montgomery when this thing came through Montgomery between about 11:15 and 11:30. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, James, I've got some more additional images from Montgomery that might be a good point to share that. Let me get those pulled up on WEX 05 here real quick.
Yeah, we've got our director.
I can get him.
Okay.
1 second.
And
Are you
Assistant
ready for
Director
WEX
Drew.
05?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, got it up there. Let me take you.
Are you seeing it?
Let me take you full here. Not as fast as our real director. There we go.
but not a bad substitute. This is right off Cloverdale Road, James, in the Cloverdale neighborhood. So you see some fairly significant tree damage there, some on homes, which is unfortunate, but a very large tree there split by the wind, and you can see that right there. This is in the Bellhurst neighborhood of Montgomery about the same time, and you see some outbuildings. Trampoline tried to take flight. This is up in Waterloo, and then this, James, was from Hope Hull about the time that the storms came through that area there. And here is some damage that was caused by that wind gust right there to a manufactured home there in Hope Hull. Okay,
And again, that's with that line of storms coming through Montgomery County earlier. That was between really 11:15, 11:30 this morning. And that's an example of what the storms are capable of doing. And if you're just joining us here, I know we have a lot of questions about the ice. We'll get to that shortly, but just bear with us as we have severe thunderstorms down here in southeast Alabama. And we're down to really just a handful of counties that are remaining under a threat, the southeastern corner of the state. The counties would be Henry, Houston, Dale, Geneva, and the southeastern corner of Coffee. So again, the storms have come on through Sampson now. They'll be coming through Geneva here shortly, coming through Hartford. They're coming through Daleville now. They've come through Ozark right now. Again, Chris, our chaser in the field, he's going south down 231. And again, they'll be coming through Abbeville, Headland, Dothan, Midland City, Webb, all these communities here in the next 15, 30, 45 minutes. And the greatest concern, it's strong, potentially damaging straight line wind within this line. And again, so far we've heard of no specific damage in the last 15 minutes, which is good. We've seen little pendants and little spots on radar that are suspicious, but no strong tornado signature at all. And again, these storms will continue to work their way to the southeast. And once they are out of the state, we're done with severe storms. The focus will shift to cold air advection and the chance of black ice. But again, we're going to stay with southeast Alabama until the storms are out of here. And if anything tries to form out ahead of that main line, we'll have to watch that carefully, because sometimes the discrete cells in advance of a line can be a little more efficient at producing a tornado. Nothing here. We just got nothing more than spotty showers out here. But again, it's just something to watch. And of course, the storms do extend down into the Florida Panhandle and over into parts of southwestern Georgia. But again, the focus here on this network, of course, it's Alabama. But the storms extend down to Crestview, all the way up to Eufaula, and then back up into Georgia. So that's the deal. And the good news, the rain is ending over the northwest part of the state. We'll talk more about that later. But again, the focus will stay on the southeastern part of the state. All right, Kevin's going to have his drone up in, looks like 60 seconds. It's going up now. So in a minute, we'll be able to swap over and get Kevin Henderson's drone shot. And do we know his location? We'll. If, okay, he
sent me a pinpoint of it here. He's still on 231. Looks like he's just northwest of Midland City.
Okay, so he's looking back toward Ozark. This is a great drone shot looking back toward Ozark into that line of storms that has come through Ozark. It'll be coming through his location soon, Midland City. And then that will be coming on through Dothan soon after that. But again, these drone shots are just incredible in terms of what they can do. But the line of storms itself stretching from Eufaula to Ozark to Geneva. And I will say we do have one tornado warning down in the Florida Panhandle. This is for the area around Defuniak Springs. We have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Walton and Holmes County. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado was near Defuniak Springs, moving east at 35 miles per hour. We're going to stick with this storm in Alabama. Again, we love the Florida Panhandle, but we have to prioritize Alabama. In a minute, we'll take a look at that. But again, I just want to pass that along. If you've not heard it, again, that's a tornado warning that's in effect for northeastern Walton County and southeastern Holmes County. In the Florida Panhandle, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Defuniak Springs, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This will not affect Alabama at all. This is in the Florida Panhandle, and this is just north of Interstate 10. Just right above Defuniak Springs. The storm you're looking at is the one in Dale County, Alabama. That is it's pretty close to Ozark. The leading edge is between Ozark and Midland City. And Kevin Henderson, the drone operator, is near Midland City. The drone is up looking into the shelf cloud, the leading edge of this storm. And for those of you in Dothan, Abbeville, Headland, Malvern, Cottonwood, Ashford, Webb, Columbia, this is what you're going to be dealing with. So this is an amazing view, and this is the one thing we want to do with this network. We can do, unlike anybody else, is actually show you what you're going to be dealing with, not only from radar, but from drone shots above and ground shots below. So Kevin has been doing an amazing job. Kevin worked the ice yesterday in Florence, Athens, Rogersville, and today he's working severe storms on the opposite end of the state. So again, we are going to just hold this drone shot here for just a few minutes. And again, we'll go back to the radar in just a second. But we're watching for any sign of trouble in terms of rotation. We've seen none of that so far. The greatest concern here, damaging straight line winds with the line of storms that stretches from near Geneva up to near Abbeville. The storm should be in Abbeville in about 5 to 10 minutes. Ultimately, it's going to come on through Midland City, Dothan, Haleburg, Headland, Cottonwood, Ashford, all these communities in southeast Alabama. And again, it's the leading edge is right at Newton, just above Midland City. And again, from time to time, we've seen evidence of these little lowerings. But again, Drew, there's no evidence on radar. We're looking at the same thing. I've seen nothing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I did.
Let's leave the drone shot up again, right? Thank you.
Yeah, and I was looking at some of the. I'm really close to the drone, or I'm looking at the radar really close to where Kevin's located right now with the drone, and the Fort Rucker radar is really close by, and so I'm just sampling the winds. When you sample the winds really close to radar, then you have a pretty good idea of exactly how high they are. And I'm seeing, the highest I saw was basically 47, 49 miles per hour with the line as it approached the radar.
Let me say one report here, Drew. This is coming from Coffee County Emergency Management. This is a quote from a report they're giving us. We just received a call from a gentleman claiming his property was struck by a tornado. We are en route to that location to take a look. This is on County Road 607 in Elba. So again, there's a report that the property was struck by a tornado. Now, whether it was strong straight line winds or something else, we don't know that. But again, that was a report on County Road 607 near Elba. And they also say they have not received any other calls concerning a possible tornado. However, they do have multiple trees down across Coffee County. One transformer has blown as well, and there's some power outages. So again, this line has packed a punch, and again, we've got multiple reports of trees down in Coffee County as the line came through. And again, one gentleman reported that his property was hit by a tornado near Elba. Again, the Weather Service will look at that later to determine if it was straight line winds or maybe a small tornado. So again, an incredible view into the base of this thunderstorm complex. This is in extreme southeastern Dale County. Kevin's drone is up down below that U.S. Highway 231 near Midland City. The line of storms, it's coming through Geneva, coming through Newton. And I will say, you know, there's a little spot right below Newton that's, I'm seeing an enhanced velocity on the display that I'm looking at here, seeing some pretty decent inbound velocities here. A little pendant near Newton. In fact, if we can, let's look at the radar real quick. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right here. Again, that we're seeing some enhanced velocity here. And again, this is right where Kevin is located right here, looking right into this, that little enhancement right there. So again, let's go back to the reflectivity, and again, you'll see that little pendant. Now let's go back to full screen to the drone, and that's looking right up into it. Again, Kevin's got to bring that thing down here in a few minutes, but again, as long as it's up, we're going to keep that up full screen. This is a severe storm in southern Dale County, Alabama. The storm has come on through Newton. It's approaching Pinkard, Midland City, and is a course of least regret. You might want to take this like it's tornado warning. Small room, lowest floor near the center, away from windows. It can't hurt to do that and pop on a helmet, just like you do if this were a tornado warning. There is no tornado warning. There is no tornado warning right now. And I would say the chance of a tornado being there's an outside chance of that. It's not really high. Otherwise, there would be a tornado warning. Again, we're watching really carefully to see if there's evidence of debris being lofted.
You can see that.
That's the leading edge of the rain. That's the rain shaft that's moving in quickly on his location there. And again, that little spot, that little pendant, is going to be pretty close to Pinkard and Midland City here in the next. Pinkard basically now. Midland City here in about 5 to 10 minutes. So again, the idea would be just as a course of least regret to possibly be in a safe place. And again, we're watching very carefully those curtains of rain to see if we see any evidence of rotation. You can see how obviously the strong winds pushing those trees around, which is incredible views here from Kevin. And we thank him so much for being up there in that. And I think he's got to come down because it's getting way too close. So if we can go to Chris Mann's live stream over there and change it to Chris Mann. He is also on the ground, and he is facing, he's actually in Pinkard right now, facing Newton. And again, bandwidth a little constricted with Chris's stream there, but again, you get the idea. If there's anything there, we'll be able to see it through all of these cameras. We're working a line of severe storms in southeast Alabama this afternoon. We've got a report of a sign blown down in Daleville. So again, clearly we've got some strong winds with this line. There's no doubt about that. And again, within that line, there could be a brief isolated tornado. And on a day like today with these linear type tornado events, they're very hard to identify. I mean, they come and they go. But again, Chris is in this line segment right in through here. And again, there's a little enhanced, there's the little notch. And again, we've had the little enhancement in velocity in through here. And this thing has knocked down trees and power lines back in Coffee County. So again, we're watching the live stream coming from the field. And again, we're very thankful for Kevin Henderson giving us that amazing drone view as well. And again, this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning that will be up, I think, for areas to the south and east of here. And there is a tag in the severe thunderstorm warning indicating a tornado is possible. And I think that's the right thing to do. You just cannot blanket this long line with tornado warnings. Your false alarm ratio would be 98%. But what you do is issue a severe thunderstorm warning and mention a brief tornado as possible. And I think that's what the Weather Service in Tallahassee is doing. This is going to be, it'll pop up on the screen here in a second. This is going to be for much of Dale, Geneva, Henry, and Houston counties. This will include Dothan. Again, the bottom line is it's going to be the areas down to the south and east of this. So a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect, mentioning the chance of a tornado being possible for parts of Dale, Geneva, Henry, and Houston counties down here in southeast Alabama. And we're watching from Chris Mann's live stream up here. We're looking into the storm. And again, if we were to have a small tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped and it's going to be just impossible to see. But there's a new warning right there. All right. So this includes everybody except the southernmost part of Geneva and Houston counties. So Dothan is in the polygon here, Columbia, Webb, Abbeville, Headland, Newville, Midland City. Again, basically anybody in advance of that is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30 this afternoon. And we do believe this line of storms will be out of Alabama by 2:30 this afternoon. And then we can focus on the cold and ice issues. So many things to talk about today. It's been a very, very dynamic type day. And again, just as a note here, we do have to the south a tornado warning in effect for parts of the Florida Panhandle. The tornado warning is in effect for central Walton and southwestern Holmes County until 2 o'clock. A confirmed tornado, you see here, when you see a purple polygon, that means it is confirmed, was near Defuniak Springs, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So again, we just wanted to point that out. That does include Interstate 10, and needless to say, nobody should be driving along Interstate 10 into a tornado warning polygon. So if you happen to be along Interstate 10, you're a passenger in the car watching this, just pull off and let this thing pass until it gets on by. So tornado warning in effect down here for a possible tornado near Defuniak Springs. The line of storm stretches up into southeast Alabama, and that'll be sweeping through Dothan, coming into Abbeville now, Headland, Dothan soon, Midland City. And again, we've had amazing drone views here. We've got, again, Chris Mann is in this, and we've seen no evidence of a tornado from time to time. We have seen little hooks and pendants within the line, little breaks that sometimes are clues that there might be a small tornado trying to form. We have had reports of tree damage in parts of Coffee County. In fact, Bill, I am so busy, I've not had a chance to look at the images coming in. So, Bill, if you get a chance to look and monitor for any reports coming out of Coffee, that would be great.
So far, nothing, James.
Okay.
Nothing. Well, I've got a doorbell cam view of the winds as they went through Enterprise, but they were 35, 40 miles an hour. So
okay.
Really
and we've heard of no damage at Enterprise. It seems like a lot of the damage reports came back from Elba, back on the western side of the county. But again, as we get images in, we'll be able to pass that along. But line of severe storms coming into Abbeville now, coming into Midland City, coming into Hartford and Geneva County, and that'll be coming into Dothan in about 20 to 30 minutes, so around 2 o'clock or soon after that. Any reports from you, Drew, that you've seen over there?
Well, I was just up in the corner there. If you want to pull that back up, Ryan, that is John's feed, and he said he's got a tree down. I'm trying to see. John, can you hear us? I'm trying to see where you're located.
Let's take him full.
I don't know if he's not hearing us. But yeah, he said just a minute or two ago that he's got a tree down. Obviously, you see you've got a police officer there as well. Looks like we may have lost him. Oh.
You have a report, James, of from the National Weather Service chat of tree damage in the Ino community in southwest Coffee.
Okay. But again, Drew, your radar analysis right now, are you seeing anything that might suggest a tornado?
Let's take a look here real quick. I'm not, haven't lately, last time I looked, I have not. Let's take a further look at this though here. I'll zoom back into the area that we were watching earlier. Around Midland City was where we were seeing that little circulation that Kevin was nearby, and it does look like, and of course we're pretty close to the DHN, the Dothan Airport there, but I don't see as much that's concerning right now compared to what we saw earlier. Not to say that there still couldn't be an issue there, but at least that particular area doesn't look like there's as much spin as we saw earlier. But let's kind of take a look around other parts of the line here that is near the warning and or inside of the warning. And there's a few little areas. Again, it's pretty common along these lines here that you've got little areas of just a little bit of rotation that the radar's able to pick up on. There might be something going on there near Alabama 167. Take a look at, kind of go through some of our products here. Nothing that's looking especially concerning. I'm going to move up to the north just a little bit here. We're still got that severe thunderstorm warning up for Abbeville as well, it looks like, heading over towards Fort Gaines. So we'll just kind of take a look. We haven't looked at in that area as much lately. But, and again, this may be a little bit of silo contamination there, probably. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything super suspicious, but we'll still continue to keep an eye on that near Midland City and the Dothan Airport up to the northwest of Dothan, just to the east of 231. That's the area we were watching earlier. But so far right now, it's not looking as suspicious as it was before there, James.
All right, so it's 1:41. This is James Spann. We're with the crew here at the Alabama Weather Network. We are working a severe weather situation for the southeastern corner of the state. And again, we've got that line of severe storms that's approaching Dothan and Headland. It's coming through Hartford, Midland City, and Abbeville right now. And the main concern, it's for strong straight line winds. We see no evidence of a tornado at this point. The line did produce some damage in Montgomery earlier between 11:15 and 11:30. We had winds gusting to 71 miles per hour. We've had reports of trees down in parts of Coffee County and some scattered power outages here. We had a little damage in Foley, but again, for the bulk of this line, it's been behaved. Winds have been gusting generally to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. Most of the observations at Enterprise reported winds of about 40 miles per hour. But again, within segments of this line, there could be a few spots where you might get winds that could possibly be in the 40, 50, 55 mile per hour bracket. There is one tornado warning to the south for a storm near Defuniak Springs, Florida. And again, our focus here is on Alabama. Our friends in the Panhandle Weather Group, they'll take care of that. And again, we have no tornado warnings anywhere in Alabama. That's farther south on this line. And again, this thunderstorm complex will keep on moving to the south and east, and it should be in Dothan by about 2 or shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon. Should be in Headland about the same time, around 2 o'clock. Should be, again, Cottonwood is not in the polygon. The southernmost part of Houston, the southernmost part of Geneva County is not in the polygon here. Like the community of Black, the community of Cottonwood. You'll have the storms, but you're not in these, well, I take that back.
I was about to say, I think they issued a new one.
They issued a new one. I take it back.
Yep.
So everybody in advance of this line is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Cottonwood and Black. The initial warning was just for the northern 2/3 of these counties, but again, the Weather Service in Tallahassee blanketing the entire line with severe thunderstorm warnings.
Looks like, James, it's not showing up yet, but it looks like Tallahassee issued a tornado warning
for Houston, Geneva, and Houston.
Yep.
All right, so we do have a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Houston and Geneva counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hartford, or 11 miles northwest of Graceville, Florida, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So that's the spot right there. So again, we have a tornado indicated near Hartford, moving east at 50. So in a minute, what I want to do, Drew, is get all these severe thunderstorm warning polygons off if we can. And all I want to see is the tornado warning polygon, because the first thing we'd like to do is tell you who's in and who's out of the polygon. All right, so again, possible tornado in this region right here, just south of Hartford, that will be moving to the east. Most likely, this will be passing south of Dothan if indeed there's a tornado down. There's our polygon, and you can see that the polygon includes the southern part of the city of Dothan, not downtown Dothan. This is the Ross-Clark Circle right here, and the northern edge of the tornado warning polygon just clips the southern part of the Ross-Clark Circle. So southern part of Dothan, all the way down to the Florida state line. This is US 84 right here. Ashford, Pansy, Gordon, Pansy and Ashford, Cowart, you're in. Again, if you're in the northern part of the county, for example, Webb right here, you're not in the polygon. The northern part of the circle, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. But again, the greatest concern for a possible tornado would be just southeast of Hartford, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. The major road here, north-south road, of course, is US Highway 231. Everybody knows that road that goes to Panama City Beach coming out of Dothan. And again, this is US 84. That's the major east-west route coming out of Dothan, going into southwestern Georgia. So again, I will say, Drew, it's not a classic look, but it's certainly got some rotation there.
Yeah, James. No, it's not. But you definitely have something concerning there. So you've got the inbound winds there, and you've got some outbound winds as well. Yeah, I don't know that. Occasionally, again, we've talked about side lobe contamination. There can occasionally be that kind of thing happening when you see something like this. But we do. I mean, you do have a little bit of an appendage here coming out in the reflectivity. So it's got that going for it. Let's just take a look at a few of the other products here. I'll make sure I've got everything I want to have turned on. We're not tripping any of our some of our algorithms that we have from our friends at Barron. Those aren't really tripping on this at this point. That doesn't necessarily mean for sure that there's not an issue, but just looking through some of the different options that we have here for products. From the storm relative velocity, you can see that there is some circulation there, but it doesn't look especially strong there. The base velocity definitely looks a little bit more menacing. Looking at the shear rate product, and this has been showing some pretty high values along this line, and it looks like almost a little bit too much in some spots. So, but it at least is. Whenever you see this little bit of a kink, a lot of times that can indicate some circulation or some rotation there. I'm going to just take a quick look at the correlation coefficient, make sure we don't see anything too concerning. I don't want to see that. I don't know if that further to the west. Let me just switch back to reflectivity real quick and see if that was, it doesn't look like it's really lining up too well. So, at this point, I don't think we're seeing anything that indicates that we have an official tornado on the ground. Again, that lowering was displaced a little bit down this way. This is really more where the circulation is. But yeah, you definitely got a hook there, and it's something we'll certainly want to be paying attention to. So again, Fedette, right now it's coming kind of right in your direction at this point. So certainly if you're there, you want to be taking shelter at this point, James.
Yeah, we've got a sky watcher at Fedette who's very faithful to report. And again, we'll get a lot of reports coming from the sky watchers. But again, if you're just joining us here, we have a tornado warning for the southeast corner of Alabama. We have a potential tornado which is located right in through here, which is located to the southeast of Hartford, due south of Slocum. And that's moving to the east. And again, that will be very close to Fedette. And then coming out across the county line, this is Geneva County, this is Dale County. The greatest chance of a tornado is going to be south of Dothan. Understand, if you're in Dothan, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning includes only the far southern part of the city of Dothan, the very southern part of Dothan, down to the Florida state line. And again, that's the concern right there. And is this man's live stream we have here?
That's Old Shoe.
You want Chris?
Yeah,
we need to get the guy closer to the actual tornado warning. So is this Chris here?
Yeah, this is Chris.
Okay, and I think he is going in the direction of that. He's going to go south of Dothan, and he'll put himself in a position to see if we can see anything from his perspective here shortly. I'm pretty sure he's in Dothan, maybe just south of Dothan right now, moving down to be in a safe position to intercept this potential tornado. And again, this is an embedded tornado within a squall line, and these are so challenging to deal with. They often don't last long. They're down for a few minutes. They go right back up. But from time to time, you can have one that's down for more than 5 minutes. So again, we're watching reports, and again, this part of Alabama is covered by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. We've got direct communication with them via National Weather Service chat. And again, that particular rotation spot, which is right here. And by the way, I should mention there's only one lightning strike here. That's pretty remarkable to me. We got a tornado warning with basically a line of heavy showers, which can happen. But again, there's the hook right there. All right. And again, this is passing well to the south of Vicksburg. Of course, the weather's horrible. Understand, we're talking about the spot where there could be a tornado. If you're watching us in some places, it's pouring, it's windy. We're concerned about right now, the main focus is the chance of a tornado that could hurt somebody. And again, you see that hook and appendage right here that is, again, southeast of Hartford. And again, that will be coming out near Fayette here relatively soon, and then ultimately crossing over into Houston County. This is Highway 231 coming out of Dothan. Again, the Ross-Clark Circle is here, and Florida State Line is right here. Rehoboth is right over here. Everybody in the polygon, and you know what you need to do. You need to be in a safe place in your home. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. A helmet if you've got one. We don't want anybody in a trailer home. Wonderful places to live, but you cannot stay there during a tornado. If you live in a mobile home, you need to be out of that mobile home if you're in advance of this line. Preferably, you've got a nearby business, a convenience store, gas station, fast food restaurant, any place that can serve as a shelter. You need to be in there, and you need to get there pretty quickly because, again, if it's down, it's going to come very quick. This thing is moving at 50 miles per hour. And again, this is a tornado warning for the southeast corner of Alabama. Is that line of storms is about to exit the state. Once it's out of here, we're done with it. But again, we've got this issue here for about the next 45 minutes or so. So again, if you're in, yes, sir.
I was going to mention, I asked James Mystic and Fadette on Skywatcher chat, and he said at this point he doesn't see rotation visible from his location, but he'll keep us posted.
Good. And again, we've got a team of Skywatchers all over the state, and we're always thankful for them to give us good field reports. And hopefully this is what it probably will be, one that if it's down for a couple of minutes and it goes back up. But again, it'll be approaching Alabama Highway 103. It's a road right here. It goes from Slocum down to Fayette. It'll be crossing Highway 109, which is here, then U.S. Highway 231. And all of this is south of downtown Dothan. Again, the northern extent of the polygon clips the Ross-Clark Circle, the southern part of it right here. And the warning does extend over to include Cottonwood and Ashford. And again, we're watching right in through here, that spot right there. And understand this is one of two tornado warnings Tallahassee has going. The other one's in the Florida Panhandle. But again, this is going to be one we'll watch carefully. We've got Chris Mann, who is on this. Again, that's the top chaser box we have here. And again, we're rotating all of our sky cams, so any part of Alabama you can see where you are and what conditions are like there. But we have to focus where the weather is life-threatening, and we will do that. See another tornado. Yes, sir. Go.
Yeah, James. Trees down on Nathan Drive in Daleville in Dale County. Pretty significant trees blocking the road completely. That comes from amateur radio operator Kevin Turley.
Okay. And I see a new tornado warning for homes in Washington counties. This is down in the Panhandle, and again, we're going to worry about that. That's the new tornado warning for the Panhandle. That's the tornado warning in Alabama. And again, but again, this does include Shipley and that entire Interstate 10 stretch here. And again, I would not want to be driving along Interstate 10 between Marianna and Defuniak Springs. I'll just leave it at that. So we'll focus again right back on our potential tornado. And again, that's not really a classic signature. Let's pop on the correlation coefficient. This is where sometimes we can see debris being lofted. And there is a negative CC drop right there. Let's back that up a little bit and see if it's noise. We'll watch the next couple of volume scans, but again, let's look at the reflectivity here. Let's kind of leave the circle there. We'll pop on the reflect, and it doesn't really match up. And sometimes, well,
it's hard to say because the velocity kind of looks a little interesting with the reflectivity not as much.
Yeah, well, that's okay. So again, we have to assume a tornado is down.
That little tiny thing.
A donut hole right there. Yes. So there's clearly something going on here at Fayette. We have a sky watcher here, and he reported at last report no rotation. But again, he's obviously in a safe place right now. So this potential tornado is about to cross from Geneva County into Houston County. That's Highway 109 right there. And again, that's going to be crossing 231. So again, we don't advise travel right now on US 231 anywhere from Dothan to the Florida state line. Give it about 15 minutes and we'll give you an all clear. It's not going to be long. But again, nobody should be traveling on US 231 from the southern part of Dothan, southern part of the circle, down to the Florida state line. And again, we've got a lowered CC. What the radar does, it correlates all the returns coming back to the radar antenna. And if there's something different about a return, it lowers the correlation coefficient, meaning it's not a raindrop, it's not a hydrometeor. It could be something being lofted. And what do we have here?
Looks like we've got a new tornado warning for an observed tornado. There's purple there east of Kinsey. I just saw that one just came out.
Yeah, I see the drop right there.
Yep.
So again, we now have, this is a second tornado. We have a potential tornado that is down north of Webb. All right. This is Alabama Highway 52 right here. It is east of Kinsey. This is US 431 right there. That's Alabama 52. And this will be moving east. This will be in Georgia pretty soon. But again, this is now a confirmed tornado warning. So if we can, Drew, let's just look at the polygon. I like to tell people who's in and who's out. All right. So this is our new tornado warning polygon. We'll take the radar data off really quickly. I want people to get a clear shot of this. All right. So this is a confirmed tornado, and these are the communities in the path that are in the polygon. Now, let me just say that Headland, it's on east of you. We're not concerned about 431. The potential rotation is about right here. But again, this does include Columbia. This is the Chattahoochee. So again, the purple polygon, that is a confirmed tornado. This is one of 2 tornado warnings in southeast Alabama. Let's put the radar data back on. And again, you can see that the potential tornado is going to be right here. You see the hook right there. And the tornado is east of US 431. So again, if you're in Headland, you don't need to do anything. Let's put the CC back on, Drew, the correlation coefficient. And again, in a case like this, that tells the whole story. What that is, that's debris being lofted, that negative spot we talked about. And it's not a hydrometeor. It's a tree limb. It's siding. It's part of a house, bricks, boards, glass, nails, not related to water. And so about 3 miles north of Webb, north of US 52, we have this tornado that is moving east. The next sizable community in the path of this is Columbia, which is located right here. So again, if you are in Columbia, you need to go to a safe place right now. Right now, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, all right? And again, that is a pretty well, that's the best looking CC drop we've seen basically through all these storms this afternoon. So again, heads up in northern Houston County. This does not affect Dothan. We've got another tornado indication south of there. In fact, let's just kind of leave the CC up. And we're watching this area right in through here. This area of rotation that came through Fedette. And we've kind of lost, it's noisy. This is not really a classic tornado signature like the one up to the north. Let's look at the velocity on this and see where again, there's kind of that broad notch. And again, there's clearly evidence we've got rotation right here, no doubt about that. And again, if you're in this polygon, you need to be in a safe place, all right? That's US 231. Again, anybody along 231 from the Ross-Clark Circle, the Southern Circle in Dothan to the Florida state line, you need to be sheltered right now for this rotation. It might not be down, but we've seen enough evidence. The air supports it, the dynamics support the possibility of a small tornado there. And fellows, I don't know if we can, if we got anybody near that, any one of our chasers near that. I think Chris Mann was near it. I think we've lost his stream. And
we have, James.
and
we
if
don't
we
have his feed right now.
Okay, well, if we don't, that's okay.
John is saying drone. I don't know which one is he talking about? Kevin's drone?
Yeah, Kevin's got his drone up, and I would imagine that we're not going to be able to see much. So we're just going to leave everything up on the screen for you could watch what you want to watch. We've got Kevin Henderson that's going to get a drone up looking most likely at the northern tornado. But again, the southern tornado, it's crossing Highway 109 south of Rehoboth, and that's going to be crossing US 231 in about 5 minutes. So again, this is south of Dothan. Let's look at the storm north of Dothan, okay? Let's go up to the one that's in northern Houston County, and it's this located right here. And again, the possible tornado. Let's look at the CC, and again, you see the drop right there. That is representative of debris being lofted by a tornado. And again, this has been passing, the tornado is passing north of Alabama 52. That's Alabama Highway 52 right here from Dothan to Webb to Columbia. There's your possible tornado. And again, that's kind of skirting the Henry-Houston County line. This is Henry County, this is Houston County. And again, I stress, if you're in Headland, you're done with it. It's cold, it's raining, you're good. This potential tornado is going to track near the Houston-Henry County line. And again, the bigger town over here is the town of Columbia. So if you are in Columbia, you need to be in a safe place. That is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. That's Alabama Highway 134 up here in southern Henry County. That's Alabama Highway 52 in northern Houston County. And we have a potential tornado literally sitting on the county line, on the Houston-Henry County line, moving east, northeast. There's a little community called Williams, which is right out here. If you're near Williams, Columbia, you need to be sheltered. Tornado right there. Debris being lofted, that is considered a confirmed tornado. So again, the closest building to this would be the Pleasant Plains Baptist Church. And if you're near that, and again, if you're north of 52 or south of Alabama Highway 134, you need to be sheltered. Confirmed tornado, kind of riding the Henry-Houston County line. That is literally, that's the county line right here. Henry-Houston. Possible tornado. Okay, that's the northern one. Let's go back to the southern tornado. We're going to bounce back and forth between these two. And again, so this is noise. Again, this is noise. We're kind of watching this region. Let's put reflectivity back up. We'll start with that. And again, evidence of a little inflow notch maybe right here. That's Alabama Highway 109. And again, it's relatively broad, but there could be a small tornado that gets down at any minute. So again, what could be a small tornado has just crossed Highway 109, and it could be crossing Highway 231 here in a matter of minutes. So again, the advice on the southern tornado is that nobody should be driving along US 231 from the southern part of Dothan all the way down to the Florida state line. And of course, off to the east, we've got the town of Cottonwood here, down Highway 53. Ashford is up here, that's on US 84. Pansy is right over here. If you are in any of these communities we're calling out, you need to be sheltered. This will not last long. This is a one and done. Once the line passes, you're done with it. So again, the southern signature is not a classic. It doesn't look like a classic tornado signature, but maybe there's a small one there. The northern one is the better signature. Let's go back up to the northern possible tornado. And again, we've got the purple polygon, which means it is confirmed. And in our world, you respect the polygon. If you're in it, you do something about it. So again, the CC drop is starting to go away, which is good. Back it up one more time, Drew. Watch. All right, here it comes. And it's fading, which is good. And that's a sign the tornado perhaps is lifted. But still, as a course of least regret, you want to be sheltered. So again, Williams and Columbia, right in through here. This is the extreme northeast corner of Houston County. And it looks like this thing wants to stay in Houston County if it's still down. But you want to be sheltered, and then it's going to cross the Chattahoochee, and it's over into Georgia. And we're done with that segment. But again, it is a situation where we have been watching a confirmed tornado in the northern part of Houston County. This is well northeast of Dothan. This is not close to Dothan, all right? And again, moving over here in the direction of Columbia and Williams, these communities over here near the Georgia state line.
Looks like it may have ticked back up.
Yeah,
there,
ticked back
James.
up. Yeah, the drop lowered even more. So again, that we still have a confirmed tornado. This is Alabama 52. It's riding just north of 52. And again, this is very significant looking tornado signature, and it's coming right at Columbia. Williams, Columbia. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. Put on a helmet. And again, if you're in a mobile home, you can't be there. There's no safe place in a trailer. And I know it's coming. If you're living in Columbia, you live in a mobile home, it's coming right up on you, but you just can't stay there. A neighbor's site-built house, a gas station, a fast food restaurant, anything that would offer better shelter than a mobile home. So tornado here, Williams here, Columbia here, Chattahoochee here. This is northern Houston County in the southeastern corner of the state. Let's quickly look at the southern tornado warning. We have 2 tornado warnings we're working, and the southern tornado warning is not a confirmed tornado at this point. Let's put the reflectivity back on. And again, this is the line segment coming right up on Highway 231, US 231. That's that major route from Dothan to Panama City Beach. And it's very broad, although there's a little spot in here from time to time where it's maybe a little tighter. And again, that's, you have to respect the polygon. That's why we say that. If you're in the polygon, respect it, go to a safe place. The minute it's over, we'll tell you. Next up is South Alabama Highway 53. The town of Cottonwood is here. There's a really good chance this is going to stay south of US 84. If you're in Ashford, Pansy, it looks like this will stay well to the south of you. I'd say the danger up here is very low. Technically, Ashford is in the polygon, but the bigger concern, it's down here toward Cottonwood. So again, Madrid over to here to Cottonwood along Highway 53. You need to stay sheltered. That's the southernmost tornado indication. This is not the tightest indication, but still, respect the polygon. Let's go up north. We'll take a look at the second tornado warning. This is for northern northern Houston County and southern Henry County. And we'll take a look at the correlation coefficient product, see what that looks like. And now it's getting noisy. But again, right in through here, that's still indication there could be a tornado down very close to Williams and Columbia. Again, if you are in Williams or Columbia, you want to be sheltered from this. This is a potential confirmed tornado even as we speak with that. But again, it's starting to get a little noisy in here. But still, you got to take this thing seriously. This is the far northeastern corner of Houston County, all right? So that's the northern tornado. Let's go back to the south. We're going to bounce back and forth. And where is this man's shot we have here, the streamer?
That's right.
Do we know where he is? And obviously, we can't see much. It's pouring rain there. I would imagine he's somewhere in Houston County.
Yeah, it looks like he's on 231 somewhere there, James.
All right. But again,
yeah, I think I.
South of the Peanut Festival.
South of the Peanut Festival, so he's up closer to Dothan.
He's south of Dothan. That's south of Dothan. So he's kind of attacking this thing from the north. The southern circulation is right in through here, and again, that'll be coming out toward Cottonwood, which is right here. And again, there's still evidence of a little hook in here. So once again, as long as this warning's in effect, you need to stay sheltered. Now, everybody along and west of US 231, all clear from a tornado danger. Now, I know it's raining, but in terms of a tornado threat, if you were along or west of US 231, all clear. You're good. The concern, it's over here east of 231 toward Cottonwood. So again, this is one of 2 tornado warnings we have working here. One is south of Dothan. One is northeast of Dothan. This is the one south of Dothan. And again, Chris Mann is on 231 coming in from the north. And again, he's basically in this column of very heavy rain right here. So that's the southern one. Let's go back to the northern one here. Got a new volume scan. We'll take a look at the northern tornado warning. And again, you see the purple. When you see purple on our graphic system, that represents the chance of a confirmed tornado. And again, this is the spot of concern right in through here. The velocity not looking that impressive, but again, we've got that CC drop in here, and that could represent some debris being lofted. It's been consistent, and it's basically coming right into Columbia, right here. So stay sheltered. If you're in Columbia, I can pretty much give you an all clear in about 6 or 7 minutes. That's how fast this thing is moving. It's basically coming through Columbia right now. It'll cross the Chattahoochee and then be in Georgia. Again, we call it a debris detector. The official name of the product, correlation coefficient. It's part of the dual polarization radar upgrade we had about 13, 14 years ago, which has been an amazing product. We honestly did not think the product would be this good. But again, that lowered CC is coming right through Columbia. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Helmet, if you've got one, please take the time. Most people injured in tornadoes, it's blunt force trauma above the shoulders. I talk to a lot of ER docs, I really do. There's been some good peer-reviewed research on this, and by putting on an inexpensive bicycle helmet, that really increases your chance of surviving. If you play sports, a batting helmet, football helmet, motorcycle helmet, and this is not just for kids, this is for adults. And again, we got that well-defined CC drop right on top of Columbia. And again, most likely, if anything happened, it came right through town here. And I am watching the reports from the Weather Service in Tallahassee, and if it came through Columbia, we'll know pretty quickly, and that there's a decent little population base right here. But that's about to move over into Georgia, and Alabama will be out of this dangerous situation here. That'll be a problem across the state line in Georgia. So again, we have a very dangerous storm, possibly producing a tornado down right now at Columbia. This is northeast of Dothan in the northeast corner of Houston County. That's the county line. Henry County, Houston County. Haleburg is up here. That's in Henry. Dothan is way down there, far, far to the southwest of there. And again, we have a new confirmed tornado warning issued over into Georgia for that particular storm. So again, we hope everybody's sheltered. Let's go down to the southern storm. We'll take a look at this next one. We're going to bounce back and forth between these two. And again, we've seen evidence of a lowered correlation coefficient product down here. The velocity signatures are not looking that impressive, but these are very challenging, these linear type events, these tornadoes that get down within squall lines. But again, that's evidence there could be a tornado down approaching Cottonwood. So again, the same thing. If you're in Cottonwood, you need to be sheltered. Hopefully you sheltered 30, 40 minutes ago. But that's right down Alabama Highway 53. And again, from there, that will be coming out into the far southeastern corner of Houston County. And again, this is the state line over here. Georgia here, Alabama here. Possible tornado near Cottonwood. So let's bounce back up to our Columbia tornado, and that is over in Georgia now. So if anything was down, it came right through Columbia, and now it's in Georgia. But I will say it's getting pretty noisy in here, Drew, don't you think? I mean, Drew's an old radar engineer. He's good at this stuff.
Yeah, no, it is getting a little bit noisy, but I'd say just the fact that I'm still seeing this little deal right here where we're seeing, I feel like we were still correlating our velocity and our correlation coefficient pretty well during that. So I'm still concerned that, and you see a little bit of a hook. It's not like a classic one you would expect to see on a big supercell, but there's enough going on there that I'd still be concerned that could be at least there real now. But yes, further towards the south, I think we are seeing likely just some noise. But I'd say just given what the velocity signature and other things are indicating, I'm still thinking decent chance that is that actually was real debris there.
All right, so it's 212, the northernmost warning. If you're in Alabama from this one, you're good. The tornado has crossed the Chattahoochee into Georgia. So again, now it becomes a Georgia problem. Whatever was down, it came through Columbia. We'll find out later what happened here. So we're down to one active tornado warning, and it's for the southeastern part of Houston County. Again, Dothan is here. The southern tornado passed south of Dothan. This tornado developed northeast of Dothan. So Dothan has had no tornado issues. I know the weather is horrible with heavy rain and thunder, lightning, and all this, but again, no tornado in Dothan. We've had one to the south, one to the northeast. The northeast tornado is in Georgia. So let's focus on Cottonwood, what's happening down here along Alabama Highway 53. And again, right in through here, maybe we're getting a CC drop right in through here. Again, it's noisy. But again, there could be a tornado very close or just south of Cottonwood as we speak. And again, right along Highway 53. And from there, that will be moving out across the extreme southeast part of Houston County. Grangeburg is down here. This is a sparsely populated part of Houston County, but if you live anywhere east of Cottonwood. Tornado precautions now. Small room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, helmet, and again, if you live in a trailer, I know it is so hard to do, but there is no safe place in a mobile home. They're wonderful places to live, safe, affordable housing, except when there's a tornado around. You can't stay there. There's no safe place in a mobile home. So if you live in a trailer in the southeastern corner of Houston County, east of Cottonwood, you need to be out of that thing now. Any place that will let you come in, a gas station, convenience store, fast food restaurant, all right? And again, Dothan is here, possible tornado down here near just south of Cottonwood. And here's our new warning, and it looks like another one's forming here at Pansy on US 84. All right, so let's look at this one, Drew. This is a CC drop on US 84 in the community of Pansy. This is Ashford, this is US 84. Let's look at the velocity real quick. And again, the velocity signatures have not been that good today, but we've seen evidence of these strong CC drops or debris being lofted. And again, there's a big negative hole right here. So again, the Weather Service in Tallahassee believes there could be a tornado down, and they're calling it a confirmed tornado based on the CC drop. And this tornado is moving pretty much right down US 84. The town of Gordon is right here. And again, this is the Chattahoochee. So we got a possible tornado near Pansy. That's southeast of Dothan, southeast of Ashford, and possibly moving toward the community of Gordon, just north of US 84. And from there, that's going to cross the river into southwest Georgia. And Drew, these signatures have been challenging today. They really have.
Yeah, no, this one for sure is because you know, a lot of times when you see all of this along the edge of a line of storms, you know, a lot of times it can be just dust being kicked up, you know, leaves, you know, tree debris and stuff along a gust front. But yeah, I mean, I can see as we move this back in time a little bit here, you know, you did kind of west of Pansy, that right there, south of Ashford, south of 84. You know, that you do have just a little bit, and it's really light reflectivity, but I mean, you have a little bit of a appendage trying to come out of that, and you've got, you know, a little bit of a velocity signature, but it's really tough to see. You know, the shear rate product is not showing a lot there, although right there, these little, sometimes when I see that on this product here, this rotation detector product, this is one of our kind of exclusive products that our friends at Barron produce, and it's, that also kind of makes me wonder a little bit. And actually, this is the latest scan of the reflectivity. Got a little bit better looking appendage there, just to the south of Pansy there along 84. Keep looking at the correlation coefficient. Doesn't look necessarily as good at that point though. But yeah, it's these are definitely, this one's probably one of the more challenging ones I've seen so far. But the other two that we've been looking at was a little bit more clear cut. But this one's a little bit harder to decipher for sure. Right. But either way, we've got a tornado warning polygon. So
understand we've got two potential tornadoes in Houston County. So let's expand this out a little bit. Let's get both of them on the screen together. All right, so let's pull it this way a little bit. Wish I could pull my finger. This is Georgia. We're going to look at southeast Alabama.
You want to go this way?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Keep coming. We want to see more of Alabama. There we go, right there. So we have a potential hook tornado along US 84, southeast of Ashford in the community of Pansy. There's potential for another, what could be a tornado, but that really has gone away. And I notice they have let that tornado warning expire, Drew. Mm-hmm. So the tornado warning down, there's just no evidence of anything going on down 53. That signature has totally gone away. So the tornado warning for this storm near Cottonwood, that's over. So we're down to one tornado warning, and again, this storm is in Georgia, okay? The storm here, the possible tornado at Columbia, that's over in Georgia. The one in Alabama is this one right here, right on US 84 between Gordon and Pansy. And that's going to be crossing the Chattahoochee in a couple of minutes, and we'll be pretty much done with it. And again, there's a lot of noise on the leading edge of this thing. That's probably some dust being kicked up, some stuff from the ground on the gust front of this. But there was a pretty good little appendage and potential hook right in through here. So if you're in Gordon, along US 84, same thing. You need to be sheltered. I know It's not a fun thing to do on a weekend on a Sunday afternoon at 2:19 where a lot of people like to get a nap, but the idea is to be in a safe place, be sheltered. Again, for the next really 10 minutes, it's going to be in Georgia very, very quickly. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. And hopefully we get away with no major damage here. But again, this is Alabama Highway 95, US 84, possible tornado right here near Gordon, about to cross over into Georgia, crossing the Chattahoochee. And this is embedded within a line of storms, and once the line of storms passes, you're done with a severe weather threat. We've been working some tornado warnings in the southeastern corner of the state today, and so far I've heard of no specific damage, but understand when a tornado gets down, communication goes out. It takes a while to get the reports and the images into us. And as soon as we do, we'll let you know. But give it about 5 more minutes, and we can finally give Houston County an all clear from tornadoes. Let's put the reflectivity back on here, Drew. And this is, let's expand this out and kind of show what we've got here. So we have the leading edge of this line of storms coming through Houston County. And again, this is it. I mean, this is the tail end of the deal for the state of Alabama. In about 10, 15 minutes, we're done with it. We're through with severe storms for the day. But all of these purple polygons, these are tornado warnings. And when they're purple, that means it is a confirmed tornado based on either knowledge of damage or debris being lofted on radar. We clearly had that with this storm. It could have come right through the town of Columbia, very close. Of course, that thing is way over here in Georgia now. It's near Blakely. It's not even close to Alabama. So this is off the board. The earlier warning for southern Houston, that's off the board. That's weakened down here. But there has been one spot right here at Gordon that represents the possibility of a tornado. And again, for a couple of volume scans, we had a lowered correlation coefficient, which resulted here in the purple polygon. But again, this is about to cross the Chattahoochee, and literally by 2:30, we're out of the woods here. So give us 9 minutes and we can give you an all clear. Again, up here, all clear. Gordon, you got to be sheltered. Gordon, Alabama. Once it crosses the river, it's over into southwestern Georgia. And again, our friends there will take care of that. Again, if you're down here in Crosby, the tornado indication is up here. You're okay down here. I know that really if you're south of US 84, I don't think you've got a problem. The concern, it's Gordon back over into southwestern Georgia. So any reports of damage from anybody here? I've not heard of anything with either of these so far. Have you guys?
I haven't, and I know, and I'm going to toss over to Bill here in a second. I will say that Chris Mann, who we got pulled up in the top corner right now, he's targeting, he's heading towards Cottonwood just to see if he can find any damage in that area from the previous warning. But other than that, have not. Bill, you?
Yeah, I had a tree on a house at New Brockton, northwest of Enterprise, about 1:15 or so, James. No injuries reported in that. That was a good while ago, but that was a pretty significant damage report from earlier as this set of storms was getting organized.
Right. We've had some trees down in Coffee County from this and some scattered damage, but in terms of the tornado warnings in Houston County and Geneva County, we've heard of no specific damage. But again, sometimes it takes a while to get the damage reports. But let's zoom back into this storm right here, Drew. We're down to one tornado warning in our state, one, and it's this one for this storm that is, and again, we're just not seeing any evidence in the velocity. Let's look at the CC, and that's noise. That's stuff being picked up on the gust front of this line of storms. I really would suggest it would be hard to imagine there's a tornado at the moment. There could be one in a minute. There might have been one a minute ago. Again, these things come and they go. These are very hard to deal with. All the time, people ask me, was it hard to work April 27, 2011, our generational tornado outbreak? No, those were easy signatures. You could see most of them. This is the hard stuff, these QLCS, little tornadoes that last for a couple of minutes and go away. But again, right in through here, that part of the line that is coming through Gordon, crossing the river, Once we get that thing, I'd say by about 2:30, we can pretty much give an all clear to that from a tornado from this particular spot. We'll still have the line of storms coming down here through the southeastern part of the county down toward Crosby. You'll have rain, thunder, lightning. But again, that's the spot where there was a possible tornado, and that's about to cross over into Georgia. Drew, no evidence of anything south of 84, right, in terms of rotation. It looks clean to me.
Yeah, I think so too. And it looks like we may, with that in mind, I'm seeing that looks like, I don't see it on here yet, but it's looking like the Tallahassee Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that seems to be covering this area here. So it's looking like they're maybe going to allow a severe thunderstorm warning to take that part of the storm. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything that indicates to me that there's any issues along that. Let me just kind of animate it real quick just in case. Only thing I'll say, this little deal right here east of Grangeburg, I think that's left over from, that was what we were tracking earlier near Cottonwood. So it's still got a little something there. Let's turn on the reflectivity. You got a little notch. So that's the only thing I'd say right there, just north of the state line, east of Grangeburg. That is one place that we might want to keep an eye on as it's hopefully, moving further towards the southeast. Not that I'm warning anybody in Florida, but you know what I'm saying. Get it out of Alabama. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that looks super suspicious, but there is still that little bit of a remnant circulation there, it looks like.
All right, and again, we're watching all of your images coming in. We thank you. We see them all. We obviously can't post or share them all, but they're seen and they're greatly appreciated. A lot of it's ice pictures to the north. Understand, while we have these tornado warnings in southeast Alabama, we have icing conditions in north Alabama. Thankfully, the freezing rain is ending there, but we have the chance of black ice over the northern half of the state tonight. But again, the circulation that prompted this warning has moved across the Chattahoochee, and we just don't see anything in here that suggests we have a tornado. So again, it just looks like just a noisy line of storms. And again, our streamer, Chris Mann, I think he has been around Cottonwood and he could not find any damage. And I suggested you might want to go check on Columbia because out of all of the signatures on radar that we have seen today, that really offered the best chance of what could be major damage if a tornado came through there. So again, this is real-time velocity. We see no evidence of a tornado at this point in this polygon for southeastern Houston County. And again, Dothan, your risk of severe storms has ended. It's raining, it's cool, the cold front has come on through Dothan. You're good. I know the weather's not good. It's pouring rain, there's some thunder and lightning, but you are now in the colder, stable air behind the front. The concern, it's just this southeastern tip of Houston County, and that's it. And again, we'll get this thing out of here soon after 2:30. Of course, we'll stay with it for a little longer to see if we have any damage from our streamers out in the field. And we also need to talk about what's going to happen tonight. I know many questions about tonight, tomorrow morning, driving conditions. School is scheduled tomorrow. Many schools have canceled tomorrow. Many school systems do not have school tomorrow, and I've got a pretty long list, but you should be notified by your school officials directly. And of course, folks are thinking about working tomorrow. It's a work day. And what's the road conditions going to be like tomorrow morning? We'll talk about that once we get the severe storms out of Alabama. And they're almost out of Alabama into southwest Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. So again, it's 2:28. We're watching velocity on the Alabama Weather Network. Storm velocity down here with a line of storms in southeast Alabama. We have had 3 different tornado warnings. And we're down to 1, and really and truly, the spot that prompted this warning is over into Georgia now. And we just don't see any evidence of any tornado activity in through here. So again, if you're in Gordon, still stay sheltered. You've got the core of the line to come through there, but the spot that prompted the warning is way over here in Georgia. And it just looks good in terms of the fact that we just don't see any tornado activity. But again, Dothan, fronts on by. It's just raining and it's turning colder. Temperatures probably dropped 10 degrees. And by the way, we have a new sky cam coming soon on the top of Flowers Hospital in Dothan. That will be online very shortly. Thanks to our friends at Flowers for helping us with that. And let's see here.
I was turning that back on
Yeah.
just because I was wondering why the severe thunderstorm warning never popped in. It's because we had turned them off. So,
Oh, okay.
but I was talking about it. We mentioned earlier that they issued that for the southeastern corner of Houston County.
So again, really,
There's a lot of them.
yeah. So the Weather Service in Tallahassee is just kind of blanketing this whole line with severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, the concern is the tornado warnings. And the spot that prompted this warning, it's in Georgia. This segment, we just don't see any evidence of a tornado at this point. And Drew, I see a new polygon popped up that's red. Let's see if we, it looks like they've canceled maybe the...
Yeah, they updated the tornado warning, I think, to be a radar indicated instead of a confirmed.
Right. I think you're right. So in a minute, in theory, this one's going to go away. The purple polygon, and it's going to be replaced by this smaller red one right here. And there's just no evidence of a tornado at this point. So they're going to downgrade the warning from a confirmed tornado to a radar indicated tornado. And even that's a very marginal situation right here. So again, for the next few minutes, until the line segment here crosses the river, stay sheltered. I know if you're in Gordon, it's been very aggravating on a Sunday afternoon, but you're almost done with this. And again, these purple polygons will go away. Say that 10 times. Purple polygon. Let's look at the velocity real quick, Drew, if we can here. And we just don't see any evidence. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient. And again, we've seen some dirt being picked up on the gust front here. That's not a tornado signature. So we're not seeing a tornado signature in debris. We're not seeing a tornado signature in velocity. And we just don't believe there's a tornado there. It's just good old-fashioned rain, some thunder and lightning. And that's a good thing. And again, we'll be monitoring for damage reports to see. We've had 3 different tornado warnings in Houston County. The one that came through Columbia, that was the most impressive signature of them all. Of course, that's over in Georgia. We had one that was in southern Houston County, down kind of around Cottonwood. That's basically gone away. And again, the only warning we really have is this one for this line segment that's about 2 minutes away from being into Georgia. So again, this is US 84 right here. Of course, Dothan, you're back in the cold air. Dothan's come way down, feels much colder. Temperatures will keep coming. Dothan, you might be below freezing tomorrow morning. And again, we're going to talk about the black ice situation here in just a second. Let us get this stuff out of here. In the minute we clear southeast Alabama, we'll focus on the black ice problem tonight and tomorrow morning for the northern half of the state.
Do see where Kevin mentioned I think looks like he's heading up towards Columbia. So said he's about half hour away as of a couple minutes ago. So
okay, yeah, we will have Kevin Henderson take the drone up and see if we could find any damage in Columbia, which was a pretty good signature that came through there earlier. But again, if you're in Ashford, Pansy, Cottonwood, severe weather threat is over. You're done. It's cool, raining, temperatures dropping like a rock. And again, we're going to clear the rest of the county here in just a matter of minutes. And we'll be out of severe thunderstorm mode back into winter mode. It has been like a pinball machine for those of us in the weather business over the past 36 hours. It has been quite the setup here. But again, we thank Chris Mann for his time today for helping us with streaming. We thank John Olshoe, Kevin Henderson for helping us today and yesterday in this long weekend of coverage. We worked an ice event in the Tennessee Valley all day yesterday. Today we're working severe thunderstorms in South Alabama. We've been here since live since 9 o'clock this morning. And we'll stay with it for a while. We're going to talk you through what's going to happen tonight. But this last little segment is about to push out of Alabama. And again, by about 2:40, we can ramp it down and give everybody an all clear. All of these confirmed tornado warning polygons, those have expired. Those have been replaced by radar indicated polygons, which is this one. And again, that particular segment's going to be out of the state. We'll check velocity one more time. And again, there's just nothing there. There's no tornado there, and we are good. And I don't expect a tornado there in Alabama. Now, a little small one could get down in Georgia, but again, for those of you near the community of Gordon, things look just good, really good. No evidence of a tornado. In fact, for Gordon, the risk of severe weather has ended. The line is past you, the front is past you. You'll see falling temperatures, you'll be in stable air. You're done with it. So basically, for all of Houston County down here in southeast Alabama, except maybe that extreme southeastern tip near Crosby, you're just about done with it. But again, you saw with the velocity, there's no indication of a tornado here whatsoever. And as soon as we clear these counties in southeast Alabama, we'll take a look at the entire state. And the news is good in that the rain is ending, the freezing rain up in the northwestern part of the state, and we're starting to see drier air moving in. But of course, the problem is some people have received 2 inches of rain or more since yesterday, and with temperatures dropping like a rock, going below freezing, that set the stage for potential for flash freeze, black ice, really messy travel tomorrow morning. And it seems like many of the school systems have pretty much decided just not to go tomorrow. In fact, really most all of the northwestern part of the state, north and west of Birmingham, the rain is over. It looks good, and we'll show you that here shortly. But again, we're staying with this for a few more minutes, and then we have a tornado warning for the extreme southeastern corner of Houston County. But we're watching this. What do you got down here, Drew?
Yeah, I've been looking at that.
That's worth looking at there.
And that's not even, I don't even know if that's the one I was talking about earlier. But yeah, you got this little thing trying to come up there towards Crosby here. The reflectivity is kind of not what you would normally expect. Let's turn on correlation coefficient. Of course, we've still got lots of noise out there out ahead of it here. So, we'll watch that, but it doesn't really correlate very well with other things on the radar here. Let me just verify. So that scan's just a minute or two old, making sure our scans are not old. Yeah, looks like our reflectivity scan is supposed to be up to date. So yeah, that's just a weird little signature there. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now it's kind of out here in the middle of this area of low precipitation, which you don't normally expect to see tornadoes in. I don't know if you could maybe have a little gust NATO type of thing. I've talked about some of those. I don't know if it could potentially pick up some of that. Those usually aren't strong enough to get a radar signature. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that there. If you're in Crosby, just to stay inside at this point. And we'll continue to watch it here. I'm just looking to see if Tallahassee has said anything about it. Doesn't appear they've made any comments on that.
No editorial comments at all. Just warnings and updates.
Yeah. But we'll just kind of see what the next few scans show with that. But it's at least it's been persistent, yeah. The last scan still shows something basically right over Crosby at this point. We'll switch over to the other products again. But still the reflectivity doesn't really line up very well. And, right here is where we're seeing that little velocity oddity. But in correlation coefficient, you don't see really a lowering here. You see all the kind of the trash out here to the east, out ahead of everything, but you're not really seeing it right over there. So that's a good sign at least.
Yeah, it's not a classic tornado signature here. But again, as long as the polygon is up, respect the polygon and stay sheltered, we'll be able to clear southeast Alabama pretty soon. But again, there's that little spot where there could be some rotation in the community of Crosby. This is in the far southeastern corner of Houston County. That's the Chattahoochee, that's Georgia. This is Alabama. So again, let's look at the reflectivity and kind of show a wider view of these storms in the southeastern corner of the state. And again, Dothan's way back up here. Dothan, you're good. It's cool, it's stable. And the only concern, it's that southeastern corner of Houston County for the last little batch of the segments here. And again, we've got tornado warnings over into Georgia. But so far in Alabama, the signatures look not especially overwhelming. When does this warning expire, Drew? This red one here, the radar
I'm pretty sure it's
confirmed?
2:45.
Yeah, so it's going to go out here in a few minutes. And I cannot imagine them extending that because that segment's into Georgia now. And again, for Gordon, the risk of severe weather is over. You're in cool, stable air. Crosby, this is an older polygon. Did they leave this thing up, Drew?
That is, I think that is a artifact in our system there.
Yeah.
They don't, the cancellations don't come in properly, so that one's gone. And in fact, I believe I'm looking now. It looks like there may have been a cancellation issued for the one we were just talking about that was set to expire at 2:45. Yeah, well, maybe it's just saying that it's going to expire at 2:45. But
So
I think that is a cancellation. But yeah, we're 5 minutes away. But
right. So again, Bill, go ahead.
James, pretty significant damage in downtown Geneva. Getting some photos in. I'd heard rumors from one of the television stations that there might be damage, and we're getting more pictures now. But on WEX 05, I have substantial amount of bricks in the street there in this downtown area. So this looks like pretty substantial damage here, and right in the middle of downtown Geneva in Geneva County. And some other pictures are coming in of that right now, but seems to be kind of concentrated right in one small area there. But I had heard rumors that there had been a tornado in downtown Geneva a little bit earlier, and this seems to confirm that there is significant damage there.
And again, it was a tornado warning in effect for Geneva County when this happened. And again, that certainly looks like it could have been a small tornado. But again, what happens, the Weather Service will send in survey teams after this is over to look at the damage and assess the damage and determine if it was a tornado. If it was a tornado, what is the EF rating, the Enhanced Fujita Scale rating? But again, that's some of the most significant damage we have seen so far today. Coming in from the town of Geneva in Houston County, where that could be damage from possibly a small tornado. And again, I'm going to post this on the socials, so we'll probably get more information about that. We've heard of no injuries. Let's point that out so far, which is good. But again, like we've talked about before, often with a tornado, sometimes cell service goes down. We don't have good communication. Boy, look at that Cherokee camera. That was all trees covered with ice. Wow, we'll talk about that later. We're going to stay with this. But again, that was a peak there at northwest Alabama. So we've got storms that are in the far, far, far southeast corner of Houston County. This is Georgia. This is Florida. This is Houston County. And again, once this little segment gets out of here, and again, the warning expires in 4 minutes. So in 4 minutes, we should be out of all warnings, and we should be done for the day. That's it. In 3 minutes at 2:45. Yeah, let's send John to Geneva. I think he's asking that we're going to get one of our people to go over there and take a look at that. Kevin Henderson is going to be coming up into Columbia to see if we have any damage there. So we got Kevin Henderson that's going to be going to Columbia, John Olshu going to Geneva. Now, we don't know of any damage in Columbia, but we saw a signature on radar that would represent debris being lofted up here earlier. All that stuff's, of course, well into Georgia now. So we will get good ground truth here shortly with our crews in the field and boots on the ground. So in about 2 minutes, we will lose all of these tornado warnings, and we are done for the day with severe weather. The air is cool and stable over almost all of Houston County, and I would imagine even down here in Crosby, you probably drop 10 degrees. I mean, you go from 72 to 62, and before you know it, you'll be at 52, and you'll be below freezing most likely early tomorrow morning. Again, so many of the messages involving school closings, it looks like most all schools in the northern half of the state are either closing or delaying opening, and your system will directly notify you. Again, the good thing about it, you don't need us to do that anymore like the old days where you had to run the crawls of the school closings. And there were some wicked pranks back in those days, Drew. Remember Uncle Joe's Tot Locker? That was a claim. That was not on our channel, but that was another local channel where somebody submitted a closing of Uncle Joe's Tot Locker. Just search Uncle Joe's Tot Locker and read the piece by Rachel Callahan. That's the funniest thing I've ever read. But so again, we're 1 minute away from losing all of these tornado warnings, and we're done for the day. In terms of severe weather, the emphasis will then shift to icing tonight and tomorrow. So we're not done, but we're done with severe storms. And again, we're going to, when the minute we see these things go away, then we are going to go back into the ice mode and talk about what's to come, because we have, at the beginning of this, I had 1.2 million. Now we have 2.2 million questions that we'll be answering about what's going to happen tonight. And again, so many of you are asking about future road conditions tomorrow morning. We have no way of knowing. That's not what we do. Again, we recommend you get the AlDOT app, Algo Traffic. Go to their website. That's real-time traffic from AlDOT, the Alabama Department of Transportation. That's where you get the good road information. But in terms of future conditions, I have no knowledge of future road conditions. We do believe, however, with temperatures dropping like a rock, they're gone. We're done with it. We should ring a bell. We started to ring a bell when temperatures went above freezing late yesterday. The risk of severe thunderstorms in Alabama is over. So let's look at a radar composite, Drew. Let's look at the whole state. Good news, the rain has ended for a lot of people. Look at here. I mean, it is basically over, really north and west of Montgomery. Evidence, there might be a few flurries up in here in the colder air, but the back edge of the rain from near Weiss Lake down to Montgomery, down to Mobile, or maybe Chatham. And that's about it. And this is just a cool, steady rain falling down here. We have some flood advisories for the Tennessee Valley for the heavy rain that came down earlier today, and that's a problem. So let's go to temperatures. This is the one metric that we'll be watching like a hawk tonight. Temperatures are dropping, and let's see what they're looking like now. Down to 30 in Hamilton, 30. Tuscaloosa 39, Cullman 36, Huntsville 37, Florence 34. But let's look at our region's sky cams. Let's start with UNA, Florence. And the data that you see here, this is in real time. All right, now that's southeast Alabama. Look at here. Oh, wow. That's not good. 27. Florence down to 27. Northwest wind at 14, gusting to 27. Now, that will help to some degree, but when you got 2 inches of liquid that's come down, those roads will not dry up, and the dew point's pretty close to the temperature. The air is still kind of saturated in the low levels. So understand, we could see bridge icing like right now. And if I've seen so many images from Waterloo, home of the Cougars, in the western end of the county with trees sagging. It looks really bad in Waterloo. And the road conditions will deteriorate rapidly up through here over the next couple of hours. So again, 27. Florence, UNA. Let's go to Renaissance Shoals and see what they look like. They are currently at 27. So again, the reason we love this Region Skycam network, this is in real time. We got 27 degrees there, dew point sitting at 24. Let's go down to Cherokee, Colbert County, southwest of Florence. Oh boy, ouch, that's brutal. Are you kidding me? Look at the trees down here. Ice covered and sagging. This is just not good. I mean, this is what, when you get a flash freeze. I mean, we've gone from 32 to 21 here in a very short amount of time. And all this moisture, this is not good. We could still see some power outages because of these trees coming down. That is a bad look right there. So again, this is Cherokee. For a long time, we had ice all over the camera lens. Now we've got it to we can see again.
Yeah, James, Drew Richards, our friend with Hascams, he said he was able to get it unfrozen enough. I don't know, just by kind of trying to turn it around to get it to tilt down a little bit. And but the wind sensor is still frozen, so that's why you're seeing calm winds being reported.
We had that issue many times. The anemometer just freezes. But notice the ice accumulation right here on that. I would assume that's a transmission feed or some type of video cable up there, but that's bad. I mean, this is like not good. 21 degrees. Let's go down to Russellville. This is going to be in Franklin County, and they're at 26. And again, we're kind of watching the blacktop road surfaces down here. And again, if you're in northwest Alabama, I would not want to be driving right now. And that cold air is going to rush rapidly into the rest of the state. Let's go to Hatton. Hatton is in Lawrence County. which is between Moulton and Florence. They're below freezing at 30. Again, bridge icing here could begin at any moment. And understand, when they get down in the low 20s and teens, we'll have blacktop roads that are icy. Let's go to Ardmore, which is in Limestone County. We're kind of working our way back to the east. 33, just above freezing here, but trust me, that's not going to last long. Let's go to Huntsville. This is on top of Montesano Mountain in Huntsville. And they are at 33, and they are in the clouds, or maybe in the ice. And this thing might be iced in. We don't know that. Let's go down to Cullman and check the numbers there. Again, these are real-time observations. That's the beauty of this network. 36, you're above freezing, but enjoy it because you'll be in the 20s in no time at all. And once you get down in the 20s, we're going to see some freezing issues. It's not going to be good. Let's go to Tuscaloosa just for the fun of that and see what that camera looks like. This is coming from the campus of the University of Alabama. They could have some icing issues. They're down to 37 degrees. And I see not a lot of students out here on these fancy, is this something new here?
It's relatively new.
Yeah, the director here and I, we have to be at every one of these home football games, and they build so much over here so quickly. I don't think I've seen that before, but again, 37 degrees. But let's go to the map, and I want to go to modeling. Let's look at a Barron, any model that's easy to pull up, and let's look at the temperatures, and let's talk about where we go from here. And again, if you're in Florence, the Shoals, Russellville, Cherokee, Littleville, I wouldn't want to be driving right now. It's bad. Like we had 21 at Cherokee. That's bad. So let's go to 6 o'clock this evening. All right, 6 o'clock this evening. 20. I mean, we might see some teens in here. 6 o'clock this evening. Shoals, Hamilton, Tuscaloosa below freezing, Birmingham below freezing. 20s for Cullman and Huntsville. So as early as 6 o'clock, we might see some bridge icing down to Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. So let's go to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and this is when it gets really ugly. I mean, the bottom's going to drop out. 6 a.m., 12 at Florence, 15 at Hamilton, 18 for Huntsville, Cullman 21, low 20s, all the way down to Clanton, Alexander City, and Auburn, mid-20s all the way down to Gulf Shores. So what this is going to do, it's going to take what's lingering moisture is there, and that will be an icy mess on bridges, and ultimately, listen, at that level, blacktop roads, they're going to go ice. If there's any ice left, and that's the thing, how much can evaporate before we get down to these extreme ranges. But it's just prime for a flash freeze kind of thing, where a flash freeze can catch you off guard. And remember, tomorrow morning, if you are going to drive to work, you can't see most of that. That's why it's called black ice. It's transparent. You just see asphalt, and you think there's nothing there. You tap on your brakes, and you've totaled your car. You spun out, you're in a bridge abutment, or you've hit somebody else or hit somebody head on. So just be aware. And the greatest, most widespread icing most likely will be across the northern half of the state. Now, South Alabama, yes, you're below freezing, but down here the temperatures don't drop as quickly, and you're going to have more time for the roads to dry, and the ground is very warm. You are in the 70s today. So patchy bridge icing down here, the more widespread black ice problem across the northern half of the state. So that's the bottom line of what's going to happen tonight. And then after that, we're just cold and dry. And Drew, you might explain this extreme cold watch thing we've got going on here, because it's going to be a very cold week ahead.
Yeah, James, for sure. So we'll switch over and kind of talk about that. So let's see, let's pull that up and see what the latest is. So it looks like it's about the same as what we saw earlier today. So we've got actually two different things we're showing here. We've got the extreme cold watch, which is what you see there. That's the blue. And actually, most of the rest of the state was in the extreme cold watch. I think it was yesterday. But then a lot of the state has been upgraded to the cold weather advisory, which is what you see here. So that's a little bit higher level. But basically, what we're seeing here is the entire state is either under a cold weather advisory or an extreme cold watch. And so, really, the combination of what that's meaning here is that, of course, the temperature is going to get really cold. But a lot of what that's actually about is the wind chill is going to get down very cold as well. So the wind chills could get down into the single digits or potentially below that. Read out some of the text from one of the Weather Service alerts on this earlier, and possibly in the northern part of the state, basically in the Huntsville Weather Service office service area. So basically the Tennessee Valley, that those areas might get to below zero wind chills. Again, not temperatures, but wind chills. What it feels like when you combine the temperature and then the wind, because again, we've got gusty winds coming in as we speak out of the northwest, moving through the state and moving through most of the state at this point. And so that combination is going to be what makes it feel so much colder than it actually is, even though it's going to be really cold across the state. So this extends from basically tonight around midnight through the next couple of days. So it's not just going to be this coming morning, tonight and into Monday morning. That's going to be probably where the wind chill factor is going to be the most, where we're going to see really low temperatures and still pretty brisk winds, but also into Tuesday morning as well, where it's still going to be very cold. The winds probably will be relaxed a little bit by that point, but it still will be very cold. And so this actually extends, you can see here, until Tuesday. I think it's basically from like 10 o'clock in the morning to noon, depending on which office you're under in the state there, but basically until late morning till around noontime. So let's take a look at some of the modeling related to that. So we'll just start off, we'll just go straight to the wind chill here. All right, so we're looking at the National Blend of Models forecast here of the wind chill for the entire state here. And it's already saying, I haven't looked at the latest actual observations of wind chill, but it's trying to show already maybe teens and 20 wind chills in the northwest corner of the state. Of course, actual temperatures are still in the 30s, starting to get below 30, although you've got 30 degrees in Hamilton. So we're almost into the 20s as far as the actual temperature there, but in some of those more rural areas, we're probably starting to get into the upper 20s already. There you go, the northwesterly winds coming in there. So as we move through, let's go to, we'll get in there and go to about 6 o'clock tonight, and you'll see that at that point we're expecting wind chills in the teens. Huntsville, Coleman, Hamilton, Florence, 20s, in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, Demopolis. And you can see kind of on the western side of the state that the orientation of the way these fronts move in, a lot of times you end up getting colder air further towards the south in the western side of the state, obviously way before you do in the eastern side of the state. So on the other side of the state, a similar latitude, you're going to be in the 50s and 60s to the east during this time period. And so it'll still be a little bit long before it gets really cold. And then again, around midnight, it's going to be now at this point, wind chills, not temperatures, but wind chills down into the single digits. 6 in Florence, 7 in Huntsville, teens across most of the central part of the state, 20s all the way down into South Alabama, and feeling like nearly freezing all the way to the very, southern part of the state. Then moving it all the way until Tuesday morning. And so let's try to find the lowest point there. So it's showing basically around 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will feel like almost zero. And again, we're talking about in the advisory, the cold weather advisory for North Alabama, they'd mentioned the possibility that you could get below zero for the wind chills, but it'll feel like it's in the teens, basically across the entire state, and single digits in the northern part of Alabama. And then even Monday, the sunshine's going to return, but it's going to be a really cold day, and the wind is going to still be fairly brisk. And so 3 o'clock Monday, when you normally would expect to hit your, around the high for this time of year, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's still going to feel like we're at 12 degrees in Florence, 17 in Huntsville, 20s, low 20s along the 50-29 corridor, still 20s pretty far to the south, Thomasville, Selma, Monroeville, and then still feel like you're in basically the mid 30s all the way down to the coast. So tomorrow during the afternoon, the sun will feel a little bit better than not having the sun, but it'll still be a very cold day. And then as we get into, we'll go ahead and just move all the way to Tuesday morning. It's going to be a really cold Monday night, so don't think it's not. But as we get all the way to Tuesday morning, the wind chills, again, they kind of relax a little bit because the winds relax a little bit. We don't have as much of that northwesterly flow. In fact, we start to see the wind starting to turn back out of the southwest further to the west, but you're still going to be down into the low teens and mostly teens and 20s across most of the state. And the actual temperatures will be about as low or maybe lower than this coming morning because of the fact that the winds relax. So either way, it's going to feel extremely cold for the next couple of mornings. So again, for especially those of you in the southern part of the state that have experienced 60s and 70s through today and yesterday and for a decent amount of time, it's going to be a big change here coming up over the next couple of days, James.
All right, so again, that's the basic idea here. It's 2:58, and so the risk of severe storms has ended for all of Alabama. And the freezing rain has ended all across the Tennessee Valley. This is just a simple cold rain down here, so soon we're going to phase down, and we've been live since 9 o'clock this morning. We'll take a break, and the plan is we will be on the air early tomorrow morning around 5 o'clock to kind of help you through the commute. And again, a lot of schools have closed, and again, I could sit here and read off a long list of school closings, but you should know if your child's school is closed. The nice thing about technology today, they'll text you, they'll email you, social, whatever. You know if your school's child is open or closed or delayed. Some have delayed. But again, some people have to go to work tomorrow morning. And so the plan is for us to be live early in the morning, around 5 o'clock or so, and we'll just give you a couple of hours of coverage of road conditions. And again, we have so many cameras that we'll just be able to show you what it's like out and about to let you make a decision to keep you safe. But again, the good news, like we've talked about, the risk of severe weather is over for Alabama. Severe storms are gone. The cold front is through. Let's pop on current temperatures again. And again, at one point we had some 70s down here in South Alabama in the warm sector. Those are gone. Dothan down to 58. Gulf Shores down to 59. And again, we've got 30s now in Tuscaloosa, below freezing, Florence, Hamilton, and all of our sky cams up there in the 20s now. That Cherokee camera showed 21. That's brutal. And again, the ice accumulation, it's bad. The western part of Lauderdale, Waterloo, Cherokee, western part of Franklin down toward Red Bay, it's not good. North Mississippi, not good. The only good thing I can tell you, there's no more freezing rain coming. We're done with it. Now it's a matter of when do we get rid of the ice, because we'll be below freezing here all night tonight, all day tomorrow. It might be Tuesday afternoon before temperatures go above freezing. And of course, during the day tomorrow, we'll have a strong sun, very dry air. There'll be some sublimation where a lot of the ice will go away, and hopefully most of it will. But there might even be a few lingering problem spots Tuesday morning. That's the way it works around here. But the cold air wins the battle. It's going to be spreading south. And let me just say, before we break here, we've got Kevin is in Columbia. Kevin Henderson, and so far he's seen no damage.
Yeah, that's what he's saying there. He's not seeing any damage so far. I don't think he's ruling out that he might not find some. But it looks like there may be too much rain currently for him to get the drone up at this point. But.
Yeah, it's still just a cold, miserable rain. But again, the good news, Kevin Henderson of our team is in Columbia, which is down here in Houston County, where we had a pretty good-looking correlation coefficient drop, a debris signature come through. But so far, he's seen no damage. Some of the more significant damage we've seen was actually down in Geneva County, in the town of Geneva. Earlier today. And again, it was pretty significant. Let's just, let's see. Hang on one second here, Ryan. Let me be sure. Yeah, let's go to WEXO 5 and we'll just go through some of my images. By the way, this is Nashville. The person that sent this in, they say they've been without power since 6 o'clock this morning. We got 100,000 people in Nashville with no power. That's a nasty, nasty ice storm. Anybody guess this location? What city?
Aston.
Yep. Downtown Boston. Ryan, you ever been to Boston? Time or two? I've been there. And that's what it looks like. Our friend Stephen Quinn, my former colleague, he's out in the snow, bumbling around. We don't know what he's up to, but last time I saw, he was on a bridge. So this is New York City, Central Park, the Northeast, the winter wonderland. I mean, in New York City, when it snows, they have a party in Central Park. Wow. I have been to New York City at Christmas, but I have never been to Central Park on a snow day. But look at those kids having fun in the snow. New York City today. So this is some of the damage that we've seen in Geneva. And the Weather Service in Tallahassee will come in and do an assessment to determine if this was caused by a tornado. And obviously, that's a definite possibility. There was a tornado warning at the time, tornado warning for Geneva County and for parts of South Houston County. But again, all of this damage occurred a little earlier this afternoon. This is from a potential embedded tornado within the squall line in Geneva. And I don't exactly know what business was in that building. It looks like it might have been vacant. But again, we'll find out much more today. You can see first responders that are there on the scene. But again, this was in Geneva.
Yeah, it looked like it may have been a historic shell of a building, James.
Yeah, and you don't know what kind of shape it was in.
Right.
Again, the structural engineers have taught us so much about this, but it sure looks like it was just an empty shell of a building in downtown Geneva.
Well, I hope the power's still on because there's a place next door that actually sounds like it's pretty good to eat called
Okay.
somewhere else. So
Yeah.
maybe John can get a steak if the power's still on.
Yeah, and we
I
got
doubt it is.
Old Shoe is going to be coming into Geneva, and he will be getting us some video. This is some of the damage.
That was Perry Hill Road.
Yeah, this is Montgomery, the eastern part of Montgomery. And this happened about 11:20 this morning when the line of storms came through Montgomery. By the way, thank you for that nice note. We're used to haters. Sometimes people send nice notes. I mean, thank you. We're honored that you watch, and we thank you, and that's why we're here. And we are so thankful for a kind note. I mean, normally, every note I get is a troll.
Well, it's amazing how many ambassadors you sent out all over the country and the world that respond back, James, that they miss your coverage.
Well, we try. Now, this is Waterloo. Okay, this is west of Florence. And let me tell you what, the western end of Lauderdale, Colbert counties, it's not looking good. Those trees are absolutely ice-laden. And much of North Mississippi looks like this. And even though the freezing rain has ended, that ice, it's not going to go away tonight, and it's not going to go away tomorrow. Maybe a little bit during the day tomorrow, but that is a huge mess. I mean, look at this thing. That is a classic ice storm photograph from Waterloo up in northwest Alabama. That state bird kind of hung in there. Maybe took a little ride. But again, we've had some trees taken down today. And this is some of the damage in Foley. This happened when the squall line came through there earlier today in Baldwin County. Oh yeah, we'll kind of end with that. What do you say? The Alabama state bird has been in flight today, and I think we all knew that. We all knew that going in. So we'll go back to the double box here. And I tell you what, let's look one more time at that Cherokee sky cam. I want to do that one more time before we break this live coverage. And this is just not a good look. I don't like the look of this at all. Again, Cherokee, this is in Colbert County, which is located to the, thank you, Ryan, to the southwest of Florence. That's not good. 20 degrees and dropping. We can't show you the wind because the anemometer is all ice. It's total ice. But 20 degrees here at 3:07 in the afternoon. Imagine what it's going to be like at 6 o'clock in the morning. And you think that ice is going away? No. And with numbers dropping like that, that really sets the stage for a genuine flash freeze where we've got major ice on blacktop roads, bridges. Trees are still going to be coming down tonight. There still could be some power outages. And again, look at the cable. You can see just incredible ice accumulation there. And so the northern half of the state, a very good chance you'll have black ice tomorrow morning from leftover moisture. Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw a notice that came out, was passed along by Joey Emerson, one of our sky watchers, that Marion County, I guess the EMA has put out a notice that all county roads and bridges in Marion County should be considered impassable until further notice. And so public's advised to, when the roads and bridges become impassable, they shouldn't be traveling. So
Wow. Goodness gracious. So again, and what happens, I think that's kind of a legal thing where if you are driving on a closed road and you get into a wreck, the insurance folks might not be able to help you. So again, just be aware of that. So again, Marion County is considering all roads, you say impassable or closed?
Impassable.
Impassable.
Yeah, that's what they refer to it.
Okay. But again, here's the basic plan. We are going to go live again this evening. I want us to go live around 5 o'clock. We'll plan on being live from about 5 until 6 while we still have daylight. We can see what's on these cameras. So in 2 hours at 5 o'clock, we'll be back live with an update on roads, what to expect tomorrow morning. We've told you everything we can tell you right now. But at 5 o'clock, we'll come back and we'll be on for about an hour to discuss what's going to happen tomorrow morning. And then early tomorrow morning, we'll be live about 5 o'clock. So when you wake up in the morning, if you're up at 5, pop us on and we'll be there with more on the travel conditions. It's going to be clear and cold, I can tell you that. But what about the road conditions? And again, with all these cameras and resources we have, we'll be able to show you things that others can't, that will be very helpful. So again, yeah, Bill.
James, an advisory for our friends in Montgomery or anybody who's traveling on I-85, that power line that we saw apparently is still across both sides of the interstate.
Wow.
There at Eastern Boulevard. So make sure that if you're eastbound, exit at Perry Hill Road, or just don't take I-85 at all. And it looks like they're taking traffic off at Eastern Boulevard that is westbound, or well, I guess that would actually be southbound toward Montgomery. So it would be northbound 85, that is just backed up all the way from Eastern Boulevard almost to the Perry Hill Road exit.
That's a mess. Yeah, that is a big mess. So again, that's I-85 in Montgomery. So we will be back at 5 o'clock, about 2 hours, 5 o'clock Central Time for an update and more video from damage. We'll assess all the damage. We'll have more damage reports. And by then, we'll be able to show you more about the roads. There's a little daylight left at 5 o'clock now. We're gaining 2 minutes a day. So we'll be back on the Alabama Weather Network at 5 o'clock.
Live, statewide,